Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the December 3rd, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting. It is now 6:32 p.m. We are virtual this evening, and as permitted by Governor Pritzker's executive orders 2020-07 and 2020-33, the Oak Park River Forest High School Board of Education, Cook County, Illinois, will convene a remote Committee of the Whole meeting on December 3rd, 2020 at 6:30 via Zoom. Board members, citizens, and staff can participate with the virtual information that is under the virtual location section that is located on the high school's website. The state of Illinois continues to operate under a disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 worldwide pandemic. The health department continues to advise the community to practice social distancing, wear face masks, and avoid unnecessary contact with others. Based on the current public health concerns, I, Sarah Spivey, as head of the public body, do not believe it is either practical or prudent to hold an in-person meeting of the Board of Education on December 3rd, 2020. I further believe that it is neither practical nor prudent for the public to be present at the public body's regular meeting location. We will continue to hold a remote meeting with updated practices to comply with Public Act 101-640 that was signed by Governor Pritzker on June 12th of 2020. All right, so pursuant to Public Act 101-640, since the meeting cannot be conducted at the regular physical location due to the health crisis, alternative arrangements have been made to allow any interested member of the public to hear all discussion, testimony, roll call votes as noted under our virtual location tab. Gail, if you would please call the roll.
Sorry. Yes. Mr. Kofsky?
Here.
Dr. Moore?
Here.
Mr. Barron?
Hello, here.
Mr. Isley?
Yes, here.
Mr. Martiri? He was having a difficult time getting in. I hope someone sent him a new link. Ms. Harris?
Here.
And Ms. Dixon Spivey?
I am here. And tonight, before we start the meeting, Board Member Barron has asked for a moment to speak. I would note that the views of any individual board member do not necessarily reflect the views of the district or the board. Further, I would like to explain that the board speaks either through our actions at the board table or on rare occasion through the board president at events such as the graduation when acting in the official capacity. So Matt, if you would like to begin.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it, Sarah. Words have power. So let me start by thanking those in the community who have shared words of appreciation and encouragement with regard to my recent letter to the editor of the Wednesday Journal. It means a lot, especially in the face of so much criticism. Nearly 2 weeks ago, I was troubled when I saw an Oak Parker use the words white supremacist on the newspaper's Facebook page to refer to a village board member. My concern grew when I saw that this person's comment, rather than being challenged by others, was getting repeated thumbs ups. Regrettably, this was the latest in a string of false character attacks on public officials and candidates for public office in recent years. Words uttered at village board meetings, words used on social media, words flung around without regard for the truth. Anyone who has read my letter, as opposed to all the commentaries about it, can see that much energy has been expended to deflect attention from one of my key points. Let's stop the racial identity politics. The metaphor that I used was indeed provocative. It is intended to provoke bystanders, like those who clicked like or love in response to the white supremacist label when we witness someone baselessly using slanderous terms. Regardless of whether that person resides in your ideological camp, we should work to bring out the best in one another. Amid this concerning pattern of conduct locally, my letter's foremost goal is to deter further baseless attacks on people's character. Whether ironic or fitting, how some have responded to my plea for decency is proving my point more than I dared to imagine. Those who ascribe a racist element to my words are reinforcing my point about ugly innuendo mongering. In my letter, I make no reference to anyone's demographic makeup. And to be clear, the 4-year pattern that I refer to in my letter encompasses men and women from a wide variety of backgrounds. Too many are choosing this slanderous avenue, and we all lose when we allow extremist rhetoric to prevail over reasoned, mutually respectful dialogue. Attempts to infer a connection between my metaphor to any single group of people are inaccurate, unfair, and take the whole of my communication out of context. Again, to those who have reached out with words of support during my entire time on the board, especially this past week, I thank you. To the entire community, it is my sincere hope that this chapter helps direct us toward more respectful, reasoned public discourse. Thank you, Board President Spivey, for giving me the opportunity to offer these remarks.
All right, our next item of business is visitor comments. And I would note for those of you who are here to see the business of the board, we do have a lot of public comment this evening, hours of public comment. So if you are interested in watching the public comment, please stay with us. If you want to come back a little bit later to see where we are in it, that is also, of course, an option. Public comment is not meant to be a discourse with the board or a conversation with the board. It is for community members to express their views on items germane to board business. Ms. Calmerton, I don't know how we're doing this quite this evening. I believe we're dividing public comment among several public comment readers. So if you could direct whomever to begin with public comment, I would appreciate it. And again, public comment tonight especially will be cut off after 3 minutes per person.
So the first one is from Monica Sheehan, and I would like to make a public comment in support of board member Matt Barron. He has come under fire for taking a public stand against social media attacks of libel and slander. Such attacks are unacceptable. I commend him for his action and his courage, especially in light of an ugly campaign aimed at distorting his message and smearing his reputation. His recent opinion letter to the Wednesday Journal submitted as a private citizen, not as a board member, did not name or in any way identify the person who lodged the social media attack and called the village trustee a white supremacist. The point of Matt's letter is that defamation of character is wrong and should not be tolerated. And as a community, we should all stand up against such attacks. Thank you. Amanda Massey. I'm writing in support of the First Amendment and Matt Barron. He exercised it with his opinion letter to the Wednesday Journal. Last I checked, the First Amendment was still in play and even protects the people calling him a racist, an exophobic, etc. His work on the board has been exemplary. His opinion letter has nothing to do with his ability to be on the board and continue to make good decisions. It seems now in Oak Park that if you don't agree with the Oak Park progressives, they go after you. This is another example of just that. Thank you. This is from Dan Morani. Dear District 200 School Board, I understand that at your meeting tonight, you are receiving letters of condemnation of your colleague, Matt Barron. This is due to a letter that Matt submitted in last week's Wednesday Journal. As you consider these letters, I'd encourage you to keep in mind the following relevant facts of the situation. Matt wrote this letter in his capacity as a resident of Oak Park, not in his role as a District 200 board member. Being a member of the local elected body does not remove one's right to have and express opinions on local issues. In that letter, Matt did not mention the name of the person who used the term on social media that prompted the letter to the editor. While one could make the case that the metaphor used in the letter was inappropriate, Matt's intention was not to imply that the person who used the term was what was being described in the metaphor. Rather, the metaphor that was describing the tactic being used by that person. Additionally, the point of the letter was about a larger societal trend of silencing voices rather than the individual incident that prompted the letter. I believe there is an increasing tendency to judge incidents like this one based on people's interpretation of the incident rather than the intent. In this case, I encourage you to objectively think about Matt as someone you have gotten to know. Look at his life's work and how he gives his life. Do you believe his intent was what his critics might ask you to believe? I certainly do not. Perhaps you agree with me that Matt did not intend harm with his letter. However, you believe that harm was caused. If that is the case, I encourage you to treat your colleague with grace and forgiveness, as he would likely do to you if the roles were reversed. We are all human stumblings through life. We make mistakes and are imperfect. In these moments, it is imperative to judge each other by the entire content of our character rather than an imperfect act. Thank you for your service to the District 200 School Board. I'm going to interrupt myself right now. Mr. Martiri is trying to get into the board meeting. So if someone could send him a link. This is from Paul Goyette, District 200 Board of Education members. As you no doubt know, one of you recently wrote a letter to the local paper using Islamophobic troops to condemn a resident of our community who is Muslim, suggesting a Facebook comment she had posted was a form of terrorism. This racist action is absolutely beyond the pale and must be repudiated in the strongest possible terms. That this board member wrote this letter on his own time is immaterial. The first job of our Board of Education must be to ensure the safety of our students. How can students at OPRF feel safe knowing that their social media comments could at any moment lead to them being branded terrorists by a member of their own school board? I call upon the Board of Education to question. I call upon the board member in question to resign immediately. I further call upon the board to announce this action in a public statement for our Muslim students and the entire Oak Park River Forest community to see. This is from Leslie Stufen. Dear Board, I must strongly object to the letters vilifying Matt Barron for his letter to the editor. The attacks on Matt illustrate the point that he is making, which is that one cannot object to slander in this community without being branded some horrible name. This is bullying, pure and simple, and should be condoned. Perhaps Matt's choice of the word terrorism instead of bullying was a poor word choice. That does not excuse his misconstruing of what Matt said, nor does it excuse the original name calling that precipitated this letter. To demand that Matt suffer consequences for expressing a legitimate outrage at the slander and bullying that takes place in this town is a severe miscarriage of civic duty. I request that the board not take any inappropriate action against someone who does not deserve it. Kitty Conklin says, I would like to make a public comment strongly in support of board member Matt Barron. I've known Matt for 4 years and know him to be a welcoming and open person to all. However, recently he's been attacked for taking a public stand against name calling on social media. Such attacks are unacceptable. I support Matt for speaking up, especially in light of community efforts aimed at distorting his message and destroying his reputation. To me, the point of Matt's letter was clear and is a great lesson regardless of where one lives. Defamation of character is wrong and should not be tolerated. Thank you for listening. Jason Sherman. Hi, I know there have been a lot of words written and said by and about Matt Barron of late. I'm not writing about that, but instead about the last 15 years that I've known, liked, and worked with Matt. And during that time, I have seen him to be an eternal optimist, loyal friend, helpful and skilled colleague, dedicated public servant, fantastic parent, leader in his church, religious community, and sometimes outspoken about his convictions. I think this community and the OPRFHS is lucky to have him. Thank you for hearing me out. Barbara A. Dolan. I've known Matt for years, first professionally, then through our work together at OPRF High School's incubator program, and more recently socially with his wife, Bridget. I may not agree with everything Matt says, but I do respect his right to express his thoughts, opinions, and feelings without being piled on. I believe this community has a responsibility to respect those who are willing to speak out, despite knowing that they may become the subject of attack, especially those who have chosen the path of elected position. It is the repeated pattern of the silent majority, vocal minority in Oak Park that enables and emboldens those who speak and act on words of division, even though I believe they are in the minority. Kathy Young is a highly respected former business owner and executive director of the OPRF Chamber of Commerce, spoke about his behavior eloquently in her speech speech for TEDx Oak Park Women in 2017. Why outreach has the power to save or destroy our communities. I encourage everyone to look that up and take the 15 minutes necessary to watch. Thank you. I'm going to ask someone to, either Greg or Joylyn, to carry on. I need to,
Okay.
Mr. Martiri.
Anne McNamee Kills. Hello, I'm writing, as I am sure many others have, to express my disappointment and disgust towards an editorial authored by D200 board member Matt Barron. In this op-ed, Mr. Barron refers to Dima Ali, an active Oak Park community member, a Muslim woman, an Iraq war survivor and refugee, and a D200 D97 parent as a terrorist. Mr. Barron knowingly and purposely evokes racist, anti-Muslim tropes as he likes a Facebook comment Miss Ali made about Barron's buddy, Oak Park trustee and Oak Park presidential candidate Dan Maroney, to a bomb-laden backpack on a train. Ironically, Mr. Barron hurls this racist propaganda in attempt to disprove the notion that his friend, Mr. Maroney, participates in white supremacy culture. Setting aside the fact that Mr. Barron seems to misunderstand what white supremacy culture, not to be confused with white nationalism, actually means, by immediately jumping to the use of excessively Islamophobic imagery and language as a means of discrediting a Muslim woman. Mr. Barron only seems to prove here that he too is entrenched in white supremacy. I ask that D200 take swift disciplinary action against Mr. Barron. His comments prove him to be happy and publicly dole out racist language in order to combat non-white or non-Christian community members and, most disturbingly, D200 parents who hurt his sensibilities. Worse, considering he is a PR professional, it appears that Mr. Barron is likely trying to drum up the same kind of national attention from far right and, yes, known white supremacist news outlets like Trustee Maroney previously engaged with, and that resulted at that time in multiple death threats aimed at a female Oak Park trustee. Mr. Barron seems to think this is a game, but for a Muslim woman in America, this is quite literally life or death. This kind of attack means that I think they mean D200, that a D200 parent is now afraid for herself and her children, the very children whose education Mr. Barron was elected to help guide. It would not be a stretch to say that if there is in fact terrorism happening here, Ms. Ali is the victim, not the perpetrator. This is not a private citizen exercising his right to free speech. This is about a school board member waging a racist attack on a local parent for the sake of PR for his pal. We cannot have a school leader making baseless and racist attacks against one of our community members. I look forward to hearing what steps you would take to uphold your own equity and diversity commitment with regards to this matter. Thank you. Ms. Mara O'Hara, DOPRF Board. I've seen something and so I must say something. I've seen yet another example of the white majority enjoying positions of power and influence, silencing the views of people who don't think like they do or see things the way they see them. I'm sure you've heard from many citizens about Mr. Barron's incendiary op-ed, which appeared in the Wednesday Journal under the title, "When You See Something, Say Something." Mr. Barron also posted the piece on his business blog, insiderdcrypper.com, with additional offensive narrative under the title, "My response to a local hypocritical band of hate has no home here, rogue warriors." Yes, while the Wednesday Journal took the piece down, his decisive views live on through his blog. In this preamble to the op-ed, which pejoratively revisits the events between Trustee Buchanan and Maroney that occurred last year, Barron identifies himself as an elected official. Do I need to read the piece from his page. I'll go on to the rest of the letter, but it speaks to his 2013. Since 2013, I'll read it. I have been an elected official in Oak Park, first through my 4-year term on the library board and then my current tenure on the D200 Oak Park and River Forest High School Board of Education. In that time, I have observed some of the most staunch anti-Trumpers exhibit the same repellent qualities of intolerance, bullying, and racially charged rhetoric that they accurately ascribe to Trump. Interestingly, Barron's prior blog post entitled "In the Crosshairs of the Critic, Take These 3 Key Steps" would seem to indicate that the strategy of reacting to a controversy on social media prolongs the attention and is often ill-advised. Yet in this case, Mr. Barron chose to prolong attention to his argument that Mr. Maroney has been wrong. The cynic in me wonders if Mr. Barron might be acting in the interest of Mr. Maroney's campaign for village president, which was announced Sunday. Even more concerning about both these posts is the evident divisive attitude towards non-whites. In the first article, Muslim equals terrorist, Islamophobia is clearly evident. In the second post, Barron's dog whistles the readers to pay really close attention by letting us know that this person of concern is Black. This information completely extraneous to the intended lesson, he says. In a nutshell, a former organizational member terminated after 18 months earlier due to various professional shortcomings began making allegations that the organization felt consistent of half-truths, distorted depictions, and outright falsehoods. The 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's time.
Good afternoon. A commentator in an article in the Wednesday Journal website urged readers to write the D200 board to express their anger about Matt Barron's opinion piece on the paper. So I'm writing to say I express support of Mr. Barron as a fellow resident and D200 board member. The next one is from Jack.
Jolynn, I'm sorry, who was the previous commenter? I don't think we got that person.
Did not say, it just said good afternoon. A comment to an article, so I don't know.
Thank you.
Jack Powers, though an acquaintance but not a close personal friend of Matt's, I am a long resident of Oak Park and an observer of local issues. From attending D200 board meetings and other events, I have found Matt to be well-informed, capable of understanding complex issues with nuanced thinking, and as having the ability to work towards fair, realistic solutions that consider a multitude of interests that the D200 board must include in its thinking. Not an easy task, as all of you well know. You served with Matt on the D200 board. Certainly you have witnessed firsthand his even-handedness, compassion, fairness, and interest in making OPRF a better institution for every single kid and family of any background. He strikes me as an exemplary elected official and resident, a tolerant guy in intolerant times. Lisa Mullen. I am writing in response to Matt Barron's recent letter in the Wednesday Journal. As a parent of 2, soon to be 3 students at OPRF, I was appalled to hear these racist comments targeted as a Muslim member of our community. The racist rhetoric used in the letter was very intentional. How will our Muslim students feel safe at OPRF knowing that a board member is publicly making statements like this? I would like to hear a public apology from Mr. Barron as a way to repair relationships with our Muslim community members. I also ask that he would consider resigning. Allison Sloan. In this unprecedented time for our students, teachers, and families, I ask you to please consider how important sports are for our kids' mental health this year. Despite a budget shortfall for everyone, we can find a way to stay afloat and provide these kids with an outlet. Please do not cut out sports if it's safe for everyone to play. The next one is from Olivia Elminger. I think your decision of cutting sports and pool time is a false judgment. Students and outside sources love our facilities and feel like a part of OPRF while playing sports during their 4 years. Personally, I swam at OPRF for all 4 years and wouldn't have had it any other way. It would sincerely it says I would sincerely break my heart seeing swim, dive being cut from OPRF. Growing up, I looked up to those swimmers and wanted to be just like them. I did club swimming at OPRF, and it meant everything to me, knowing I got to be an OPRF swimmer one day. You will be crushing young athletes' hopes and dreams by reducing the sports and clubs. Julie Elminger. The physical education department would be greatly affected by the loss of the pool facilities. As it stands, the facilities we have are in high demand for many different classes offered every period throughout the day. Most PE classes have anywhere from 36 to 45 students rostered. The pools are normally used 6 to 8 periods a day for adventure education class, freshman boys and girls classes, and sophomore boys and girls classes. We are integrating life safety skills in PE and teaching students basic water safety. Our Black and brown students may never have had an opportunity to learn these skills if not for the PE department. According to the CDC, there are 3,500 drowning deaths a year. The number of Black children who drown outnumber white children by 3 times. Not to mention the hundreds of student athletes who participate in water polo, swim and dive, synchronized swimming programs, who work harder at their sport so that they may continue on in college will be affected. State championships have come through our facilities over decades. Some teach here now. The Oak Park and River Forest, Gail, you're throwing me off. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
The Oak Park and River Forest, the Oak Park Park District, and WSSR also use the facilities in the evenings. The lack of aquatic facilities in the area will likely greatly affect them also. I feel like every few years we have to fight for these facilities that if repaired over 12 years ago when the fight first started, the maintenance costs would be so much less. It is my opinion cutting sports and clubs, let alone funds for special education, would be detrimental to the needs of the community, WSSRA, and our student body. Ryan McFadden. Can't cut sports literally ruin futures by cutting sports, and that also means less money that the school brings in, a lose-lose. Kathy Jacobs. I am a 1993 graduate of OPRF and parent of a current freshman. In a year that has been extremely challenging for freshmen who have never met classmates or teachers or been inside the building, limited sports and extracurriculars have been the saving grace of an isolating and challenging high school experience. My daughter was on the varsity cross country team, which happens to be the best cross country team, girls or boys, in the history of the school. They were ranked and performed fourth best in the state and had a state champion runner. Sports and extracurriculars are what makes high school and OPRF in particular meaningful. At a time when we are asking kids and families to sacrifice so much, it is shocking to me that a school with the resources of OPRF is suggesting cutting out what makes the school great. The board must know how many families would leave the district if this happens, and how many kids would stay if the irreparable harm. Amend your decision about a flat budget requiring draconian cuts to find ways to avoid these cuts, as our teenagers have already lost a year of their normal adolescent experience. Kathy Jacobs, parent of a 2024 Husky. I am a 1993 graduate of OPRF and parent of a current freshman. This seems like the same, this is the same letter twice. Okay, I'm going to Michelle Jocks. Please do not consider shutting down the swimming and water polo team program. These teams require little cost to the athletes other than a swimsuit to participate, making it open to many potential participants. These programs are well attended and successful by both boys and girls teams. These athletes tend to be true student athletes. Please verify with the athletic office. But I believe you will find both swimming and water polo have some of the highest GPAs of OPRF's teams. I do believe the existing pools are costly as they're extremely old and in disrepair from years of neglected maintenance. I've only kept up to date on the latest capital plans for the school, but I hope that the new pool is still in the plan. Swimming is a life skill as well as a great form of exercise that can be enjoyed by many with different skill levels and done throughout their lives. Not having a pool is also a divisive and minority disservice to the minority population who have been historically underserved with lack of access at such facilities. Please excuse the brevity, but thought it best given the likelihood of many emails and information submitted sincerely. From Anthony Kolovitz. Dear Board of Education, as a parent of an OPRF student and an alum of 1989, I am so tired. I am so tired the board threatening to take things away from students. The kids may not be back at OPRF until fall of 2021. Now the board wants to save the taxpayers a few bucks. In order to do this, they will reduce positive outlets for kids. My late brother, Alex, benefited from his participation in OPRF's Best Buddies program. My son is a member of the swim and the water polo teams. I don't want any academic resources, activities, or sports cut. Please consider the students who will come back to OPRF and may find that the only activity they participated in was cut by the board. I ask the board to reverse the flat tax levy decision and approve the CPI increase. Erica Gimble. I understand there is a budget shortfall, but I don't know whether or not the district has savings or funds to cover the shortfall. Either way, I'm the parent of a swimmer. Her experience as a freshman at OPRF, as an OPRF freshman on the OPRF team was exceptional, and I hope the pools and the swim program will continue into 2021-22, along with special education, overtime pay is needed, and all the other important programs at OPRF. Paul Miller, class of 2020. Dear OPRF administration, as an alumnus who has read your proposed budget cuts for the 21-22 academic year, I find some of the areas targeted for cuts to be a great concern. In particular, your decision to cut spending on the pools by $100,000 is misguided and short-sighted. If maintaining the operations of both pools is genuinely impossible given the budget crisis, I implore you to do whatever it takes to save at least one pool. The reasoning for this is twofold. First, the pools give low-income students the opportunity to learn how to swim during gym class and practice these skills on the swim team. A budget cut would prevent swimming from being a no-cut sport, which is accessible to students across the income spectrum. For a school that proportionally aims to reduce deleterious effects on income inequality, the proposed budget cuts are ineffective. Second, the pool is home to the most successful athletic program in OPRF, the swim and dive team. The men's swim team was undefeated last season until the state meet where it placed fourth. Aside from the laudable performance, the swim team effectively molds its members into amiable and intelligent contributors to society. Head swim coach Carl Lundgren places the utmost importance on giving back to the community. For example, the boys and girls swim teams have helped prepare meals for people living under the poverty line in third world countries by volunteering to feed my starving children annually. In addition to this, during the 2019 season, the girls swim team hosted a swim-a-thon to raise money to build a well in an African village where there was inadequate access to fresh water. The boys team took this step further in the winter when they successfully persuaded other schools and the West Suburban Conference to participate in this same charity event. Beyond cultivating the spirit of generosity in athletics, the swim team also promotes academic achievement. Last year, 2 seniors for the boys swim team were the recipients of the OPRF Scholarship Cup, the awards given to students who have maintained perfect GPAs throughout their high school careers and the equivalent of valedictorians. 5 seniors from the boys swim and dive team earned acceptance into the top 20 universities. This is no coincidence and is not something that should be overlooked. The physical demands inherent to the sport, combined with one of the most rigorous practice schedules in the school, ensures that swimmers learn time management skills and self-discipline. I hope that you take this time to read this post and consider it, as I spent much time deliberating and reflecting on the subject. Thank you for your consideration. Greg?
Next comment is by Dawn Glossa. It simply reads, yes. If we find more to that comment, we will return to it and read it
That's
all.
all there was.
Okay, yes. Dr. Anthony Wood. I write with respect to the potential closing of the swimming pools in response to the tax levy and budget cuts. As you know, there has been much debate and controversy around building a much needed new pool in Oak Park in recent years, which is clearly unlikely to come to fruition now. But to also now hear that the actual existing pools could be closed and all swimming related classes and clubs canceled in the future seems to add insult to injury. The benefits of swim team are impossible to overstate, including the physical and mental health benefits, the rigor and endurance learned, and the teamwork and camaraderie that develops. Students would certainly be devastated to learn this, and it does nothing to support the school's aim to nurture the whole and prepare students for college and life in general. Yes, OPRFHS may be looking at a budget shortfall because of the failed tax levy, but why can it not draw from its considerable reserves built up over numerous years to fund these programs? Once it has drawn down these reserves to reasonable levels somewhat, it will probably find that OP residents are more willing to fund tax increases to support the school generally. Allison White. The proposed cuts to staff programs and athletics is unacceptable and will have an extremely negative impact to the well-being of our students and our community. In my opinion, approving the CPI increase is the only responsible action this board can take. Sarah Joyce and Matt Koritz. Don't be a second-rate school. People live here and pay the taxes they pay to have the benefit of what has always been a first-rate education system. That includes extracurricular activities and athletics. That a school like ours does not have a first-rate pool is already pathetic. Anyone who is responsible for allowing the further degradation of a historically excellent academic high school experience, including a high caliber swimming program with Coach Clyde and his staff admirably provide, and a pool, should be ashamed. Paul Giersdorf. Hello, I am writing in support of budgeting to maintain, not reduce, the number of student clubs and sports currently offered at OPRF. As a parent of 3 high schoolers enrolled at Fenwick, I see firsthand how participation in sports, the arts, and student clubs engage their minds, develop their character, and build healthy habits throughout their high school years, especially this current year. To serve a well-balanced student body's needs, we must acknowledge some programs and services just cost more than others. You probably wouldn't be considering cutting meat and milk from school lunches, and you probably wouldn't consider cutting science and technology classes from the curriculum. So why target high-cost student activities, example theater, and sports, example football, swimming, from the balanced offerings that exist today? As an Oak Park homeowner who does not draw on OPRF services, I support the necessary budgeting to ensure an equitable balance of student clubs, sports, and social services are maintained for the high schoolers in our community. This is a matter of investing in developing the future character of our community. On a closing note, I would encourage each advisor of OPRF student clubs and activities, as well as coaches, to consider what traditions and budgeting relics of eras past should be retired. My family has noted the silly spend and unnecessary stress associated with these traditions that we have unregrettably avoided during the pandemic. Perhaps new, modern, and equitable traditions will arise from the ashes of the current school year. With warmest regards, respect, and appreciation for the tough decisions you were elected to make, Paul Giersdorf. Mary Colleen Roberts. The board must reverse its preliminary decision to seek a flat tax levy. The impact of the loss of funds to the high school would reverberate through the Oak Park River Forest community. Of course, the children will feel it immediately with the loss of teachers, programs, clubs, and sports. With those losses, our school will lose students to private schools, further increasing segregation. As our school loses its reputation of excellence, Oak Park and River Forest will not be a sought after community to raise children. Property values will decrease, and so will the tax base, further impacting the school. Please make a common sense decision for the future of the community and our children. Reject the flat tax levy and institute a tax based upon the CPI. Thank you. Max Sekalaris. Right now, I am at a loss with the school and community that I have dedicated my life to. For 36 years, OPRF has been a part of me, longer for my entire family. I'm shocked and saddened to read that any summer camps, sports, and clubs activities might actually be cut from the school's budget. I understand the tax burden most people feel in this community. I share that burden with you. There has to be another way through this. The list of proposed cuts can't actually be an option. It will devastate our kids and hurt our community. My job as an educator and coach is to better students and athletes, and this proposal does the opposite. If this is our answer to the budget program and the vote passes, someone along the way has not done their job correctly. While this would affect our students, athletes, and community as a whole, this would be terrible for our minority student athletes. For a district and community that preaches equity, taking away sports clubs and activities would be detrimental. Please, as a coach, teacher, and community member, I'm asking you to find a more equitable solution that doesn't harm the kids that make OPRF what it is. It's a great day to be a Husky. Next comment, Carolyn Rauch. I'm a swim mom. I wear that moniker proudly because the finest kids I know are swimmers. They have the most impressive dedication to training and are fierce competitors, but also have the most amazing respect for each other. Swimming builds character. My freshman son is hoping to make the swim team. It's all he's wanted to do for years. He's doing great so far scholastically at OPRFHS in all honors courses. That 1B he's hoping to elevate. Remote learning and now the pause has been brutal. Enough on that. OPRF High School is the jewel in the crown of this community. If the board starts chipping away at its clubs, sports, and special education, the school will lose the overall package that drives people to live here. Cuts that impact students will eventually deteriorate and the outstanding that this school has. The outstanding standing that this school has, excuse me. Lifetime Oak Parkers and those who aspire to be know how dear this community is. As a realtor in the area, I know the whole package is key to this community thriving. I urge you to reconsider cutting the swim and dive and water polo programs. Patty Flannery. Thank you, board members, for holding the line on the tax levy. According to the Pappas assessors report, from 2000 to 2020, Oak Park residents have been burdened with a residential tax increase of 166% versus US rate inflation of 48% during the same time period. The source is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. D200 and D97 have been the driving force behind the 166% property tax hikes, with increased staff salaries and overly generous benefit packages that far exceed state averages for staff size and admin educators' compensation packages. The unintended consequences of this excessive taxation has resulted in a loss of diversity, income, and race, and an unreasonable, unexpected financial burden on hardworking middle-class families and seniors on fixed incomes. During COVID-19, many families are barely hanging on with unemployment at 10% plus, and parents, primarily moms, forced to leave their jobs to facilitate remote learning and to help children deal with depression and isolation. Meanwhile, OPRFHS administration, faculty, staff received generous pay and benefits throughout the pandemic, despite stopping instructional learning last spring and less than stellar remote learning experience this fall. Yet, the administration, athletic department, and business office are threatening parents by recommending cuts to student programs, field trips, and daily outings for special ed students. Are they tone deaf? Do they ever consider the cumulative negative impact on low-income and middle-class families that don't have health insurance, guaranteed salaries, or multi-million-dollar taxpayer-funded pensions? It's important to note California's public unions accept a 9.23% pay cut in exchange for 2 days of flexible time off and suspended 4.4% pay increases due to the financial loss and hardship inflicted on California residents, taxpayers associated with COVID-19. Where is the shared sacrifice with Illinois' public unions? OPRFHS instructional cost per student is 77% higher than state averages and has an increased administrative staff of 45% with 34% higher salaries. The BOA can and should right-size the budget staff benefits package versus cutting services for students and provide taxpayers a much-deserved tax credit. Thank you in advance for your accountability to our students, community, and staff. And I'll wrap up this page here. Monica Sheehan. Good evening. My name is Monica Sheehan, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Monica's comment was actually the first one that was read, so I don't
Actually,
know.
this is a different comment, but it should still fit in within the 3-minute time frame.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead then.
It's okay.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Monica Sheehan, and I thank you for the opportunity to make a public comment. It concerns agenda item 5A. I applaud the board's levy decision last month to forego the CPI increase and urge the board to stay the course. A flat levy is a reasonable and responsive course of action, especially during a pandemic. According to its memo tonight, the administration will ask the board to reconsider its decision and levy the max instead. In defense of the action, the administration states that since 2013, the district has levied 48.5 million less than it was permitted by law. Yet the memo omits the reason why the lower levies were possible. For nearly a decade, D200 used a tax loophole that resulted in a mountainous cash reserve of unauthorized tax dollars that topped out at 130 million. In short, D200 overtaxed its residents. As requested by the board, the administration is presenting 1.7 million in cuts to offset the budget shortfall that would result from a flat levy. Yet, rather than follow the administration's recommendation to cut student services, sports, and clubs, there is another option. According to the 5-year financial projections, D200's cash reserve tops 90 million, including 20 million still earmarked for Imagine's Project 2, its pool and natatorium. Respectfully, the board should consider using its cash reserve to balance next year's budget. And it could also look to trim costs such as its 900 per diem. Gail,
Yes.
unless you'd like me to continue, I'm happy either way.
No, it's fine. Let me just kind of catching up on something else. So Monica was the last one.
We're on page 17.
Yep. Okay, from Bill Gale. As a District 200 longtime taxpayer, I applaud the District 200 board's decision to seek a flat tax levy. We need to respect the taxpayers' financial situations in these uncertain and unprecedented times. Susan Caldwell says, dear members of the board, I am an Oak Park resident and parent of 4 school-age children. I would like to comment on 2 issues today, board member behavior and the tax levy. First and foremost, I was appalled to read board member Matt Barron's letter to the editor in the Wednesday Journal this week. I have generally supported Mr. Barron's action on this board, but his letter to the editor supposedly defending trustee Dan Maloney was a comment on the Wednesday Journal site reflected extremely poor judgment, unbecoming of a leader in this community. It was very concerning that a member of this board does not grasp the extent of his own privilege and is willing to wield that privilege against a marginalized member of this community. Calling out white supremacy, whether or not justified, is not violence, and it's analogizing such an accusation into terrorism is outrageous. I certainly hope that Mr. Barron did not know that the woman who had left the comment was a Muslim refugee, but regardless, he knows now and has only doubled down on his message according to his website. Mr. Barron took a negative comment that caused Mr. Maloney to no significant harm and had already been removed and escalated it in such a way that inflicted very real harm on a private member of this community. At the very least, I would expect Mr. Barron to apologize for his actions or for the board to issue a statement condemning his behavior. If anyone wants the discourse to improve, everyone has a role in doing so, and using bullying tactics to intentionally silence dissent only exacerbates the problem. Secondly, I would like to thank the board for adopting a flat tax levy and not taking a 2.3 CPI increase. First of all, looking at the current monthly CPI, the actual CPI is not increasing at even close to 2.3 due to the pandemic. The October 2019 to October 2020 levels reflect an increase of less than 1%. Secondly, the board is sitting on a large reserve that needs to be spent down. And third, if it does result in making cuts to future planned expenses, that is a small price to pay for providing needed tax relief to Oak Park residents in this time when much of the community is struggling economically due to the pandemic. I have seen the proposed cuts and none seem egregious. In fact, I was shocked to find out that the high school doesn't always reuse novels for classes like they do textbooks. That should be the easiest thing to cut, as it not only saves money, but also the environment. Students will not suffer from these small changes. Indeed, OPRF High School has more clubs, sports, and activities currently than the private Seven Sisters College I attended, and my education certainly didn't suffer for it.
Gail,
Thank you. This is Inez Feliciano. You cannot close the pools or cut swimming. It's one of the more popular sports at OPRF, and not only that, but it's the only sport that some people will do while at school. I've been swimming in those pools since I was 6 years old. Swim meet after swim meet. Don't close them. My high school career just started. This is from Maureen Malios. The flat tax levy will further reduce the vitality of Oak Park and the status of the school system. Please reconsider your decision. Our kids, our future, have been significantly impacted by the pandemic. We cannot continue to penalize them. Quinn Carlson. Our community is extremely lucky to have Coach Clyde running OPRF swimming. This program produces some of our best children who go on and do great things, making all of us proud and confident about the future of our community. A strong leader like Coach Clyde, combined with an aquatic facility where our kids can get the best possible exercise while learning how to push themselves in a teen environment, is well worth the investment. It's very dismaying to come to realize that this community and its rich, almost exorbitant tax base has done such a poor job of managing resources that this is even being raised. Greg Ignafo. Athletics are a vital part of the developmental journey our students are on. Ensuring that our students and community have access to a wide variety of athletic training and competition is exceptionally important. This is particularly true for athletic facilities that are also necessary for teaching life and safety skills, such as a pool for swimming instruction. Drowning is one of the most common cases or causes of child death. A community like OPRF would suffer immensely if it were to lose a pool due to budget cuts. Holly Utter. Budget cuts that include the swimming pool will ensure that we will move and leave this district or send our kids to private schools where they can swim. Why not cut the administrator pay instead? We are so top heavy with administrators, and yet thinking that not teaching our children to swim when we live adjacent to an enormous body of fresh water is a disgrace. Save our pools. Robin Bassey. My daughters, ages 8 and 11, swim for YMCA top swim team. The program also utilizes the OPRF pool. For children with sensory issues and difficulty with team sports, swim not only offers exercise and strength, but a focus on personal best effort. That work ethic helps them in every area of growth. Please reconsider cuts on behalf of the class of 2027. John Ekman. Coach Borgia has alerted the parents of current student athletes that sports programs may be cut. This would be a travesty of epic proportions. The opportunity of playing lacrosse has meant the world to my daughter and the rest of her teammates, not only competing, but the value of teamwork, the discipline of practicing, and the great friendships she has forged. I have been a resident of Oak Park for 14 years, and like all parents, have paid my share of property taxes that with the assurances that despite how high they've been, they go to protecting these valuable outlets for our kids. If the tremendous amount all parents have paid in taxes isn't sufficient, then that is just gross mismanagement, and it should not be inflicted on student athletes to pay the price. Specific to girls lacrosse, they have already suffered the devastating blow of losing a whole season to the pandemic. I can't imagine what losing the program would mean to these girls. Please do the right thing, save this program. The consequences of taking it away will be devastating to these girls. Corey Kessler. Being able to swim is an essential life skill which every OPRF graduate should have the opportunity to obtain. This disproportionately affects our lower income students and flies in the face of what our community is about. Just the thought of closing down our pool and that we continue to have this discussion nauseates me. Jessica Iverson. I'm the parent of a sophomore at OPRF. I am urging the board to look for alternative financial solutions that do not result in cutting extracurricular activities. The richness of opportunity in athletics, clubs, and other activities is a primary driver in our choosing this school. It is to the benefit of our kids to keep these opportunities alive. It becomes even clearer in our current environment how important these activities are to the mental health of our kids. and a sense of normalcy. Thank you. Allison Costello. I do not have kids, but as a student, I was very involved in the arts. For many kids, arts and sports are what excites them about school. With the grade requirements to participate, it motivates kids to do their best academically. Without something to look forward to or something to help kids stay fit, I fear that we're raising a generation of disengaged, unhealthy, unmotivated kids. Families who can afford private programming and can transport can make do, but those who cannot will be left with nothing. Maria Ping. My freshman is a swimmer and it is her lifeline. It helps her to be a better student, a better friend, keeps her active, and most importantly, kept her feeling like a part of OPRF, even though she couldn't go to school. Closing the pool would be a huge disservice to the OPRF and our students. Eric Simon. Thank you to the board for their time and efforts during this unprecedented pandemic. Never before in our lifetimes have we faced a situation like this. It's been heartbreaking watching our kids in this confinement situation struggle with their home schoolwork and lives as everything that makes childhood great is on pause, a long pause. Time that can't ever be recovered. The downside of remote education is well documented and growing, but I wanted to send a quick comment on what I consider the most valuable part of schooling, the social interactions, managing friendships, learning how to communicate and solve problems. This is what happens in the hallways, lunchrooms, and on the field and court with athletics and activities. These are the life lessons and skills that hold even more weight in the real world. My plea to the board would be to make up the budget shortfall, so you don't have to make tough decisions and take away more from our children who've already lost so much. If you do choose to seek a flat tax levy, leaving a budget shortfall, please don't come after the easy button, which is sports. Our children have already lost a season. It is so important to their mental and physical health. And there are so many lessons in high school athletics they need to learn. They have had so much taken away. Do not take this away from them. Karen Simon, I'm writing to urge you to reconsider the flat tax levy that you settled on last month. I'm so grateful for the school board who took the time to consider the financial burden that the pandemic has placed on local businesses and families. However, I feel that a flat tax levy would be a mistake for this district, not only financially, ultimately requiring an even greater tax burden for struggling families down the road, but for the well-being of our kids. The COVID-19 pandemic has been devastating on so many levels, so much disappointment, so much loss. Each morning I wake up to a new story about the impact that it is having on children, from the loss of academic ground during remote learning to increased anxiety, depression, and suicidality caused from social isolation, fear, and uncertainty. What helps? The availability of teachers, counselors, and social workers with reasonable sizes, class sizes, and caseloads who can be there for support, hope, and anticipation. Thoughts of returning to the huge, crazy building that they love with crowded halls and lunchrooms and activities. Oak Park River Forest High School prides itself on being a place where a kid can find exactly the club sport activity that they need to thrive. A $1.7 million budget shortfall necessitates a reduction in everything I just mentioned. It means a reduction in staff, which will have implications for the number of people who can look out for a child that may be about to fall through the cracks. It means closing facilities that kids depend on for before and after school programs and physical activity. And it means the termination of clubs, sports, and activities that are the very reason that some of our students wake up every day and eagerly head to campus. I have one of those students. There are kids who light up when they ace a test. There are kids who light up when they land the lead role in a play or musical or nail a new piece in spoken word. There are kids who want nothing more than to play their instruments in the band and orchestra or write for the paper or create art or problem solve with their peers to help others in need. And there are kids like mine who light up in the field, helping her team and her school to a win. Now is not the time to cut very things that these kids hope and motivation for the future a return to normal school as they left in March. If you cannot or will not reconsider your decision, please do not cut the sports services, clubs, and activities that our kids now need more than ever to preserve their mental health, physical well-being, and social connectedness. They've lost enough.
Laura, I'll take the name.
Thank you.
Laura Huston. The impact of OPRF girls and boys swim teams have on countless numbers of OPR students cannot be emphasized enough. This no-cut program is extraordinary in its development of not only great swimmers who have gone on to compete at Division I universities across the country, but in its development of great people and citizens. In a massive high school, these programs gives girls and boys a chance to belong to a community and to work on themselves, learning how to take care of their bodies and their minds, key life skills. One 2020 OPR grad, an island immigrant whose parents lived out of the US and whose older brother worked 2 jobs to support the 2 of them, loved being on the team. In a world of struggles all around him, this team and these practices were a respite from all of it. A time to connect with other boys and to improve his swimming. Through this team, he learned of other opportunities for his life beyond his own family's path. This team showed him another path and another way. Please continue to give the girls and boys at Oak Park and River Forest the chance to envision greatness in themselves, to give them a sense of community, and to not eliminate the girls and boys swim teams, critical cornerstones of this large school community. James Kebinger. Time short of funding call for hard choices. I am in favor of cuts to athletic programs, including and especially the pool. The high school is overfunded at the best times relative to our early education system. Frills like pools that benefit only a few at tremendous cost per person can go when facing hard funding choices. There are lots of other places to learn to swim in the community. Let's put our limited dollars where they can benefit far more people. Rebecca Malley. Pool closing would take 3 sports away from our boys and girls: water polo, swimming and diving, and synchronized swimming. Park District swimming lessons for the community during the winter, leaving expensive lessons the only option for much of the year. We lose swimming lessons at OPRF for every student regardless of socioeconomic factors. And YMCA swim lesson practices the only team that provides support for low-income families. In addition, the loss allows OPRF to fall behind comparable high schools in terms of facilities and resources. Claudia Rustat. I'm writing to ask the board to reconsider the pool closure and any cuts to special education programming. My family joined the other comments regarding the critical benefits of the pool swimming, as it is not only great exercise, but allows participation in both individual and team events, allowing for a wider range of participation than some other sports. As for special education programming, those opportunities are already limited in the general public, and it is very difficult, if not impossible, and also costly to replace outside the school setting. Special education programming is critical to an inclusive school environment. Thanks for your consideration. The next one doesn't have a name, but it says regarding cuts to school program sports based on a phony budget deficit. This is ridiculous. What happened to the millions of dollars in surplus that OPRF had just 2 years ago? The school board needs to go back to the basics of what school provides students and stop worrying about going above and beyond or making everyone feel inclusive and heard. Kids figure it out and don't need hand-holding by school leadership or approved walkouts to voice their opinion. What a joke. The fact that you are considering cutting sports, closing pools, and taking away activities that foster collaboration and teamwork is pathetic. These are the activities that build character, leadership, and collaboration. I'm glad my last child is a senior at OPRF and done with it. Can't get out soon enough. The leadership has taken a high school that was a decade ago held at high regard and has made it subpar on so many levels. Good luck in attracting top academic talent to teach at OPRF. I wouldn't recommend the current school to anyone now, and I used to stand up for it.
And Joylyn, that was from Deborah Carlson.
Okay. The next one says Deborah Carlson.
Oh, well, okay.
Deborah Carlson.
Maybe it's
I think
twice.
that was a continuation of Claudia Rustad's comment.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah Carlson. Dear school board, I'm a proud parent of two OPRF high school students. One is senior and the other a freshman, and both are swimmers. The senior is hoping to salvage some sort of final season this year, and the freshman has been looking forward to finally being on the team. Our kids, all kids, need extracurriculars and sports for social, emotional, mental, as well as physical well-being. This is so abundantly clear now more than ever. I am also an elementary teacher, and my students, as well as my sons, are hitting a real low point with significantly decreased motivation. They are missing their friends, and now their activities have all recently been canceled or put on hold. My students, my sons, and their friends have all echoed that the fun part of school does not exist like this year. This will become a permanent sentiment if a decision is made to implement the suggested cuts. The board needs to make the responsible decision and look to cut elsewhere, or better yet, approve the CPI increase. I would greatly pay an additional $80 per year to keep all the opportunities a great school like OPRS has to offer its diverse student body. Alyssa Ryan. Please do not kick everyone while they're already down. Kids need more than just academics to be successful. Thank you. Michelle Healy. Hello, as a parent of a 10th grader at OPRF, I believe the board needs to approve the CPI increase of 2.3%. My son swims on the OPRF team, and the cuts might close the pool and shut down sports, which I do not want to happen. I strongly support these programs and believe they are vital to the success of our school and our school community. Danielle Valerie. Hello, I am a proud alum, 1993, and the parent of a current freshman. The swimming trials being put on pause because of COVID, while the other area high schools were able to complete tryouts and let students know if they had made the team or not, has been stressful enough. But to now hear that the swim program may be eliminated and the pools closed have created a panic in our household. My freshman is a straight A student, member of the jazz club and marching band, and first and most importantly, a swimmer. Please reconsider taking away this vital athletic program. To say eliminating swimming would be a disappointment is a gross understatement. I believe the end of our swimming program will be the end of our school's reputation. If this happens, our family would have no choice but to send our students to a different school. I can't help but think that I would not be alone in that decision, and that current and future swim families would feel the same. I hope you will do whatever it takes to retain this vital part of our school that I so desperately want to remain proud of and continue to support. Those things that are best include swim team. Thank you for your consideration. Pete Prokopaskis, I understand that the board was considering keeping its tax levy flat for next year, but is now considering raising it to 2.3. I'm strongly in favor of zero increase during this period where many of us, myself included, have lost our jobs. Many others have reduced hours. Now would be a great time to actually reduce the levy. Please at least hold it flat for 2021. Reverend Eric Warringer. Dear OPRF Board, I write as an Oak Park homeowner and parent, as well as the pastor of a historically Black Lutheran church in the former Cabrini Green public housing projects in Chicago. I'm also a member of the Chicago chapter of the Democratic Socialist of America. Recent estimates have placed approximately 40% of Americans into 30 days of eviction or foreclosures due to COVID-19 pandemic. Our economy is weakened and likely faces a prolonged recovery with expiring supports from absent federal government. In Oak Park, property taxes are a recessive tax that impacts low and middle income homeowners and renters most decisively, those who are most vulnerable during this time. While cuts and postponements of services at the high school are painful, taking the full levy will mean continuing losses of diversity and equity in Oak Park as home ownership ossifies in the upper middle class and upper classes, who are often white, and more OPers are forced to leave or rent to bear the cost of increasing taxes. While our families, physician, and pastor can afford these increases, many of our neighbors cannot. I encourage you to consider how the OPRF will share the burden and pain many of our neighbors are facing in this time. In order to protect our school district, we must make difficult decisions now that will ensure the availability of our village to those who aspire to live here and those who already live here and will be able to face difficult choices with another tax increase in the face of the pandemic economy. Please ensure that property taxes will not inflict more pain on an already vulnerable part of our community. Lisa Reed. Dear D200 board, thank you for showing fiscal restraint and not raising the property taxes to the allowable CPI. I saw a presentation that shows the potential cuts. Why would we need to cut since you are maintaining and not decreasing the budget? What areas are going up? Since none of these activities except for novels are happening each year, does this mean we have a surplus this year? Thank you for showing fiscal restraint. Megan Malagoli Patterson. I am a 1995 OPRF graduate and aunt of swimmers from the classes of 2019 and 2020. I am also a swim parent. While my freshman swimmer is currently attending a different school after a move to River Forest fell through, it has never been off the table until now. As a Husky myself, I wanted him to be able to swim and attend classes with his current club teammates, to experience all the things that still drive my love of being a Husky alum. Those things that are best in OPRF are the reasons people flock to our community year after year. Elementary schools that feed into high schools with top-notch education and sped curriculum, a diverse community, and a stellar sports program. A sports program that includes a decorated swimming, diving, and water polo program. A program with coaches and students who have excelled year after year. Learning the proposed budget cuts to the Husky Swim program, extracurricular clubs, and key special education programs struck a nerve. What I remember most about my time at OPRF was the sense of belonging and pride that came along with putting on my soccer uniform, stepping onto the stage during the production, planning how we would support the community in Tau Gamma, meetings every Friday morning, or simply cheering on my friends at the game, and more importantly, swim meets or water polo match. Sports and extracurricular activities look entirely different this year, but we are finding a way to make the upside down as normal as possible, to level the ground for our kids and steady them through this uncharted territory for all of us has been enough of a challenge. Now at the start of the season, kids whom I've known for more than a decade and watched excel at the sports level within a team, millennium are facing yet another loss. The loss of the thing they love most, a sport they train hard for 12 months of the year, and when the world suddenly shut down with no outlet to fuel their passion. Swimming doesn't come with a bat, a ball, or a pair of cleats. You can't dance or pass or kick your way to a fast 50 or record-breaking 100 fly. Swimming requires the same dedication and one thing that our kids live for, the water. Swimming has been noted to be the least risky sport in the COVID environment. The moment our kids located a pool, our swim club was back in the water, and it didn't matter that some of us had to create a bubble and drive hours back and forth to get these kids ready for their high school season, whatever it would look like. We have been safely back in the pool since late June without issue. While outbreaks and scares span across all areas of schools from baseball to soccer, aquatics has found a way. of keeping to move forward safely. This is from the same
Yeah.
parent.
Yes.
Yeah.
It-
Stacia Thompson,
Okay.
18,000 per year property taxes, no kids in school, and has one OPR graduate. Hello, please maintain the zero raise in Oak Park property taxes and do not pass the business office addition of property tax raise. Property owners in Oak Park are already overtaxed in comparison with even higher North Shore suburbs with schools that are have higher academic performance scores. At 23,264 spent per student at an unheard of rate of 14 students to 1 teacher ratio, and with only 3,399 students, Oak Park spends more per student than all other Illinois high schools. The OPRF ranks 29th in the 700 Illinois high schools, despite the resources dedicated to students is appalling. There are too many administrative staff paid high salaries who are simply not producing. African American students still have an increasing performance gap compared to their peers, despite the many programs, administrations, and other resources devoted to this. Less than 20% of the student body. In any other model, these programs would be eliminated or revised, and in all cases, the current staff fired for consistently not meeting goals. The lopsided and all-consuming focus on race, specifically Blacks, actually increases tension, incidents, and poor performance by this overserved population. To hold all students accountable equally with the same school resources available is also reinforces accountability. Deeper cuts need to be made to the already overinflated budgets and superfluous programs, parties, outings, administrators, teachers, overtime, etc. More money is not solving anything. Property taxes must go down for the betterment of not only the high school, but importantly, all of Oak Park. Homeowners are increasingly opting out of OPRF and enrolling their children in Fenwick, St. Ignatius, and other high-performing academic-driven private schools. The answer for the trend is not lack of resources. It is the poor performance record of the school, despite an embarrassing amount of resources. Thank you.
Should I jump in, Geraldine?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Sue Riba Tyrone. Good morning. It has been brought to the community's attention that due to budget cuts, the recommendation to save money is to close the pools at the high school. This is very concerning and should not be a part of the overall budget cuts. The pools are a large part of the high school community, including boys and girls junior varsity and varsity swim teams, diving team, water polo team, and synchronized swimming team, not to mention that every student who attends the high school has to pass a swim class, which is a necessary life skill. The ability to teach children how to swim alone should be their sole reason to keep the pools open and activated. Families came from all over Chicagoland and moved to Oak Park specifically for the schools and for what the schools have to offer, not only academically, but also for the extracurricular activities, including sports. To close the pools and to remove any additional sports for budget purposes only hurts the school, the students, and the community in which we live and call home. My son is currently a senior and has been a swimmer his entire life. He has utilized the high school pool first with top swim team out of the YMCA and most recently as a member of the Huskies swim team over the past 3 years, now going into his 4th season. The lessons he has learned as a Husky swim team member has been key to his development, both emotionally, socially, and physically. These are valuable skills and cannot be taught in the classroom. Besides the sense of commitment he has gained over the past 4 years with his teammates and coach, he also has had to wake up every day during his season and face the cold Chicago winter weather to make it to 6 a.m. practices and then swim again after school in the afternoon. This has taught him the meaning of hard work and being a part of something larger than himself, a team practicing and working towards the same goal, all while maintaining a 3.5 GPA. The drive, teamwork, and overall dedication is something he will carry with him throughout his life. This is all because OPRF has maintained their pools and has a competitive swim team. Last year, the boys team placed 4th in state. I would say that the sense of brotherhood and commitment to his sport is felt by all of the swim team members and would be devastating if the pools were closed and the children were not able to continue with their sport. Besides this, drowning ranks 5th among the leading causes of unintentional injury deaths in the United States. More than 3,700 people drowned in Illinois alone in 2017. I believe as educators, leaders, and parents in our community, it is our duty to continue to teach swimming in our high school to our students and neighbors who do not have this skill. Therefore, it is our responsibility to keep the pools open and do everything we can to continue to promote this life skill. Thank you for listening, as it may seem like just a line item on a budget to be cut, but remember our pool is much more than that at OPRF. It's a community, and without it, life lessons, as mentioned above, will not be taught or experiences, including the life skill of swimming. Thank you. My name is Georgia Saganos. As a teacher and someone looking to potentially move to OPRF district as a parent, I have deep concerns over the proposed cuts to several programs that the high school is considering with respect to the special education and swimming diving programs. To take these measures would severely impact several current and incoming students to OPRF, a district that is known for its excellence in both of these programs. My students who would eventually be students at OPRF would lose these enrichment opportunities. Such a decision could potentially motivate families to leave the district and/or pursue alternative education for their child. This would result in an even further financial loss to both parties, and that is unacceptable. Dave and Deborah Lane. I was made aware that there is a chance that OPRF might close the pools due to budget issues. My daughter is on varsity swim team. The bonds that are made during the season between all of the girls in all the grades gives her confidence and leadership skills she can't get anywhere else. The friendships made ensures she has a group where she always feels included. The social advantage is crucial in these challenging and formative years. Swim team also teaches her important time management skills to balance workouts without getting her homework done and keeping her grades high. The fact that OPRF is the only school that has not updated the pool facility in the area is let alone an embarrassment. And now there is a threat to close it completely. It would be a huge mistake to remove the swim team as an extracurricular activity. Spiros Borgikos, D200 administration and BOE, thank you for your time. I am compelled to write to you for multiple reasons today. First, as an immigrant, I have had several interactions with fellow American citizens who have accused me of being a terrorist based on my accent. So I was stunned to read Board Member Barron's awful opinion piece in the Wednesday Journal and hope you denounce his thinly veiled hate speech towards one of our community members and fellow immigrants. I find it amazing that during an academic and fiscal crisis at the school and just 1 month after attending the board retreat on racial equity, Mr. Barron found time to defend white supremacy while concomitantly threatening a refugee with his xenophobia. I also read the article about the executive director of racial equity who wants to circumvent the public procurement process to sole source a contractor to perform his job. $45,000 for a consultant to tell the executive director of racial equity that there is a racial equity problem, which is the entire reason his position was created, is absurd, made only more incredulous by the apparent violation of the RFP requirement. Couldn't these funds be better spent on student activities that address racial equity? Most troubling is that this consultant's fee is contemplated concurrent to proposed cuts to special education activities, sports clubs, and the elimination of the swimming pools at the school to fill a $1.7 million operating budget gap, less than 6 months after approving a $30 million cafeteria renovation that is now swelled to a $40 million boondoggle. I noticed that life-saving swim lessons in PE and aquatic varsity sports are the target of cuts, but the football program is not, even though that violent sport serves only males and has been scientifically proven to cause brain damage, CTE. Eliminating 5 nonviolent aquatic sports, 3 of which are girls' sports, does not seem to be in compliance with Title IX. But adherence to data and compliance with rules do not appear to be in your goals for this year, as last month you voted unanimously to water down the science curriculum, while our country is in the midst of an anti-science revival during a pandemic. All of these decisions leave me stunned. Many of our students are in academic, financial, social, and emotional crisis, and your solution is to take away the very things that bring them joy, health, life-saving skills, jobs, and connections to the community. I feel this administration and school board have truly lost their way and completely abandoned the students they are meant to serve. Tagarista. I could not be more disappointed. Please cut administrative costs, not student services, life-saving swim lessons, nonviolent gender equity sports, and special needs activities. Ross Lasuzo. Good evening. Tonight, we hear a presentation in response to our board's request to find $1.7 million of savings in order to not raise taxes on our community. On slide 9 of this presentation, our administration has come back to our community with the following recommendations: reduce special education programs, reduce the number of clubs, reduce the number of sports, eliminate the summer sports camps, close the pools, switch to online novels and textbooks. Every single one of the bullet points on page 9 impacts students. Not one single bullet point suggests an analysis of our current cost structure. There is not enough analysis of all school expenditures in the presentation for our board to make an informed decision. My guess is that this presentation will unnecessarily stir up angst in our community, add to toxic social media posts, as we clearly should not cut these programs. The community uproar could then provide some cover to our board members to then change their vote and recommend voting for a tax increase. We should not let this happen. Instead, such a presentation should spell out very clearly the district spending we are doing now compared to like-sized schools with similar resources on a per pupil basis. Such an analysis should happen before even asking for any student-focused cuts. As a reminder, our school highlights that students perform better and live healthier lives by participating in sports, clubs, and activities. These involve students of all backgrounds, do some of the best community work, and are engaged and thoughtful community members. Yet while our students have been out of the school since March in the middle of a pandemic and receiving more F grades versus the last 2 previous years, student activities that could help our kids are the ones being cut. We shied away from in-school learning during first semester due to COVID by not even giving families a choice. Again, it appears we are shying away from doing a meaningful analysis on the true cost structure of our school. As an additional reminder, we just spent approximately $40 million on Imagine Project One. Project One was at least $4.2 million over budget, and we are learning tonight it will cost $300,000 a year to staff the new resource center. Our community is already overtaxed, and we have plenty of resources, yet we have a subpar field house, subpar tennis courts that are currently being used as a parking lot, pool facilities that are embarrassing, and an insect problem. However, when we need to find $1.7 million, our administration is quick to propose more cuts to these student activities. Really? Sure, the tax increase per household may be small, but the presentation offered tonight is incomplete and does not enable our board to make an informed and lasting decision. The recommendations tonight shifts the burden to our kids without looking at our elevated cost structure and is clearly not student focused. Ann Ferraro, thank you for time this evening. We are the parents of 2 children at OPRF. Our daughter is involved in lacrosse and field hockey, and our son is involved with golf and baseball programs. These sports have meant so much to them and can't imagine not having them available. What upsets us most is that here we sit in a pandemic. Our kids can't even attend school, much less any other social event. We are all so concerned about their mental health, and yet we hear of these possible cuts during this time. This is one of the main things our kids look forward to be a part of something they work so hard for. The things that currently make them happy are going to possibly be taken away from them. This fact alone is not fostering anything positive in regard to the students' mental health. Children involved in sporting extracurriculars look forward to practice, their coach, their team. Our children have created so many strong friendships from these activities, and being a part of these teams has created more of a community from them within OPRF. Some of their best memories of high school have come from their involvement in extracurricular activities. With all that is going on in the world, we are now going to take that away from our students. We also must look at the fact that being involved in sports, extracurricular activities has a huge role in doing well in other aspects of life and academics. We fully understand living within a budget and adhering to that budget. However, we do know that we would never cut sports, extracurricular activities that have such a positive impact on our youth. We are asking that you do not make any cuts to the extracurricular activities that our students enjoy and thrive because of. Thank you for your time. David and Megan Buttman. We submit the following comments urging the board to reconsider and reverse its decision to not take a CPI increase. We are all suffering through unprecedented and trying times, and it goes without saying that the pandemic has strained every facet of our lives. Our daughter is a sophomore at OPRF, and our son recently graduated from OPRF. The strain on students, Oak Park's and River Forest's kids, and on teachers and staff has been devastating. The pandemic has revealed just how critically important sports and extracurricular activities are to the social, emotional, physical, and educational well-being of our students. Strangling the finances of OPRF and reducing what we all now see are vitally important programs is not the answer. And doing so in order to give Oak Park and River Forest households an estimated monthly savings of $6.67 clearly is not the answer, especially when the anticipated cuts, significant to OPRF and students, will have long-lasting and ballooning consequences based on the data presented. Some of the anticipated cuts also may be irreversible, whether they are intended to be or not. Once shuttered, it may be too costly or infeasible to reopen the pools. This board's lone decision to not take a CPI increase and force the pools to close jeopardizes the existence of four no-cut pro sports, a training and conditioning facility used by other sports, and a facility used by the entire student body and Greater Oak Park and River Forest community. Indeed, water sports are one of the few lower risk sports that a number of students were able to participate in earlier this year. The pool and OPRF aquatics have been critically important to our own kids' social, emotional, physical, and educational well-being, as they have been for countless Oak Park and River Forest kids in the past. The pool and OPRF aquatics will benefit countless more Oak Parkers and River Foresters, but only if the pools remain open. We strongly urge the school board to reconsider and reverse its decision to not take CPI. Thank you. Catherine Christmas. I am OPRF class of '88. I have one child who graduated from OPRF last spring and one who is a sophomore. I was so upset to learn that the board is considering closing the pools again. The Imagine Group concluded that OPRF aquatics programs, including PE, swimming, multiple teams, and community swim programs, contribute greatly to our school and our villages. Now, my understanding is that you are considering dropping all of these positive programs in order to save $100,000 a year in maintenance costs. Let's review the monetary values this decision suggests our school places on the following. The value of a life-saving skill. A typical OPRF graduating class is about 850 students. Approximately a quarter of the kids in each class, more than 200 OPRF grads per year, cannot swim a single pool length. The majority of non-swimmers in the US are minorities, and this dangerous inequity is usually passed down through generations. This summer alone, Lake Michigan saw more than 50 drownings. If kids don't learn to swim by the time they finish high school, it's highly unlikely that they'll ever learn. Closing the pools to save $100,000 annually suggests our school and community do not think it's worth a mere $500, $100,000 divided by 210 kids to protect a non-swimming husky for life and increase the odds that he or she will go on to teach their own kids how to swim. The value of a team and a student athlete. Between JV and varsity of multiple aquatic sports for both boys and girls, you will be shutting down more than a dozen teams if you close the pools. That suggests not even placing a value of a couple $100 per athlete per season. For a school that values sports participation so completely that it competes in sports known to put kids' health and safety at risk, how is it possible that it places so little value on aquatics athletes? How is it that OPRF would jump right to cutting a dozen aquatic teams without extensive public debate on the relative cost of these teams versus other sports teams or other non-academic programs? What is the cost of insurance for other sports programs? What kind of lawsuits are we willing to risk for sports? What are the personnel costs per athlete for each sport at the school? I would personally hate to cut any sport, but the fact is you are considering cutting all these aquatic teams simply because you've chosen to categorize them as a maintenance cost. Yet there are costs beyond maintenance that need to be considered. These two cost value assessments, the value OPRF places on teaching a life-saving skill and the value OPRF places on its aquatics student athletes, are even more dismal when you consider that both PE and teams will be dropped if you close the pools. The pools aren't a maintenance cost unless life safety and student athletes are a maintenance cost. I'm confident that if it comes down to the trade-offs above, we can find a better way to cut $100,000 than to hurt so many kids now and into the future. Many in the community fought to keep the dilapidated parking lot despite the ongoing maintenance costs associated with it. Ultimately, that parking lot was prioritized over a new pool. Seeing as it will be underutilized for at least a year and a half due to school closures, perhaps that's an area where we can cut some maintenance costs as our community recovers economically from the pandemic. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next one, Stacy Sword. It is with concern that I write this after reading the potential to cut sports programs in order to make up for shortfalls next year. I'm an Oak Park resident of 21 years and have 3 athletic boys. Unfortunately, over much of this time, there is a lot of angst and argument over aquatic sports in general. My older boys, a freshman and a senior, have been competitive swimmers and water polo players their whole lives, partaking in the facilities of OPRF a majority of that time in club swimming in high school. To say that swimming has been the lifeblood and lifeline of a lot of their lives wouldn't be an understatement. Particularly in this pandemic, I do believe athletics is the key to mental health and involvement in many teens and community members' lives. Swimming for us at OPRF, with the fantastic and dedicated coaches and mentors that the programs have provided us over the years, have been instrumental in shaping the values of my boys' lives. To cut aquatics, or any sports for that matter at the high school, would negatively impact kids and community members' lives in many significant ways. There has got to be another way than defaulting to what seems like a fallback plan of the high school for many years to get rid of the pools. We are excitedly looking forward to the growth plans in the athletic area, and specifically the new aquatic facilities that were painstakingly crafted over the last 5 years. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this matter and for your work on behalf of the school community. If I could tag team here.
Kelly Doyle, I appreciate you taking the time to read this. It is very disheartening to hear that in order to make the budget work, you would consider cutting student activities and closing the pools. As you probably know, student activities provide students on an outlet which fosters positive relationships, a sense of belonging, learning, and joy. During this pandemic, the importance of having extra activities has been spotlighted as something students have been missing most. Although many students are participating in a few activities that are currently being offered, many students are looking forward to the return of all activities. Many students are hanging on and being resilient in hopes they will be able to return to those activities soon. I urge you to find a way to keep student activities because the students deserve them. Additionally, I would like to touch on the school pool closures. Aside from the fact that many school groups, swim team, water polo, synchronized swimming, cross-country, track, and that the community also benefits from the pools, so do all of our students. Freshman and sophomore physical education students use the pools as a teaching space. Juniors and seniors enrolled in adventure education use the pool as a teaching space. And students in adaptive physical education use the pool as a teaching space. Some may wonder why the physical education department is so passionate about having the pools as a teaching place. I will explain. Have you ever been on a walk next to a river with someone who doesn't know how to swim and is fearful to be next to it because they wouldn't be able to save themselves and fell off into the 3 feet of water? Have you ever had the opportunity to see a high school student enter the swim unit not wanting to get in the water because they are scared and never had the opportunity to learn before? If not, here is what happens. They hold onto the side of the pool, not willing to let their feet leave the bottom and cling to whatever they can to keep their head above the water, even though just standing their heads are above the water in the shallow edge. After weeks of learning, practice, and support by not only the teacher, but other classmates who engage in their learning process, that student that once clung to the side of the pool is now comfortable in the water and may even actually enjoy getting in because they now have swim skills. In my experience, I've had several of those students that are not only comfortable in the shallow end, but can even jump into the deep end, be fully submerged, and use the skills they learned to get to the surface and to the edge safely, all by themselves. Fast forward a couple of years when the class and a student from your freshman PE class wants your help to get ready to test for the lifeguard test to be a lifeguard at the local pool in the summer. Wow. Now, that is what the teaching space is all about. Students and teachers working together to teach life skills and students feeling empowered to try something.
That's time.
Okay. Jennifer Hotman. Dear District 200 board members, I strongly urge you to consider budget reductions that do not eliminate sports, clubs, and activities or close the school. As a parent of a sophomore student athlete, I was disheartened to read of the potential eliminations as my son's strongest connection to school has been involved in the cross-country swimming. The positive coaching and peer connections have kept him. I'm sorry, I lost my, I don't know what happened here.
It's almost like it skipped a page or something.
It looks like it deleted something. I don't know what happened. I don't even know.
Gail, was this one that was sent to the board as well?
Gail, I'm sorry. I changed the font size. I forgot that everyone else was in the same document.
No, I'm going to go back to that where.
Let me put it back to the same font size. We were on page 36. I'm sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, thank you. And it was Jennifer Hopman's that we were reading. You're midway through Jennifer Hopman's.
Yeah, so I'm putting the font size back. And we should be on page sorry, okay, so,
On Page 37 with Jennifer Hoffman.
yeah, sorry about that.
You see it, Gail?
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
I just don't know where I was with that. So I'm just going to start with this paragraph. In regards to the pool, is the only one of 4 indoor pool facilities in Oak Park. Pre-pandemic, it was being used not only by OPRF students, but the community. This included the West Cook YMCA swim team, as well as the Park District of Oak Park. These community partners would displaced, as would be the boys swim team, girls swim team, boys water polo, girls water polo, and synchronized swimming. Additionally, the swimming unit for PE classes would be eliminated. Obtaining access to a pool is costly and not always possible. I believe swimming is an important life and safety skill to which everyone should have access. This year has been hard. I sincerely and strongly urge you to pursue budget reductions that are not so negatively impacted to students, so we can keep those things that are best. Kevin Campbell. First, I would like to start off. I am very happy and proud to be working with OPRFHS. So proud that I make the 80+ mile trip round trip each day to come to work. I'm a physical education teacher here that averages 8 to 9 swim classes a year. So I see about 50+ students a semester that are either scared to get in the water or have zero idea how to swim. At the end of our unit, I see 50+ students that are confident in themselves to be in the water. These are my classes. These are not the classes of other teachers. So multiply that by 8 or 9. These pools do not only serve an athletic purpose, they are always allowing us to teach students how to swim, how to help in emergency situations, and how to exercise properly in aquatics. You are also talking about cutting sports camps, department funding such as special education, and shutting down facilities, all which are serving one common interest, our students, who not only take advantage of these opportunities to better themselves academically, but in some cases physically. Your possible plan talks about staff cuts, yet this will also only hurt our students. There will be less staff for students to utilize. What are you accomplishing there? At the end of the day, all of these possibilities I have talked about will only hurt our student body. Christina Lorenzo. Thank you to the board for asking the administration to do their best with the $300,000 budget increase rather than the standard 2.3 increase property tax increase. So many OPRF students and families are hurting this year and can use all the relief they can get. Please use the reserves if needed to avoid cuts to student services and extracurriculars. The reserves exist for a rainy day and it appears to be pouring outside. Thank you for your service to the community. Kim Hoy, to OPRF Board of Education. I understand and respect the role of the board is to make tough decisions, and you had your fair share of those over the last years. While I personally support option 1 regarding the tax levy, should you decide to keep option 3 and require the administration to cut $1.7 million in costs, my request is that you take the pool closures off the table for consideration. I know you understand the benefits of keeping the OPRF pools in use. All student swim instruction, number of kids in swim, plus dive, plus water polo teams, community use, etc. And I'm sure you know all the history of the quest for investment in new pools. I hope you agree that closing the pools now for $100,000 annual maintenance benefit to balance the budget would cause so much unnecessary turmoil in the community and bring this issue back to the forefront of discussions rather than leaving pool replacements embedded in the future phase of long-term capital improvement plan. Thank you for your consideration. Pete and Michael and Michelle Batra. We are writing today in the hopes of our family's voice can be heard about how unfortunate we feel the closing of the OPRF pools would be. First and foremost, it is used as an opportunity to teach water safety during PE, which is a critical skill that could save lives. Our daughter, a current sophomore, is a member of the swim team and it has brought her much joy. The swimming Program is excellent and wonderful ways for students to feel connected to their schools, as well as form lasting friendships. I feel extracurriculars, not just swimming, provides these kids with a sense of community, a strong work ethic, and swim pride and school pride. Haven't these kids lost enough already? Please don't take any more away from them. I appreciate your time. Mark Harmon, dear BOR, Board of Education. I am writing about the topic of tax levies versus budget cuts for the next academic year. I think we all agree that the primary stakeholder in any public school is the student body. Without students, there is no school district. It is a District 200 board duty to make sure, above all else, we are doing everything we can for our students. At some time during 2021, when the students come back into the building in some form, are we going to tell them that we are cutting extracurricular teams and clubs? No more fields trips? Sorry, special education, we need to cut your budget a little. Sorry, students, we know all of you haven't been in the building amongst your friends, mentors, and peers for almost 2 years, but we need to take away the things that connect you to this building and this institution. The activities that help you build relationships and anchor your success here. These are the very things we know make students connect quickly and deeply in a 4,000 person building that can otherwise be overwhelming for 13 to 18-year-olds. Do we really think taking these things away from our students is a plan that embodies those things that are best? Further, after the multi-million-dollar Imagine project, are we going to cut community rental via reducing overtime for building maintenance? In the short term, there may not be demand for facility rental in the community, but that is expected to change in late 21-22 when these cuts are in place. After your decision to continue construction in the face of the pandemic, you cannot think these types of cuts make any sense. We can and have to do better. Increase the tax levy, work diligently on gradually changing the cost structure of running the institution by reducing the budgets of our two biggest cost centers. Continue to improve the infrastructure, using the excess reserves prudently while taking advantage of some of the generous resources available in our community. If you concentrate that on in the future, you will be able to remove tax levies for several decades without negatively affecting our students. Thank you for your service. Be safe. Next.
Kristen and Kevin Fricker. By way of background, my wife and I are 25-plus-year residents of Oak Park, and we have a junior and sophomore at OPRF, both of whom are OPRF swimmers and water polo players. As outlined in the 2011 decision impact presentation circulated to families in the community by Athletic Director John Stelzer and his staff, the OPRF administration has requested that OPRF school board was requested by the OPRF school board to present a list of 1.7 million in potential cost reductions. On the surface, this seems like a reasonable and appropriate request of the administration by the board, given the anticipated revenue shortfall. In reading AD Stelzer's preface email, however, which provided context for the presentation, I would first like to point out and dispute his assessment and rationale for the proposed cost reductions at the high school. In his email, AD Stelzer indicated that the school administration, and in particular business office, will present to the board on Thursday night what those budget cuts should look like, and they would affect programs, staffing, and facilities, closing the pools, as well as possibly cutting sports. I have attached the presentation here for your review. Please be reminded that this presentation is being provided to the board in an effort to have them reverse their earlier decision. The business office does not want to make these cuts. From my reading of the levy decision presentation, the board has made a reasonable request to the administration to provide options of where savings and programs could be made at the high school. So while I'm sure the business office doesn't want to make any cuts, the board is not directing where these reductions would need to come from. The business office is. The board is simply requesting that the business office do their diligence and provide potential scenarios to account for the budget shortfall, which again seems reasonable. With that in mind, I find serious fault in the business office assessment, slides 9 through 11, outlining possible reduction ideas and cost savings. without the benefit of understanding the research that may or may not have been done by the business office to come up with these ideas and associated cost savings. The proposed ideas and cost savings summarized in this presentation do not seem well researched or creative. It basically appears as though they took the easy cost to obtain and quantify, and then tried to scare OPRF families into attempting to blame the board as the reason for the reduction if they were to be carried out. It is not us, it's them. It's a them approach, which is inappropriate. For example, the business office is proposing potential cuts to clubs and sports offered. Reasonable, so let's see an itemized list of all sports and clubs. The cost to
Chair Lund, that's time.
okay. The next one is for from Ann Harmon, OPRF class of 1991, parent of a sophomore, 8th grader, and twin 6th graders. Dear D200 board members, I am writing as a parent of an OPRFH sophomore, 8th grader, twin 6th graders, and a proud alumni of OPRF class of 1991. We all agree the students come first. Please do not close the pools, reduce any sports teams or clubs, reduce special education program spending, or eliminate summer sports camps. My family was very disappointed. It's an understatement when we heard the ideas could be considered. This is not the time to take away from students. All students need sports clubs, field trips, and camps more than ever. Our son is on the OPRF HS swim team and water polo until shut down. He feels more connected to the school and has made many new friendships being a part of such a vibrant team. All of the coaches are so dedicated to teaching young women and men these 5 core values: leadership, integrity, respect, responsibility, and sportsmanship. It would be a major loss to OPRF HS students, teams, and community if D200 shut down pools and made the recommended reductions. Going back to my years at OPRF HS, I took swimming and physical education classes. I was one of the 4 siblings to go through OPRF HS. Our family didn't belong to the country club or private pool or take swimming lessons. These pools helped me and my siblings learn to swim and be more comfortable in the water. Physical education swim classes are an essential life-saving skill beneficial to all OPR FHS students. These programs and pools are vital to the success of our student school community. Please do not shut them down. Thank you for your time and commitment to D200 as a D200 board member. The next one is Teresa Boland. As a current and future parent of an OPRF student, I am highly opposed to shutting down the pools and the swim programs. I don't see how we could go from a discussion a few years ago of spending millions in dollars to completely overhaul the pools to being in a position today of suggesting we shut them down completely. I think swimming is a really important sport for the school to offer, along with providing the opportunity for students to take swim programs during PE class. I am highly opposed to taking the pools away from OPRF swimmers. Jack Henry. My daughter is a senior and my son is a sophomore at OPRF. Both have had a great educational, social, and athletic experience thus far. I am particularly distressed to hear that the pool could close due to these budget cuts. My son is on the swim team and will be on the water polo team when that resumes. He needs to swim. When he is not able to swim at the high school, he has been able to find lanes at local pools and swim laps. This is helpful to his overall physical and, more importantly, mental health. The team aspect of OPRF swimming, however, can't be replicated by individual swimming. He is so looking forward to working with his team and competing. It really is vital to his overall health, happiness, and health. I know these decisions are difficult. I just want to advocate for my son and all the swimmers at OPRF and all students who get a chance to swim there. I can't imagine a school of that size without a pool. It would not be right. Jamie Klobuchar. Dear board members, I would like to encourage you to change your decision on keeping a flat tax levy for the next fiscal year. While the pandemic has certainly had an economic impact on many property owners who are members of this community, the relative increase in annual taxes is still minimal. I am concerned that this decision will result in cutting programs and services that are vital to our students and the reason so many of us made Oak Park our home. In addition, these cuts will likely disproportionately impact disadvantaged students and their families who do not have the resources to seek these services, i.e. swimming lessons, sports, and other clubs outside of the school. Additionally, I understand that some possible cuts could include clubs and programs that provide additional income to faculty and other district employees. While these cuts may seem reasonable when simply looking at the financial report, they directly impact the lives of people we trust to educate and care for our children. No doubt these are tough times for all. Please consider how this decision will impact the lives of students, faculty, and community members when you meet later today. Mark Redatori and Renee Redatori. The board and this administration have failed OPRF community at a time when we desperately need them to make decisions in the best interest of our students. Unlike other schools in our areas in our district, OPRF decided to go fully remote, leaving our student body not only to struggle with learning online, but also struggle with peer development. Now the board has before it a proposal that will only make things worse for our students. By adopting a flat tax levy for the next fiscal year, the board is also being asked to cut extracurricular activities that represent an essential outlet for a student body that has had to shelter in place for months. And make no mistake about it, these programs are a tiny part of a massive, more than $100 million budget on which OPRF operates. They include reductions in community outings for a special ed population, a mere $40,000 savings, shutting down the pools and ending 5 varsity and club swim sports, a mere $100,000 savings, and reducing other clubs and summer sports camps, a mere $165,000 savings. The proposal before the board makes no sense fiscally, nor is it backed with any facts or data, which are requirements for any decision making by this board. Special needs students need to participate in as many community outings as possible. These outings not only help students build self-confidence and acquire new life skills, but they also integrate these students into everyday society. We should be looking for ways to increase community inclusion, not decrease it. These outings are not fun field trips. They are growing experience for an underserved population. This board and administration have not even figured out a way to provide these students with critical in-person education. And now we're considering further ways to impair their development. Closing the pool would mean the end of the swim program that has been part of the fabric of OPRF community for decades, and the elimination of an important community asset. On the chopping block are OPRF's boys and girls swim teams, boys and girls water polo, and synchronized swimming. Closing the pool is not limited to the hundreds of students who will no longer be able to participate in a water sport, but also the student body that use the pool as part of their gym class rotation. And what about the students who do not know how to swim? The World Health Organization and CDC list drowning as a major health problem, public health problem. It accounts for 7% of injury-related deaths. The pools are an asset to this community. They give students who can't swim the opportunity to learn. They provide access for special ed recreation, and they give hundreds of student athletes a forum for their sports. The $100,000 in projected annual cost savings is nothing compared to the value that the pool provided our students and community. Marty Bernstein, I appreciate the board's decision to not include CPI in the upcoming tax levy. After the board's decision to reject the CPI and upcoming levy, the administration is asking the board to reconsider. The board must empathetically stick to the original decision. The board's instructions to eliminate 1.7 million in spending needed to be followed. The administration must understand that the high school needs do not exist in a vacuum separate from the other taxing bodies in Oak Park and River Forest, and levying tax to the maximum allowed need to stop COVID-19 is already increasing financial pressure for the many people beyond yearly tax increases. Kendra Tiprich, I have been asked Gail, your cursor is, okay.
Oh, sorry.
I've been asked to share my thoughts on the proposed budget cuts with you. You need to have a high-performing, successful high school to have a thriving community. The proposed cuts, special education, athletics, etc., would greatly reduce the appeal of the high school to a serious detriment to the students and the community. Some of the proposed cuts seem logical. Return books when done, or use the online books for a sample. Reduce some, but not all field trips. I understand the area has a strong swim community, but it appears to be ongoing contentious issues as it only serves the few. Full disclosure, I have a swimmer in our family. If the pool continues to be a cash glut, then perhaps negotiating an outsourced pool option for the high school use to reduce costs versus eliminating it permanently. I don't know the balance sheet well enough to make the suggestions of what should be done to meet the shortfall. I understand there are questions regarding the use of the cash reserves. What I am certain of is our family will seriously evaluate why we live in this community if the proposed changes continue. We didn't move here to pay for private school, but to rather be an active part of the community, including the public schools. We pay some of the highest taxes in the community, not just Illinois, for superior schools. The expectation with what is special education is there for children who need it, and athletes are a large, robust part of the school, as well as the extracurricular activities. I think the board knows this, but we need to hear extra voice. Then I will add mine. Thank you. Karen?
Laura Hughesby. The impact the OPRF girls and boys swim teams have on countless numbers of OPRF students cannot be emphasized enough. This no-cut program is extraordinary in its development of not only great swimmers who have gone on to compete at Division I universities across the country.
We read this one already.
Okay.
And
Georges?
I think
Georges.
we read this one.
Yes, I read this one already as well.
Okay. Wendy Kunster? Did you read that?
No,
No,
Okay.
I don't believe so, yeah.
Wendy Kunster. Good evening, D200 board members. I am writing to you from a unique perspective. I am an Oak Park community member, an OPRF alumnus, a parent of 2 current OPRF students who are both heavily involved in sports, as well as 2 future OPRF students, a current full-time OPRF special education teacher, as well as a current OPRF coach. And I ask from all of these different perspectives that you reconsider your decision to seek a flat tax levy that may result in the proposed budget cuts being presented tonight. As a special education teacher, a reduction in the use of activity buses for community-based instructional outings and community-based vocational instructional outings, as well as an adequate budget to support these outings, will greatly negatively impact students' ability to address and achieve their IEP goals and objectives. Research supports the fact that students with moderate to severe disabilities learn best through participation in age-appropriate real-life skills and activities in natural environments. Repetition of these skills and activities and generalizations across multiple settings is also instrumental in student success as they transition to post-school environments. As a coach for 15 years at OPRF, I have seen countless examples of how sports have played an integral role in the well-rounded development of high school students. My experience now as a parent of 2 current high school students only strengthens this belief. And finally, as a community member, I ask that you reconsider a decision that not only affects our current OPRF students, so many future OPRF students down the road. Please reconsider your decision and choose option 1 so that current and future students can experience what is stated in the OPRF strategic plan mission, a dynamic, supportive learning environment that cultivates knowledge, skills, and character and strives for equity and excellence for all students. Robin Basney. My daughter's ages 8 and 11 swim for YMCA top swim team. The program also utilizes the OPRF pool. For children with sensory issues and difficulty with team sports, swim not only offers exercise and strength, but a focus on personal best effort. That work ethic helps them in every area of growth. Please reconsider cuts on behalf of the class of 2027. Megan Reichert. Good evening. I am writing to ask the board to please make the choice to not put any extra activities or sports at OPRF. As we are all aware, there are innumerable benefits to participating in extracurriculars. Each of us has different reasons why extracurriculars are important to our particular student. In my case, my daughter, who has ADHD and often feels inadequate academically, gains much of her self-confidence from being a swimmer. She has been a swimmer for 7 years and has eagerly anticipated being on the OPRF team. In addition to giving her confidence, swimming improves her focus and her academic achievement. This is common not only with students with ADHD, but for all student athletes. I know my daughter is not alone in gaining self-confidence, in feeling a sense of belonging, and in learning resiliency through being on the OPRF swim team. I know she is not alone in feeling part of a wonderful community, a community that will be heartbroken if you close the pools. And I also know that families from other sports teams and other extracurriculars will feel equally as heartbroken if their children lose the experience or activity that they love, that they have worked hard at, and that they feel passionate about. This summer, it was difficult for many swimmers to find a pool to train in, so my daughter, along with her peers, found creative ways to stay in shape, all with just hope of the opportunity to swim this year. Through the hard work and dedication of the swim coaches, the swimmers were fortunate to get the chance to be on a team. The athletes showed great determination and resilience and worked hard, even through the stress of a pandemic swim season. Please don't now, after this already difficult year, a year when kids feel like they've lost so much, a time when kids feel isolated and lonely, please don't consider shutting down any sports or extracurriculars. Kids will need these sports and activities more than ever next year and in the years to come. Thank you for your consideration. Carol Mattis, dear OPRF board, I know money is tight, but please vote to save the OPRF pools. We as a community need them for the health and safety of our children and the community. Teaching swimming and water safety at the high school is critical and should continue to be a part of the curriculum, especially since swimming and water safety are so well aligned with OPRF's stated commitment to addressing racial inequities in our community. Statistics show that a disproportionate amount of Black and brown children cannot swim. As a result, these populations are more at risk near water. Pay attention when you hear news of drownings in Illinois, and you will notice a disturbing racial trend. OPRF can and should help combat this trend by keeping our pools open and our swimming curriculum in place for all our students. As a community, we also need these pools. All Oak Park Park District pools are all outdoor pools. The River Forest Park District does not have a pool. Dominican and Concordia have closed their pools and converted the space to classroom use. The only remaining indoor pools in the community are private pools, FFC, Fenwick, YMCA, that are inaccessible to most residents. Swimming is a low-impact sport that can be enjoyed by young and old alike. It has numerous positive physical and psychological benefits, plus injuries are rare. Looking at a cost-benefit analysis, it makes no sense to defund swimming while simultaneously lavishing funds and space on sports like soccer, football, and baseball, which have a worrisome history of injury and contribute nothing to students from a safety perspective. Note that swimming is often prescribed to help rehabilitate athletes injured in another sport. Our high school and our community should have a pool. Please vote to support safety, racial equity, and mental and physical health at OPRF. Please vote to save our pools. Todd Huseby, let's keep our focus on what is important for our children. Water safety is among those priorities. We teach it in our PE classes. Competitive swimming, diving, and water polo are also among those priorities. These skills and experiences provide safety, confidence building, and goal setting skills for children to use throughout their life. Not only is using a pool a necessity for our children, we must also persist with our comprehensive master plan, a piece of which envisions modernizing our nearly 100-year-old pool. If funding is suddenly an issue and a surprise to us, then let's please have a thoughtful capital planning process rather than seemingly sudden and misplaced cuts. Kitty Conklin. Good evening, board. I have a few questions about data presented in the deck that is attached to
We
my.
have already heard from Kitty tonight.
Okay.
Is this a second?
This is a second one.
Do we know how long her first public comment lasted?
It was short.
All right. Karen, go ahead. We'll give her 2 minutes for this.
Okay. I have a few questions about data presented in the deck that is attached to item 5A in tonight's agenda packet. I request answers to these questions either during tonight's meeting or via email afterward. On page 6 of the deck, it is stated, since the 2013-2019 tax year, the district has levied $48.5 million less than it was allowed to receive under tax cap law. 1, could you please provide the details showing how the $48.5 million figure was calculated? 2, is any compounding calculation used in arriving at this amount? 3, in which years since 2010 did D200 not levy the maximum amount allowed by law? 4, for the years in which D200 did not levy the maximum allowed amount, how much was the property tax levy reduced? Thank you for your service. I look forward to your clarification around these questions. John Hosty. There is no reason for any cuts or an increase in the tax rate. You will have a new real estate reassessment base to work from, as well as over 50 million in cash reserves. Use that money first. You have no problem dumping tax increases on us. In the meantime, test scores continue to decline. Spend another few $100,000 on another pool study. Alexis and Joshua Murphy. Dear OPRF D200 Board of Education, we are Alexis and Joshua Murphy, and our daughter Sadie will be an incoming freshman swimmer in 2021. We have 3 more children who will be attending OPRF after her. We are writing about your decision to take a flat property tax levy for 2020 and cut 1.7 million from the budget, rather than take a full levy increase of 2.3% and leave the budget intact. We have seen the proposed list of cuts, which include reducing special education spending, eliminating field trips, reducing the number of clubs and sports offered, and closing the pools. We fully support District 200's focus on racial equity. While some board members have favored the flat property tax with budget cuts in the name of equity, we feel that cutting co-curricular opportunities in order to temporarily achieve lowered taxes is short-sighted and antithetical to the district's equity goals, while also kicking the financial can down the road. In regular years, the district should be seeking to increase the number and diversity of co-curricular opportunities in order to better support racial equity in co-curricular participation. As children return to school after bearing the brunt of a global pandemic, the district should at least be trying to preserve the same opportunities that students enjoyed pre-pandemic. After everything the students have been through this year, it seems especially cruel to start cutting away at their future opportunities when the alternative is well within your reach. There are special equity issues surrounding the high school pools, which serve as important resources not only for OPRF students, but the community at large. Minority youth are 5 times more likely to drown than non-minority youth and self-report much higher levels of low swimming skills. Learn to swim programs run by community organizations at OPRF pools promote greater racial equity and the vital life skills of water safety and swimming. OPRF PE swim requirements are another important public health and safety intervention among youth who may arrive at OPRF with little prior swimming experience due to opportunity gaps in access to swimming programs. Finally, the OPRF pools support gender equity and access to sports participation, supporting an equal measure of girls and boys swim, dive, and water polo teams. These teams are historically no cut, further enhancing access to sports participation for all students at such a large high school. Our children, including Sadie at age 13, have dutifully followed all social distancing and masking requirements and all travel advisories since last March without complaint. They do this in support of all healthcare workers, including their father, who they lend day in and day out to Rush University Medical System to do his good work taking care of children with heart problems, including those suffering from COVID-19 and MIS-C. Not once have they complained.
Karen, it's time.
Okay. I think I will pass this on now to the next reader.
Okay, this next name is missing. We will see if we can get it for you, but the comment is, I'm writing to ask you to reevaluate your proposed cuts, especially to a vital service like special education, which supports an at-risk population of students. Learning happens in and out of the classroom. It's critical that the outings are given proper context and that the impact is understood. These are not fun field trips that are simply extras. Some of our students require hands-on learning opportunities that are vital to their success post-OPRF. These outings are part of the core education of some of our students, helping to reinforce crucial skills that are applicable to their success outside OPRF. These services are core to SPED, and we shouldn't propose cutting them. Ellie Raitt. I'm a sophomore at OPRF and have been on the girls swim team for 2 years. In March of 2019, I had a major surgery done on both my legs, leaving me in a wheelchair for 2 months and crutches for 3. 1 month after getting off of crutches, I made the JV swim team as a freshman. I couldn't run, couldn't lift weights, couldn't kick a ball, but I was one of the fastest swimmers on JV. If the swim team had not been there for me, I could have seen myself giving up on recovery. 1 year later, as a sophomore, I made varsity. Swimming and water exercise is one of the only options for students who are physically challenged. It is low impact, has a wide intensity range, and promotes muscular recovery and gain. I am lucky that my injury was temporary. Many people are not so lucky. Give them the option to move and work out without fear of injury and keep the pools. Jim Peterson. My son is a freshman at OPRF and an aspiring swimmer. We are 20-year residents of Oak Park and understand the difficulties, financial, emotional, and beyond, that our community faces as a result of COVID. I've read that the board is considering a flat tax levy for the coming year, which would have a negative effect on all students and staff. Rather than making cuts to educational and recreational programs, I believe that this is the time to dip into the D200 significant reserves to make up any funding gap for the coming year. I don't think it's fair to ask our community to pay more taxes at this time, but I don't believe that programs and opportunities should be cut. Use the funds that you have at your disposal and help get us through to the other side of this pandemic. Roshni Richetti. I am disappointed to see special education outings on the chopping block, especially since the relative costs compared to the other items discussed is minuscule. Every accommodation for these kids is hard fought and they deserve all of it and more. Moreover, where are all the savings on overtime pool sports summer from the pandemic reflected? Obviously, fiscal responsibility is important, but stripping our school of its exemplary opportunities will strip our community of its greatest draw, the schools. Kimberly Jensen Wojcik. All kids should know how to swim, and the high school has provided that skill for years. As a parent of a swimmer, as a swimming alumni of the high school, and as a daughter whose mother learned how to swim at OPRF, the pool is a necessity. Figure it out to save the pools, because it's one of the most important features of OPRF-HS. JP Coughlin. Greetings, board members. My name is JP Coughlin, and I am a history teacher, club sponsor, and coach in the building. I'm also a lifelong resident of the Oak Park community and proud graduate. I know that times are tough, and any ease on the tax burden of these two great communities is always appreciated. However, in looking at the proposed program cuts, I think this would be a big mistake. The elimination of summer camps, especially for the youth of the community, would be a really sad day. I spent my summers growing up in the field house, participating in sports camps, and it was there that I developed important relationships with my future coaches. Most importantly, I found my role models in the athletes working those sports camps. I was always the proudest kid when the star basketball player would be taking the ball out in a close game right in front of my front seat, and as he was waiting for the ref to hand him the ball, would drop, "What's up, Cogs?" I was a 17-year-old kid, but it might as well have been Michael Jordan saying hi to me. Now as a coach, I try to employ as many of my athletes as possible, often taking no pay myself, to work out girls' junior high basketball camp. To hear these young girls marvel that one of the varsity players liked my Instagram post brings similar memories to mind. These camps allow us to build relationships with our future athletes and their families, but most importantly, we get to show off our best asset, our amazing students. And while I know nothing about swimming, I taped the home swim meets this year so they could be live streamed for the parents at home. I was blown away by the positivity, togetherness, and energy by our athletes during a pandemic. It breaks my heart that it is a possibility that this might not happen next year due to budget cuts. Please find a way to keep our pools open and our swimming community together. We can do without snacks and meetings. I cannot imagine this high school with less sports and less clubs. Summers will never be the same without the endless streams of students of all ages coming in and out of this high school. Finally, perhaps now is finally the time for the Board of Education to consider alternative revenue streams through sponsorships through athletic department. I can tell you as a softball coach, our relationship with Nike the past few years has really benefited our program, and most importantly, our athletes. Further expansion of these types of sponsorships should be considered and explored. Thank you, as always, for your time and consideration. Robert and Chris Villari. After sending both my daughters to OPRF and now my grandchildren, it seems that my advice to my children who remain in Oak Park would be to move to Riverside, where the taxes are less and the pool remains open to the high school. Consider changing the model of the high school, those things that are best, to something else. Marta Siegel Block. Given the financial reserves that OPRF has and that we are in the middle of an economic crisis, the idea that we either have to raise taxes or cut special ed funding is shameful and blatantly manipulative. Doris Wang. In light of this recent news of potential budget cuts that may affect OPRF swimming and dive programs, as well as other extracurricular activities, are disheartening to say the least. From a personal standpoint, the elimination of programs such as the boys dive team and band orchestra may be detrimental to the mental and emotional health of our son. He is currently a freshman at the high school and not doing well during the pandemic and remote learning. The only thing keeping him somewhat connected to the high school is orchestra and the prospect of being a part of the dive team. With the recent adaptive pause, all of our indoor winter sports, it has brought another round of setbacks to our son's mental well-being. If the next few years of his high school career does not have dive and orchestra in his path, he may never fully recover from the misfortunes that the pandemic has wreaked on all of us. Please understand that the reputation of OPRFHS also stands on the array of sports extracurricular activities that are available to students. Eliminating such sports and activities will devastate not only our children, but it will forever tarnish the high school's highly regarded reputation. Linda Carlson, as you consider budget cuts tonight, I would encourage you to not cut sports. Each year, the board wants to know how many students participate in extracurricular activities because you all know the vital role they play in the success of our students and our school community. So I don't understand why this would be up for discussion. All budget cut decisions should be student-centered, and cutting extracurricular activities and our critical classrooms such as pools are not what's best for students. Regina Gunn. The Oak Park and River Forest High School offers amazing opportunities for each and every student to grow, learn, and thrive. The opportunities provide students with well-rounded and in-depth extracurricular and physical education experiences. These experiences teach everything from relationship building and mental health to personal health and safety. These are life skills that will help our students go on to live healthy and successful lives while breaking barriers of race, gender, and ability discrimination. Research supports the fact that students involved in extracurricular activities, i.e. sports and clubs, are more likely to thrive in their teenage years. In an article by Schaefer of 2019, it is proven that participation in extracurricular activities improves mental health, academic achievement, and can predict success after high school. Therefore, extracurriculars should be the last to be cut. 2, OPRF offers a plethora of activities so that each and every student can find something to which they belong, because we are a community with a plethora of different individuals. Cutting these programs or closing the facilities only hurts the students. They hurt the opportunities that these students may not have at another point in their lives. In a publication by Seth Whedon of Carthage College in 2018, the author states that there is a long history of discriminatory practices related to swimming and water access across the US. Closing our schools and refusing to build a new, more financially manageable facility only perpetuates this discrimination. I sincerely hope that the school board and administration can remember who we are all here for, who us teachers bend over backwards for each and every minute of each and every day, the students. And there are references and links to those references included in that remark. Ashley Dunn. Dear members of the District 200 board, I'm a resident of River Forest. I'm a parent of 2 competitive swimmers, ages 9 and 11, who both learned to swim at OPRF's Husky Swim Camp. I'm gravely concerned that the board is considering closing OPRF's pools and eliminating water sports to help cover the district's $1.7 million budget shortfall created by the board's preliminary decision to seek a flat tax levy for the next fiscal year. While I agree that equity, one of the primary drivers for the board's decision regarding a flat tax levy, is an important goal for our community, I am worried that the proposed cuts for aquatics will actually work counter to this goal. OPRF's pools are home to the Husky swim camps in the summer and also the Park District's swim lesson programs in colder months. These swim lessons are a vital part of ensuring water safety in our community. While private swim lesson facilities are proliferating in our area, none are as financially accessible as these programs. Further, the swimming requirement for PE at OPRF serves as a critical means to ensure that all District 200 students learn basic swim skills to promote safety and near the water. Further, OPRF's aquatics program offer opportunities for hundreds of kids to participate in high school athletics each year, many of whom might not otherwise participate, as swimming, diving, and water polo are typically no-cut sports. Also, these sports are offered equally to both male and female students. If OPRF cuts these programs, many students with the means to do so will continue to participate in these sports through expensive clubs or even consider educational alternatives such as Fenwick, which offer aquatic programs. This will only further drive inequities in our community. Lastly, OPRF's aquatics program makes a point to give back to our communities and promote good citizenship. Through the provision of swim lessons at Husky Swim Camp and team service projects, the District 200 students involved in OPRF's aquatic programs don't just strive for athletic excellence, but also learn to make the world they live in a better and safer place. I respectfully ask that the board maintain OPRF's aquatic facilities and program for the benefit of our entire community, and to explore other ways District 200 might be able to address its budgetary needs. Other approaches to consider could include establishing a well-managed pool rental program to generate much-needed revenue, exploring how to maximize the use of both pools, and corporate sponsorship of OPRF's aquatics facilities. Thank you for your consideration. Gail?
The first one doesn't have a name on it, but we'll.
You know what? Why don't we take just a 5-minute break? Because we've been going for 2.5 hours, and I think people probably need to stretch their legs. This seems like a decent place to pause. So why don't we come back at 9:02? Gail, how many public comments do we have left?
We are on page 58 of 79.
Okay, yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. So 9:03.
Thank you.
right, if board members who are here could turn their cameras on so that I know that you're back, I would appreciate it.
I'm here, Sarah. No camera, but voice.
I'm here, camera and voice.
Here.
And thank you to everyone who's reading our comments for us tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here, Sarah.
While we're waiting to start, members of the steering committee, you should have received an email from Gail Camerton. Please take some time to read it. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have Gina, Matt, Tom.
We,
If Jackie, Craig, and Ralph are back, if you could just let me know.
Yes, Jackie is here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've already toned in, Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have my headphones on properly, so I couldn't hear very well.
and
Okay.
Mr. Isley is here. They're all
Okay,
here.
great. Why don't we start up again, please?
Okay. So the next one is, I'm not sure of the name yet, but the statement is, I know that finances are tight, but I urge you to please reconsider a choice to defund certain athletic programs and aquatic facilities. I'm a student and an athlete at OPRF, and I cannot imagine what school would look like for me without swimming or water polo. It's a giant school, and having that one team that I come to every day and who I share with in hardships and successes is so vital to my ability to feel like a part of the school community. It has been extremely important this year, especially as swimming was the one way I could consistently interact with my peers in person, and I don't know how I would have gotten through first quarter without it. What is more, athletics aren't just about community and relationships. The programs at OPRF Swimming especially emphasizes values of servant leadership, being an active and benevolent member of your community, as well as work ethic, honesty, and integrity. I know being a part of a sport was super important during my transition into high school. It forced me to step up my time management and to want to perform my best in class so I could be there for my team. Swimming has helped me build confidence and has been a super important part in my ability to cope with my personal mental health struggles and everyday stresses of being a high school student. I really hope that you can find the way to keep this interest of the students in mind as you make your decision. Matthew Kudo, water is a magnet for children, said Rowdy Gaines, who has won 3 Olympic gold medals in swimming, but we've found a cure for drowning, and it's pretty simple. And then he lists a reference link. The idea that OPRF should permanently close their school due to temporary budget shortfall is disconcerting. As of right now, OPRF has 2 schools which are heavily used, not only by a sports team, but also by the student body as a whole through swim classes and other activities. Swimming education is important in these latitudes of the Midwest, where it is too cold half the year for the outdoor pools. Indoor swimming pools represent the best opportunity for OPRF students to learn a vital life skill, one that is taught to all OPRF-HS students because of the availability of the school's old but functioning swimming pools. Furthermore, for low-income and small and some minority students, it is their only practical opportunity to decrease the vital life skills. With the demise of Concordia's indoor pool a few years ago and reduced availability of Oak Park's hospital pool due to the pandemic, the availability of indoor pool in the OPRF HS area, Oak Park and River Forest area during winter months has reached an all-time low. OPRF East and West pools represent a significant community asset, even as they are old. My own experience as a OPRF HS student attests to this. I was born and raised in Oak Park and was a swimmer from a young age. I first swam at OPRF as a sixth grader during my swim team practice. However, as an OPRF freshman, I observed many of my classmates who were clearly unfamiliar with bodies of water larger than a bathtub. Some had so little experience swimming that they were still afraid to put their heads underwater while standing in the shallow end. Physical education classes required for all students at a time help mitigate this lack of experience that many students have and currently have. Upon completing high school gym class swimming, I cannot claim that these fellow students of mine developed into aquatic athletes. However, they attained enough competence in the water to enjoy water-based activities. More importantly, they learned enough to keep themselves safe in and around water, something they clearly had not experienced prior to the high school. Furthermore, Oak Park River Forest enjoys a thriving competitive swimming community and has for decades. 20 years ago, the demand for competitive swimming was so great that parents were willing to pay $25 an hour in 1999 for swim lessons, just so their children could make it to past tryouts to join a swim team.
Gail, it's time.
Okay. Okay, the next one is Alexander West. Dear OPRFHS board members, I am writing to you to express my concern and disappointment with the proposed budget cuts and resulting facility closures. I will not pretend to know the complexities of the budget shortfall and the symptomatic, and am sympathetic to the difficult choices you are now faced with. But I do know the decision to close facility is at odds with what students need to in the year ahead. The pandemic has eroded students' ability to stay connected and develop a sense of community and belonging. While no one is responsible for this reality, the board can and must find a way to begin to undo this damage when the public health situation has improved. Closing facilities that were a core feature of the pre-COVID world that I and others enjoy, learned from, and took for granted will have the opposite effect. Please reconsider this decision. Carlos Correa. I am the father of 2 current high school students and 1 upcoming 8th grader. Making the proposed cuts will have a huge impact on too many students and members of the community. I am asking you to approve the 2.3% increase CPI and will focus my argument on just one thing: the important skills of learning how to swim. Closing down the pools will rob the entire school of learning how to swim. This will disproportionately affect students of color. Plus, perhaps, or per the CDC article, and then it gives it link, in the United States, almost 4,000 persons die from drowning each year. Drowning is responsible for more deaths among children 1 through 4 than other cause, except congenital anomalies. For persons 29 years or younger, drowning is one of the top 3 causes of unintentional injury death. Previous research has identified racial ethnic disparities in drowning cases, 3 to 4. To describe these differences by age of descendant and drowning setting, CDC analyzed 12 years of combined mortality data from 1999 to 2010 for those aged 29 years. Among non-Hispanics, the overall drowning rate for American Indians, Alaskan Natives was twice the rate for whites, and the rate for Blacks was 1.4 times that rate for whites. Disparities were greatest in swimming pools, with swimming pool drownings rates among Blacks aged 5 to 19 years 5.5 times higher than those among whites in the same age group. This disparity was greatest at ages 11 to 12. At these ages, Blacks drown in swimming pools at 10 times the rate of whites. Drowning prevention strategies include using barriers like fences and life jackets, actively supervising or lifeguarding, teaching basic swimming schools, and performing bystander cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The Practicality and effectiveness of these strategies varies by setting. However, basic swimming skills can be beneficial across all settings. I ask you to please approve the 2.3% CBI increase and keep the pools open. Thank you. Amy Hansman. Good evening. I'm the parent of 8th and 4th grade boys in River Forest, and I noticed today that it is possible that the pool at OPRF will lose funding. I am strongly opposed to conversations to improve the pool. No, I'm strongly opposed to eliminating or reducing access to the pool at OPRF. It saddens me that the conversations to improve the pool have transitioned to the threat of losing it. This pool is a community asset allowing kids access to recreation, physical exercise, sport, and life skills. Its removal would negatively impact the young members of our village by eliminating access to at a young age through swim clinics and camps, and remove sporting opportunities at the high school age for so many kids. It also provides vital access to swim lessons for kids who do not have access to pools, lakes at home, or whose families do not swim. While this isn't a majority of kids, it is important that all kids have access to this skill. Thank you. Fawn Joyce. The curriculum of the team and site program significantly focuses on community-based instruction. Defunding the community budget and eliminating the use of activity buses would violate IEPs and interfere with the best practice of our diverse learners. Kenneth Lehman. I commend the board's initial decision to maintain a flat levy, accepting new growth for the upcoming year. This reflects the realities and the ground consequence to the pandemic and its effect on the typical D200 taxpayer. It was disturbing to see reprinted alleged correspondence by athletic director that directly cited the business office as wanting to undermine the board's initial decision. If this publicly disseminated document is real, it suggests that the district administration has little regard for the taxpayers' wishes, as expressed through their elected representatives. It also suggests that the influences of niche stakeholders may be holding hostage decisions made for the general good of our community and D200 students. I encourage the board to reaffirm its decision and to make completely clear that it expects the D200 administration to abide by the board's decision and not actively try to work it against it in bad faith. Julie Seibert. To the Board of Education, District 200, I am a 1991 graduate of OPRF. I am writing to you to ask you to consider maintaining the current programs in sports that use the OPRF pools, as well as continuing to keep the pools open for the use. Swimming, water polo, diving, and other activities the pools are used for is such an important part of this community and the children in it. There are hundreds of kids in the OPRF area that are involved in sports that utilize the swimming pools, including 3 area swim clubs that feed into the local high schools. Children that will mostly attend school at OPRF. Due to the rigorous training nature of swimming, this is usually the whole sport that children are able to maintain in middle and junior high school, with the intent of swimming at OPRF on the swim teams. To remove these programs would be a crushing blow to the children of this community that have worked for years at their sport and are looking forward to swimming as an OPRF Husky. To be transparent, the entire reason my husband and I chose to move back to River Forest after all these years living in the city is the high school. My experience at the high school was extremely rewarding and has left me with the desire for my daughter to have access to this incredible school as well. The extracurricular and sports programs that OPRF have are truly one of a kind, if not the most important part of why I think this school is so special. And for me, being part of the Husky community and water polo teams was the absolute best part of being at OPRF. Could I ask someone to continue?
You're on, Julie. I'm just trying to see where you are.
No, I know where
Julie
she is.
Stevens, yeah.
I'll take it up.
Yeah, I saw it. I knew she was Julie. I just didn't know where.
The team experience that comes from a swim program is one that is hard to put into words and certainly not one I've seen replicated in other sports programs. Should this part of the high school sports options be removed, it would seriously question whether we would stay in this community. This is the sport my daughter has chosen, and she deserves to swim at a high school program that will support her growth. Please do not remove these pools and programs that use them from hundreds of children in our community. If the pools close, not only will the high school programs likely be in trouble, but all the community swim programs as well. With the serious shortage of pool space in the OPRF communities, we will be lacking in this area, which so many members of our townships rely on for their children's growth and development. Thank you for your consideration. Katie Oska. We are sensitive to the toll of the times. We are disheartened with the objective to control budget cuts via cutting clubs, sports, and programs for our youth when there is $100 million in reserves. Haven't the kids suffered enough? This is not a threat, but a gloom reality that if these cuts take place, we will be moving. We cannot justify our property taxes any longer with changes like these in the community. If these significant programs are taken away from the high school and community, the entire high school experience is being derailed. Our children grew up with activities like swimming, soccer, and theater to make them well-rounded individuals. This kept them on track. It was socialization, friendship, exercise, commitment, dedication, maintaining good grades, physical and mental health, all wrapped up in one. If these programs are cut, we will be forced to move where they are offered for the better of our children. Thank you for considering these detrimental consequences. Nan Walicki. I believe we need to think about the future of Oak Park and River Forest communities. What drives new young families to join our village has many factors, but we all know excellent schools is high on the list. New families are how a community thrives, grows, and is prosperous. Families are not going to want to live in a village where the high school does not have vibrant and diverse sports and extracurricular activities available. We all know the huge benefits that sports and clubs provide for children physically, socially, and mentally. It is often where teenagers learn how to persevere, challenge themselves, and create lifelong friendships and look at their world beyond the classroom. For my child, swimming has been where she has found her home at OPRF, and she has had the wonderful benefit to learn and grow in all these ways I have mentioned through her sport. We would be devastated if the pools closed and swim and water polo were no longer available. Sports and clubs create that school spirit that gives back to the community and brings people together. It is what helps to make a thriving community desirable for families from all over to want to join and take part in. I strongly believe we need to be able to continue to provide robust extracurricular programming and fund the staffing needed to support this. Cameron McLaughlin. Yes, our pools are old. Closing them, however, would be a terribly inequitable way to solve budget issues. As a PE teacher at OPRF, I have taught many boys how to swim. Some of these boys could not move their bodies 5 yards in water if it meant their lives. Some of them were horrified of getting in the pool, even when the water level only reached their belly button. 90% or more of these boys were African American. I'm a good teacher, but having pool access was what allowed these boys to learn to swim. Matt Warwick. Reducing or cutting sports and their facilities will do irreplaceable harm to OPRF. I think you will start to see an exodus of families from OPRF. Norris Scott. We are parents of a current sophomore on the OPRF swim team and the OPRF water polo team, as well as a freshman swimmer starting in the fall 2021 who is looking forward to being on both teams as well. Writing to strongly urge the board not to close the OPRF pools. We're having trouble understanding how closing the pools is even being considered as part of possible budget cuts, as the pools are so vitally important to so many teenagers and parents in our school community and have such a positive impact on our kids' physical and mental health. Swimming and water polo are extremely important to so many OPRF students, including our son. He and so many others focuses all of his extracurricular time swimming, which means he has spent countless hours in the pools for practices and meets, always striving to improve his times to help his teammates. The teams provide a way for him to not only physically stay in shape, but they also provide a way for him to feel that he is part of something special at OPRF. The swim team has been a way for him to meet new friends, learn from the older swimmers, develop a strong work ethic, be resilient in the face of obstacles, and be guided by wonderful coaches who are role models for our kids. As adults, we know that it is so vitally important for teenagers to feel that they belong, that they are a part of something, especially at a school as large as OPRF. And these teams provided just that opportunity for our son and so many others who have been on these teams for decades, and so many more who will be on these teams for years to come. These teams and all OPRF sports and clubs are truly essential for the mental and physical health of our kids. They have been through so much this year with so many things being cut from their lives. Please do not consider closing the pools, as it would result in something so incredibly important to them being taken away. Katie Diamond, dear D200, as a parent of 3 children here in Oak Park, I applaud you for making a difficult decision to not increase our already unaffordable property taxes. I'm upset to see that special ed funding is being used as a pawn by the financial board to scare parents and the school board to increase our property taxes. Children who require special ed services desperately require these services, and money should be allocated from the $100 million cushion D200 system. There is a better way of funding these very important services for the most vulnerable and underserved children in our community. Hetty Scott. Based on my reading of the 2020 levy decision impact presentation, not all of the available possibilities are being considered. The presentation identifies a number of possible areas to target the desired savings. However, the presentation fails to consider using funds from the reserve fund, which was reported earlier this year to have a balance of $100 million. While I understand that the board has previously decided to tap into the fund for much needed capital improvements at the school, I suggest that the fund needs to also be in consideration as a solution to the current situation. In addition, I believe that it would be a mistake if the board failed to consider deviating from a balanced budget. While I understand that a balanced budget makes sense under a normal economic environment, I do not believe that adhering to that type of an approach makes sense right now. We are currently experiencing the economic effects of a once-in-a-century pandemic. Hopefully, there will be an economic snapback in the short term, but even if there isn't, I suggest that we need to invest in the core assets of our community, which would be our school and our children. To me, this is more of a reason to consider using the reserve fund to address the current situation. Thank you for your consideration. Suzanne McFarland, members of the Board of Education, I have been a longtime member of the aquatics community in Oak Park. I am very concerned about the possible shutdown of the OPRF pools. I was a swimmer and water polo player at OPRF, a swim team and water polo coach at OPRF. Now my children participate in local swimming and water polo programs. I have firsthand knowledge of the benefits of these programs. These programs create a long-term connection to fitness, learning to work hard toward goals, pride in one's school and community, and lifelong friendships. Students involved in sports tend to feel a much stronger connection to their school and generally have more academic success. At a time when student enrollment is growing, it is important to provide more opportunities, not less, for all students. Aquatic safety and learn to swim programs, both during physical education and for younger kids in the community, are so important. Learning to swim is a valuable life skill. It would be a disservice to the community to reduce access to water safety and swim lessons. Being financially responsible is obviously a priority of the board. It is, however, short-sighted to reduce the overall quality of the experience of attending OPRF by reducing programs for students. Without a strong high school, the community faces reduced property values and fewer incentives to live here. One reason that many of us choose to live here is because of OPRF and the amazing opportunities offered at the school. I was looking forward to the day when my children would be enrolled here. I now have serious reservations about the direction that the school is heading. At this time, similar and neighboring communities are investing in their student activities. Nearby high schools in our conference have built new aquatic facilities because they understand the value of water safety and sports. Swimming is such a valuable skill. The health benefits from swimming are great. It is a skill that can be used for a lifetime. Being involved in school activities can help determine the direction a student takes. I believe it would do great harm to cut programs that have consistently provided positive and successful outcomes for so many. Thank you. Christine Keys, hello, thank you for your time this evening. I am a parent of 3 children, one of which is currently at OPRF and the other 2 will be attending soon. Our children all swim and play water polo. These sports have meant so much to them and I can't imagine not having them available. What upsets me most is that here we sit in a pandemic, our kids can't even attend school, much less any other social event. We are all so concerned about their mental health, and yet we hear of these possible cuts during this time. This is the main thing my kids look forward to be part of something they work so hard for. I can't tell you how many girls I knew yesterday that upon hearing of these possible reductions were so very upset and scared. The things that currently make them happy are going to possibly be taken away from them. This fact alone is not fostering anything positive in regard to the students' mental health. These athletes look forward to practice, their coach, their team, just like all other sports or extracurricular activities. My daughter has met some of her closest friends on these teams. By being a part of swim and water polo at such a large school has created more of a community for her. She stated that these times with her team are some of her best memories of high school. With all that is going on in the world, we are now going to take that away from our students. We also must look at the fact that being involved in sports, extracurricular activities has a huge role in doing well in other aspects of life and academics. I fully understand living within a budget and adhering to that budget through ups and downs. We have to do that in our own household. I do know that I would never cut sports or extracurricular activities that have such a positive impact on our youth. I'm asking, no begging you, that you do not make any cuts to the pool or other activities that our students enjoy and thrive because of. Thank you for your time.
I'll take the next one.
Okay.
Will Raid. I swam varsity for 4 years at OPRF. I was the class of 2020. Now I'm swimming in college at Harvard University, a top 10 NCAA swim program. However, the successful competitive swimming that has resulted from swimming in OPRF pools is far from the only reason that it is imperative to save the pools. Gym swim for freshmen and sophomores at OPRF is a life-saving class. Based on my experience, I'd estimate that in my gym swim class, 1 in 4 students was unable to swim across the pool, and 1 in 7 students were unable to stay afloat at the deep end for more than 5 seconds. By the end of the gym swim, I estimate that 18 out of 20 students were able to swim across the pool, and 19 out of 20 students were able to stay afloat in the deep end for more than 20 seconds. Students learn to swim at OPRF who would never get the chance without gym swim. Students are busy and swim lessons are expensive. Learning how to swim as a part of one's high school education ensures that those who can't afford lessons or don't have time for them to be safe in the water. Swimming is a life-saving skill. For a school that values equity as much as it does, eliminating the pools goes against its values because students from poor families will be hurt more by the removal of the pools. Also, OPRF's boys swimming and diving, girls swimming and diving, boys water polo, girls water polo, and synchronized swimming are low cut and no cut sports. For a school that values inclusivity, losing these teams would uninclude dozens of students who may find their only friends in high school through water sports. Without their sports, they will feel alienated from OPRF and have a lonely 4 years of high school. Additionally, the OPRF boys and girls swim teams have produced dozens of state finalists in the last decade. The girls team produced 4 state champions in the last decade, and the boys team produced 4 at state in 2020, the highest state team finish of any sport in OPRF. For a school that values Husky pride, removing 2 of the most successful programs at OPRF is extremely hypocritical. Athletically, the boys and girls swim teams are undoubtedly strong, but it's their academic success that sets it apart. For example, the 2020 boys swim senior class produced 2 scholarship cup recipients, perfect GPAs throughout high school, equivalent to valedictorian, and 5 acceptees into top 20 universities. Even the swimmers who don't achieve at high levels academically drastically improve their time management and self-discipline as the swim teams have the most rigorous practice schedule in the school. Ellen Efron Pimentel, Pimentel. I am a parent of 3 OPRF graduates, 2013, 2016, and 2018. While I no longer have a personal interest at stake, I continue to value the experience of my own children received at the school, as well as the value of the premier high school in my community. I feel my experience both as a parent in the community, as well as a former member of the Imagine OPRF group, gives me a lot of insight into the value of our high school. I was just made aware that the board has made a preliminary decision to not take a CPI increase in its tax levy. I understand that this cut would not only be a one-time effect, but would compound losses of tax revenues over time. I urge you to reconsider. Yes, when I look at my property tax bill, I am dismayed by how high it is. And yes, none of my children will be personally affected if the high school has to cut programs or services. But I still strenuously disagree with the cuts that will result from this decision and their ultimate impact on our community. 2 of my children have already graduated from college. 1 is working and the other started graduate school in August, and the 3rd is a junior in college. My husband and I have often discussed how their experiences at OPRF, both academically and extracurricularly, have set them up to succeed spectacularly, both in college and beyond. But it was both those types of experiences that were necessary to their success. While I do not doubt that all will be done to save academics at OPRF, even if these cuts go into effect, it is often the extracurriculars that go under the knife. My kids participated in a wide range of extracurricular activities, from orchestra to jazz band, to the debate team and Operation Snowball. They were also athletes on the girls and boys swim and water polo teams and the boys cross country and track field teams. They were good students, but also good athletes. I would argue that their success academically was strongly supported by their involvement in extracurriculars, including athletics. These were fundamental in their life experience, and to cut them is to make the academic enterprise as a whole weaker. For kids who may struggle with the academic side, I believe that extracurriculars and athletics can even be more important, giving them an alternative avenue for success as they loop back and support academic growth by establishing different types of supportive relationships and trust with teachers, coaches, and gaining self-confidence in life. While our tax burden is tremendous, we need to be sensitive to those who struggle with the cost of life in our community. Mark Menzies, 27-year Oak Park resident. You have more than enough of our money in your reserves, 100+ million. Do not raise our taxes, allowable 2.3. Hold the damn line and cut expenses. Sarah Melman, members of the D200 Board of Education, please do not cut any funding from special education, which educates our school's most vulnerable population. The majority of our school population can learn skills in a classroom setting that will be relevant to their life after OPRS, post-secondary or other. Our special education students also need to be learning crucial skills that will be relevant in their life after OPRF. And in many cases, these skills can not only be taught in the classroom. Some cannot be taught in the classroom. Sorry about that. Some of our students require hands-on learning opportunities that are vital to their success post-OPRF. Please understand that these outings are part of the core education of some of our students, not simply extra activities. If we would not propose to take away biology or math, then we should not be proposing to take away any real-world experience for our special education students. Thank you. Molly and Jason Wakowitz. We are parents of a child attending OPRF, and we are deeply concerned to learn that cuts to the school budgets are being considered, especially when all of our kids and teachers are reeling from months in a pandemic, school closures, and the inadequacy and inequity of online learning. Our children have had to endure so many educational setbacks and deprivations, especially children with special needs. The cost of special education students has been well documented and the repercussions are incalculable. We implore you not to make cuts to spare. These students have been disproportionately, and then it's cut off. Jen Kawisker. I have been a physical education teacher over 13 years here at OPRF. I have loved each and every year. While I was initially hired as a dance specialist, I have gone on to teach other classes such as yoga, self-defense, and swimming. I am grateful to have grown out of my comfort zone and evolve as an educator. I ask that you look at I ask that as you look at the budget cuts, I encourage to consider keeping the swimming pools open. Closing pools does not just affect swimming-based sports and community members. It also affects the physical education curriculum. The pools are used 8 periods a day by the entire freshman and sophomore class each year, not to mention another 500 juniors and seniors. This is about much more than learning to swim. We teach students how to apply physical wellness and navigate through anxiety and stress. There are many benefits to swimming and water activities, including injury prevention, rehabilitation, and cardiovascular fitness. Students of color who enter our classes as a higher percentage of non-swimmers receive the opportunity to learn skills in the water that can keep them safe and confident. It is transforming and inspiring to hear. I ask that you carefully consider what is best for our students when you discuss cutting things from our budget. Ray Luciani. Hi, board members. I am writing to encourage you to hold off on increasing taxation and stick to your original decision. We are in the middle of a global pandemic. People are hurting. Now is not the time to threaten our children and families. Cease with the $65 million pool idea and use the $100 million in funds that you have already taken from families to ride out the storm together with us. It is time for unity on a grand scale. Thank you. Travis Cox. Part of what makes the OPRF district a desirable district that people want to move to so that they can send their kids to OPRFHS is the prestige and culture that has been built over the years. I am not from the OPRF community, but I still always heard people from the district I grew up with in conversations talk about how they were going to consider moving their kids to Oak Park. They want their children to be a part of the Husky culture and a part of the success that OPRF represents. Another main thing is always mentioned when people hear the OPRF name is the opportunity that the school gives to children and also the resources that are provided. Another thing that is mentioned is also the athletic success that OPRF has achieved. OPRF has become an athletic powerhouse in the past couple of decades, and that has attracted the best athletes in the area to want to go there to play and to kept homegrown from going to private schools to play sports. And just like college and professional, in high school, athletic success brings additional revenue as well. As the old adage says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That should apply here. In order to keep up the prestige, culture, and success academically, athletically, and culturally, there has to be consistency and stability that the district has always had. The people in this community wear Husky pride proudly and strongly. I don't think biting the hand that feeds us would be the best ideal decision to make when factoring these decisions. Continue to remember what has formed Husky pride and what has helped maintain that prestige when making the decision. Greg?
Dr. Lucchese. Good evening. The purpose of this email is to express support for the board to not raise property taxes. We are in a global pandemic and economic crisis. Please make the cuts needed to maintain the budget without increasing residents' burden. I hope prosperous times will visit our communities in the near future. Then the items cut can be revisited. Thank you for reading my email. No response is required as I imagine you are quite busy. Paige Barley. I'm extremely concerned about the potential for budget cuts that could affect OPRF High School. Though I understand there may be a need to cut costs somewhere else, at what point does it stop being at the expense of our children? This is unacceptable. I have a son who has been on the swim team at OPRF, and the only thing that he has looked forward to once COVID ends is to return to that team. Though it is a sport, it is so much more in a school of this size. It is a home, a camaraderie, a family, a motivation, friendships, stability, and a builder of self-esteem. This is what you want to cut at OPRF High School, touted as a top high school in the state. It is not that I believe there is another way. There is another way. You need to find it. Not on the backs of our children, not after being isolated at home for nearly a year, learning at home. Nothing to look forward to except the normalcy they had prior to the pandemic, their school, their friends, their teams. I beg of you, put the children first. Julie Sosa. As the mother of a special education student, I am saddened by the prospect of reducing bus service for outings. How can our young adults learn appropriate behaviors and social norms without practicing in real-world settings? Our kids have so few outlets for peer interaction where their challenges can be understood and addressed. Please don't take this away from them. Arlene Pedraza. I am writing to ask that the OPRF high school pools not be closed due to a projected budget shortfall due to a proposed flat tax levy. Closing the pools will only save $100,000 annually, but will impact all PE students who take swimming during sophomore year, as well as all female and male athletes on the OPRF swim teams, water polo teams, synchronized swimming, and all the other elective water courses and activities. The community will also be negatively impacted as hundreds of swimmers take lessons offered in the OPRF pools during the school year and summer. Students and children who have no other way of learning to swim will lose this opportunity. The Tops Club swim team will lose its pool. Oak Park is known for its excellent schools. OPRF High School should have a pool to remain competitive with other schools in our area. Taking away our pools will have a significant negative impact on our students, athletes, and Oak Park and River Forest community. Do not add to the loss that we have all experienced during the pandemic by also taking away the pools. Amber Stietzel Pareja. Dear OPRF board members, my name is Amber Stietzel Pareja and my address is 623 North Kenilworth Avenue in Oak Park. I am an OPRF alumna, 1990, who competed at the varsity swim and water polo teams for 4 years and was the 1990 Water Polo Player of the Year in the state of Illinois. I am also the parent of 2 current OPRF students, sophomore and senior, and an 8th grader at Brooks who will attend OPRF next year. All 3 of my children are competitive swimmers who swim from Academy Bullets Swim Club and OPRF. I'm writing you to urge you to take the CPI increase of 2.3% in order to avoid having to make $1.7 million worth of reductions in programs and staff, including reducing the special education program spending, reducing the number of clubs or sports offered, eliminating summer sports camps, closing the pools, and switching to online novels. None of the options will be beneficial to OPRF students nor to the community. In fact, they will actually do harm to many students, staff members, and the OPRF community at large. For example, closing the pools would likely lead to the elimination of all water-related PE classes at OPRF, the OPRF boys and girls swimming and diving teams, the OPRF boys and girls water polo teams, and Husky swim camp. That one change would impact thousands of OPRF students, athletes, and community members each year. For those students, athletes, and community members, such a change would be devastating. Similarly, cutting other club sports or summer sports camps and or reducing special education program spending would be extremely harmful to a vast number of OPRF students, athletes, and community members. In closing, I hope that you will reconsider your preliminary decision and will put OPRF students and community members first by taking the CPI increase of 2.3%. Best regards. Colleen Hewlin. In the United States, is there a freshman class, 9th grade, that has D-tracked its curriculum with any level of measured success? Yes or no? Please provide data. Thank you. Laura Minnis. I am writing to ask that you not cut sports and activities. These are crucial to our children's mental and physical well-being. If my daughter had not had cross country this fall, I'm not sure that her mental state would be as positive as it is right now, even with that it wavers. She also looks forward to her clubs that she participates in through Zoom. These kids have been through so much with this pandemic. Please don't take away more from them. Hopefully the threat of the virus will be gone soon and they will be able to see each other in person. Only to what? To find that their clubs, activities, and sports are gone? I think we can find another way. Jeffrey C. Reichert. Hello, I am writing regarding the 2020 levy impact. Our daughter is currently a senior at OPRF, and we have lived in Oak Park on and off since she was born. Over the past 17 years, our property taxes have increased 115%, well above the cost of inflation and changes in local property values. I support the board's desire to be good fiscal stewards. However, this is not the year to be looking into program cuts. Coming out of COVID, there are a lot of positive areas to build upon and a number of areas to improve. There will be learning deficits to overcome, mental social health challenges to address, curriculum scheduling and teaching methods to be revisited, and facilities changes to be made. Each of these areas will require investment in improved educational outcomes and increased equity. I believe that once the state of Illinois enters phase 5, the board should start a holistic review to plan for education in 2030. Some new programs will need to be created, some changed, and some likely stopped. I will be fully supportive of program cuts and changes when aligned to a proper strategy. I am a finance professional and have led many annual budgeting cycles. Most of the cuts proposed in the 2020 levy decision impact would be considered unacceptable by the CEOs and CFOs that I have worked for. The areas proposed substantially reduce value generation. They are not focused on changing how the district does things, nor on reducing back office costs. They are materially changing OPRF strategy. One area I am particularly concerned about relates to closing the pools. They are used by 4 athletic teams, 1 school-sponsored club, physical education classes, and an outside competitive club swimming team, plus lessons and camps over the summer. The pool is regularly used from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. plus throughout the year. Of all the possible reduction ideas, this one impacts the greatest number of individuals in the most material way. I respectfully ask the board to consider deferring the proposed cuts that will impact our students until a time in which a proper long-term strategy has been developed and a determination has been made into how each of these areas fits. Justin Mayer, how was it decided that the special education budget would be one of the areas that should be reduced? For a community that prides itself on equity and inclusion, this reduction goes against that pride. The students with disabilities in the district need more opportunities to contribute and grow, not less. I believe these budget cuts will be a detriment to the progress that has been made in equity and inclusion. Our students with disabilities deserve equal opportunities. Please do not reduce the special education budget. Jennifer Floden, swimming, diving, water polo are an integral part of life for many OPRF students, and eliminating the pools to meet a budget shortfall seems short-sighted and unfair to those in these sports, especially those that are looking to earn scholarships or continue with their sport post-high school. While I have only been a parent of an OPRF student for 1 semester, the fall swim team provided a much-needed athletic and social outlet for my daughter, one she hopes to continue through her time at OPRF. She was excited to become a Husky swimmer, and I would encourage the board to reconsider eliminating the pool to accommodate a budget shortfall. Misty D. Taylor, budgets are value statements. The cuts of the special education program in the proposed D200 budget are shameful. Who are we, Oak Park? SPED services directly support an at-risk and vulnerable student population. SPED resources and programs are already overstretched and underfunded in D200. To cut funding from this area is an affront to the students and families that rely upon these services to equally access public education. If it is a matter of the proposed line item expenditures, please consider reallocating and prioritizing those funds within the SPED program to maintain full support of its students. SPED is the last place you should be looking for cuts in the D200 budget. Clay Reagan, as you look at budget cuts, I encourage you to reconsider closing the swimming pools. This topic continues to come up every year. Closing pools does not just affect swim teams, water polo teams, synchronized swimming, and community members. It also affects the physical education curriculum. You would be removing 2 academic classrooms. The pools are used 8 periods a day by the entire freshman and sophomore class each year, not to mention another 500 juniors and seniors. This is about much more than learning to swim. It is about learning to use lifelong physical activities like swimming to reduce stress and anxiety. There are many benefits of swimming and water activities that our students would not have access to if it were not for our PE classes. It provides a unique opportunity for our students of color who enter our classes as the highest percentage of non-swimmers. I ask that you carefully consider what is best for our students when you discuss cutting things from our budget. Removing our pools should not be the answer. Robert Wilecki, reclosing the pool. As a parent with a sophomore at OPRF, with 2 more children heading and that way over the next 10 years, I think that closing the pool shouldn't even be considered. The health and safety benefits provided to the entire school community should make closing it a non-starter. In addition, swim and dive was one of only a few sports that could be participated in safely, with many benefits gained during a global pandemic. We should be investing in ways to preserve activities like that, not knowing what the future may hold, as opposed to cutting them. Todd Husby, let's keep our focus on what is important for our children. Water safety is among those priorities. We teach it in our PE classes. Competitive swimming, diving, and water polo are also among those priorities. These skills and experiences provide safety, confidence building, and goal-setting skills for children to use throughout their life. Not only is using a pool a necessity for our children, we must also persist with our commitment to a comprehensive master plan, a piece of which envisions modernizing our nearly 100-year-old pool. A. Lundeen, I am not sure why this topic came up so last minute without any public knowledge or discussion. I'm concerned with the vague language. Specifically says close the pools, but doesn't say which sports? Why is the school doing hundreds of millions of improvement projects and then this? Swim is the only class and sport that prepares kids for a lifetime of safety and fitness they can still do in their 90s. Why is this even still debatable? Where was this discussion when planning the fancy new cafeteria? And when football wasn't even safe enough to have this year and it gives kids concussions and brain damage for life? I'm very tired of the half-truths and half-disclosures going on in the school communications. This is my 9th and last year at OPRF, and just not impressed with this last-minute surprise and lack of details of forthcoming information. Rebecca Clarkson. I'm a mother of 2 children, both of whom will be attending OPRF within the next 3 years. I am alarmed at the proposed budget cuts for our high school, especially given that avoiding these cuts would be a minimal amount to each household in our community. The proposed cuts will hurt all students, including the most vulnerable. Those who rely on special education services will be deeply impacted. Those who get much needed physical activity for both physical and mental health from sports will be impacted. Those whose sense of self and self-worth that relies on activities outside of academics, be it sports, clubs, the arts, etc., will be impacted. All of the things on the chopping block, pools, clubs, student resource center, field trips, currently help to make OPRF the unique and culturally diverse experience that it is. I strongly oppose these cuts and encourage the board to reverse the decision. Michelle Steinman, please do not cut the pools and cut sport programs. During this public health crisis, swimming has been a real morale lifter for my daughter, who will be an incoming freshman in 2021-2022. The recent Tier 3 mitigations that required all indoor sports, including swimming, to stop practices directly correlated with her grades significantly dropping. The benefits of swimming and other sports programs are too precious for our teenagers' physical, social, and mental well-being to lose. Participation in extracurricular activities, including swimming and other sports, is well known to positively correlate with academic success. Please consider other ways to meet the budget. Margaret Lillis. Dear board members, my name is Margaret Lillis. I was on the girls varsity team this year and I had a blast. If you close down the pool, everyone will be affected by it. I have been swimming basically my whole life. I even swam at the high school when I was younger because Tops had practices there. I get that money is important, especially to support a big school like ours. But what will you replace the pool with? A basketball court? Spaces for other sports? I believe that by removing the pools, you'll be spending more than you think you are saving. It won't be 1.7 million or whatever the amount is, but replacing then remodeling will cost just about what it would to fix up the pools. Swimming is important to the school. It's educational, it's fun. We'll get awards for the school and be proud of it. I think the school puts more time and effort into football. Don't get me wrong, I want to go to football games, but people seem to think football is the only sport. I know this is a hard decision, but please keep in mind how important this is to the people around you. I've heard multiple times, swimming isn't a real sport. Do you know how frustrating it is to hear that? Swimming isn't as popular as football or basketball, but it still matters whether you think so or not. I want to be in the school, on the high school swim team until I graduate in 2024. And that concludes our public comments.
Okay. So we have our first item is approval of the November 5th, 2020 minutes. I move to approve the minutes. Is there a second? I hope.
Second.
Any revision to the minutes that anyone noted? All right, Gail, I think this can be a voice vote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, our next item is impact of not taking CPI on the levy. Is there any board member who feels that they need to actually have a presentation on this? All right,
I'm supportive of just moving straight to questions. Sarah?
thank you. I am so angry. I was going to go first, but I'm not going to. I'm going to cede the floor to one of my colleagues so that I can take some deep breaths. But this is a naked manipulation of this board, and I'm incredibly disappointed. So take it away, board. Who's next?
Oh, may I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say, I heard what you said, are you thinking, or I just need to ask, are you thinking that we as administration intentionally did that?
I don't know what happened, but I do know that I have an email from our swim coaches, who are administrators, whipping up a frenzy of our community over cuts that are fictitious and that I don't believe this board has any intention of making. We are not going to balance the budget on our students. So who wants to ask questions?
I'll go. Tom. and I will match your statements and probably your anger. So let's start there. I think the district's move to publish this list really is a backhanded move, again, on the backs of our students. What happened was we asked, when this was presented, we asked the board to look at areas where we are overspending and get back to us. And using it as part of what the goals that we have to look at all areas that we're spending. It wasn't to whip up a list of student-centric issues and put them out and try to agitate the community. So I'm in the same place. So I want to see the letter that you're talking about, Sarah, to know.
I will forward it to you. It came to my husband late this afternoon, and I am happy to provide it to my colleagues.
I would like to see that letter. And I'm adding this just to kind of paint this is not to ask, but in today's presentation, to kind of put it in perspective, we're going to see a request for $45,000 to spend to renumber the building. Okay, so I don't see how there's nonsense going on here. And my questions really are, I want to see the letter. Okay. And I would like to see any other communications that have gone out from the administration related to this issue of cuts. So I would like to make it broader than that to understand how we got to here. Second thing is, from a policy standpoint, this was voted upon. And why is it brought forth back to the meeting? Because we don't just re-vote on something. We had a discussion about that not long ago. And when something was brought up to re-vote, you don't just re-vote on a topic. So why are we bringing this forth even on the agenda? Because it was voted upon.
So I'm going to interject here. First of all, the executive cabinet did not put out any letter. I just need to say that regarding this issue. The only thing we put out is this board agenda, which we sent to the board. It was sent to the board last week. The other thing I feel compelled to say is we left last week, the meeting before last, when the board approved the levy, we left with the understanding that if we were going to level our expenditures with our revenue, that would equate to approximately a $1.7 million cut. And that the board needed to know what those cuts would be. Now, I hear you say we're asking for reconsideration. Our recommendation at that time was to levy to CPI. We wrestled with whether or not to put in a recommendation. Maybe that's where we, messed up. But the board asked us to know what those cuts were going to be. And so we thought we were actually doing what was requested by the board. We had no knowledge of the letter that went out until I received a copy from Board President Spivey.
Mhm.
Can I ask a question, Sarah?
Yes.
I too am experiencing quite a high level of frustration this evening, and for a number of reasons. But one of them being, there was a slide that showed that what the tax increase would cost per household.
Mhm.
And we have asked repeatedly that you give us all the information that we need to make an accurate and good decision. But that information I don't feel was shared prior to tonight. I don't recall seeing that. Maybe it was there, maybe it was. I'm willing to concede that it might have been, but I don't recall it being on a slide in that way that would have helped us to have that conversation differently. But in addition to that, it does feel very manipulative. And what I want to say about that is the focus of my goal in life is to break down the idea of othering. That's the focus of my goal in life, is for us to not keep bringing more barriers, and especially in public education, to create ways for us to not other the people that we work with. And I feel very strongly that our team of a board team and an administration team, like I feel like this set us up to be at each other's throats because the community just gave us 3 hours of public comment about this in a way that just digs in even further that it's us versus them. And that is not what this is about. Because our board, there's no way, I do not speak on behalf of the board, but my experience of the people on this board is that they would not do something at the expense of students. That's my experience of this board, that we would not say we need to do that pool thing or we need to not do sports. And so the options that you came back with, although I understand that we did ask you for options, the options that you came back with are options that are not feasible options to me. And so it's like, were there any other cuts that could have been made? Were there any other areas that could have been looked at? Were evaluations made of your leadership teams in a way that you can look at like what else can possibly be done? Because I feel like all the things that were presented in that presentation about cuts that could be made just really created exactly the thing that we don't want to create, which is like less opportunity for students and more opportunity for us to be at each other's throats. And that is heartbreaking and sad, in addition to all the other heartbreaking and sad things that are dividing us right now. So you
are absolutely correct. It was not intended
No,
to be us
not at
against
all.
them.
okay, so I just want to, can I just address the intention piece of this?
I know
Because intention and impact are two totally different things, right? Like, so the intention may not have been to cause the community to go into an uproar because they're concerned about us not making sure students have what they need. That was not the intention. The intention was not to harm.
No.
But the harm that we just had to hear from multiple people who then invoked equity as a stance for making sure that students have certain things in ways that I find like challenging. I know the intent, that was not the intention, but whatever the intention was, there's still an impact, and that impact has caused harm, right? And so, like as a restorative person, I'm like, I'm coming out of my skin here, you all. Like,
I don't want the board to think that this administration was not impacted by those 100+ comments either, because we were. I do need to say, we actually put the information in this presentation because we have said it multiple times. We said it back in the fall when we said maybe we should put off construction. We said it again when we said maybe we should go out for debt. And when we put the information in the presentation, it was felt like maybe if we see it, it will help us see that where we are as a district. We were charged the last 2 years to make significant reductions in our budget. And so each year, the last 2 years, we've tried to cut approximately 1.7 million. We understand the impact on this district. We were trying not to cut the teachers in the classroom for kids. What we gave today was things that we need to start considering, because as we move forward, and it was said last in the presentation 2 weeks ago, as we move forward, we are going to have less and less, and we have to make cuts. Now, if we missed the intent of the board in doing that by making a recommendation that we did, then we take onus for that. But we were doing what we believed we were asked to do. Versus the recommendation, we believed we were bringing forward items for us to start consideration. None of us want to cut those things.
No.
But if we don't start having the conversation about it, we'll be sitting here in May or when we bring the next budget, and the board will be asking us, why are we just now having this conversation?
I just feel like what we said was, where could cuts be made? We did not say make cuts to student programming. And then also, there was also a conversation about is there any other option besides doing the full CPI, the full levy? And so, but we got nothing back about that. All we got was, we're going to cut. This is what it would look like, and this is what would need to be cut. So although I hear you, Dr. Pruitt-Adams, it still feels manipulative, and I just need us to not do it this way. I need us to not continue to do things this way. Like, this way is just continuing to deteriorate what we're working to build, which is trust, respect, understanding, community. I mean, honestly, here's where, and just before we take the vote, because like my mind is still no, right? My mind is still no. Like, my vote, I don't know if this is coming back to another vote, but because of all the reasons that I stated before, having to do with, I am not in the tax bracket of some other people in our community. I am in the tax bracket that I'm in. And as a single mom with a daughter in college, like, whatever we're talking about doing has a huge impact, right? So, and the people who are like me, who happen to also be in my tax bracket in this community, that don't have dual income homes and are looking at all of these things that are really going to create, could potentially create hardships, plus the people who are out of work, the pandemic, all of the things. It's like, I cannot justify us increasing the amount that people have to pay. And there's no justification for this. And so now I feel backed into a corner, because now that all of this has come, it's like, well, we absolutely cannot say we have to not have any of these programs. I can't, as an educator, in good faith, like, come back to my educators, my students, my people in the community, like my students that I work with right now that are going to be at the high school next year, and say, you know what? Yeah, no, I just didn't think it was a good idea for tax purposes to not make sure you had what you needed. So I guess the question that I'm asking is, are there other options? Are there any other options?
We can
Or
always
is
go
this
back.
all we got now? This
No,
is it.
this is not all. We can always go back.
Mhm.
We were asking the board to reconsider. By asking the board to reconsider CPI tonight was not saying, if you don't, this is the list that's going to go. It clearly says in there, these are things for consideration, to kind of wrap our heads around. The board, at the end of the day, you made a decision. If you choose to stick with that decision and send us back to look at something else, so be it. We thought, as I said, we thought we were doing what we were asked to do. If we missed that, then we accept that.
Can I jump in for just a little bit? Because I'm kind of where
Sure.
my colleagues Gina, Sarah, and Tom have been, but with a little different perspective. So I teach a master's course on public budgeting. And there's a whole section on how administrations respond to requests for cuts. And it says the first thing they do politically, if they don't really want to deal with the cut and they want to get more revenue, is put politically sensitive stuff on the table and publicize it so that the general public can create the heat to reverse the decision. That's sort of anti-cut budgeting 101 from an administrative standpoint. It has been done historically throughout time. And I'm not going to get into the specific intention of the individuals who put this together, but I will say, if you look at these items and you live in this community or you work at this school, you've got to know, once these things became public, there will be one or two people who'll be upset. And anyone who said they wouldn't realize that is either incredibly naive from a political standpoint or is spinning us. That's just the truth. So I do feel that this list is a manipulative list. And to use Gina's phrase, and what I didn't see in this list, and what I don't think happened, was any systems review of our administration, our administrative costs, the size of our staff. I mean, we have, 3,400, 3,500 students now. We used to have 4,000. Has our staffing increased or decreased with the decrease in students? Has there been any sort of analysis, or do we just replace positions as folks retire without thinking about whether or not that position is truly needed? What I was hoping for was a slightly more thoughtful approach, and certainly not one that would focus on programs for special needs kids or, the pool. My goodness. You couldn't pick a more politically contentious topic for this neighborhood than the pool. You just couldn't. So I do think there was some politics going on here, and it's not just sort of a wild stab guess. I mean, literally, this is an entire chapter in a textbook in a course I teach at the master's level. And this is straight out of the textbook. So I do think the administration needs to come back with a more thoughtful review of its overhead and its costs, and in particular, its administrative costs, and should lead with some cuts that don't impact student services as the first thing that's put on the line.
Thank you, Ralph. Others, Matt or Craig?
Yeah, I guess I'll just chime in. I mean, honestly, Gina, Ralph, Tom, Sarah, I mean, you've said everything I had written down during that 3.5 hours of or however long it was. I don't know that I don't need to build on it. I think we've got a long way to go to be able to work together to manage what is going to be an incredibly difficult financial period over the next 3 or 4 years. And we've got to start now, because it's not going to get any better. It's only going to get harder. And we're better off facing up to it and putting not just what I think are those easy things on the table, or maybe they were political things. I don't want to go there, but we need to put everything on the table, and we need to understand where we're spending our money and how we can rein it in, because we're just going to have to. I'd rather us diet on $1.7 million than us have a heart attack over a referendum that doesn't get passed. That's it.
Sarah, I'd like to weigh in if possible. I am just going to build on what's been said. I wholeheartedly support the comments that have already been made, and appreciate, in particular, Gina's point about the us versus them, which started at the beginning of our public comments related to the comments of Mr. Barron, and how that has taken up time and resources and drained, I know, some of my morale. So I'm trying to rebuild. And with this issue, of course, there are politics. And Ralph, I appreciate what the course that you're talking about, and my notes referenced all of those same points. The pool has been a lightning rod for debate, but we've made decisions. And to hear even, the discussion going back to the fall about the construction and how much we've lacked some transparency, or there's been a failure to communicate in certain ways. So I don't know how better to say, other than how it was said, that this board has never been about prioritizing cuts on student need before looking at other avenues. And so I too was expecting something a little more nuanced this evening that actually goes back to requests that have been made over the last couple of years. We continue to add administrative positions. We have not gotten rid of any. What does that mean? Which ones do we need? Which ones can be collapsed into other positions? in terms of our clubs. We've talked before about the clubs that we have that have small participation rates. Can those clubs be combined? Not eliminated, but combined, because some students are in 5 clubs and we have 5 different sponsors. Now, and in the past, it has been said, and I would happily find the minutes from however many years ago, but there was a comment made that there is a concern of losing stipends if we combine clubs. So that's a resource opportunity right there that we have not looked at with any true just digging in. And I want to refer back to what Tom asked during the November 20th Committee of the Whole meeting, that has to do with the Finance Advisory Committee and our fund balance and how we truly look at auditing on a grander scale and evaluating what we're doing, as opposed to putting out information with the words possible suggestions, and then underneath that having things that are so politically charged that we end up with a situation where it feels very uncomfortable hearing community members saying things about the board is trying to take this away, and the board has already made a decision. And we need to talk further about how we clarify the intent of our board, to Gina's point about students come first.
Matt?
So just to maybe be the cap on the comments, or at least first round. 2 weeks ago, I asked, is it realistic, paraphrasing now, to be able to come back to us so quickly? And what I meant by that is to come back to us with something with 1.7 million of cuts that had some nuance and some level of and I just didn't believe there would be, and there really isn't, because this is not a scalpel. This is a sledgehammer on some things that I don't think, as we all know, didn't really have a viable opportunity that we would go for. The comment that, of all the comments I heard tonight, someone said something about ride the storm out with us. And, we have built up this immense cash reserve that is not just rainy day, it's like a 100-year tsunami, for quite a while. And so as much as we know that it's not good practice to have so much money, and some of it is spoken for in terms of our capital needs down the road and with Project 2 and so on, it's collecting far more dust than interest. And I think the simpler solution is that, yes, we have an imbalanced budget for a year of 1.7 million, whatever it may be, and that we come back with something that's a more, nuanced analysis that looks at other districts, what others have done to be able to, what kind of thoughtfulness can we put into that with some more time? Because this was, I think, just a needless time pressure when we've got so much money in the bank. I mean, so that's where I'm at. And frankly, I was supportive of a 0% change and not even taking new construction. I'm not proposing to push for that right now, but the way to actually reduce the impact on people is when new properties come online, then that new revenue that we collect is spread out over a broader base. And it does not mean that those new properties don't pay taxes, okay? It just means that it's spread out. And so it's a math equation on a mass scale. It's not that these new properties, so I've heard that mentioned by someone else in public life locally a few years ago, and that's not accurate. So that's all I've got at this point.
Sarah,
Okay. Anybody else?
yeah,
Yeah.
Sarah, it's Tom. I just want to loop back to something I said, because I'm not sure it was captured, okay? And because when we put together the goals, the superintendent goals and the board goals, there's very deliberate goal there that says we will look at all of our expenses and we will look at them against benchmarks, against best practices. And from that, we will get information we know as a district that our expenses, we are not resource poor, okay? We are not resource poor. We have a high tax burden and a high spend. But the purpose was to look, in that goal is to look at it and look at it based on evidence-based information, and then say, okay, here's where we are overspending and here's where we're underspending, and then take action where we are overspending, not to just come out and in a week pick the most toxic, politically sensitive areas and put them on a list. So I think those are two drastically different approaches, and that's why I'm so surprised.
Sarah, can I
Yes.
say one more thing? Sorry.
Sure.
I guess I'd like to build on Tom's comment and Matt's comment. And I didn't say this last week. I think it was late. I should have. I am completely in support of what Ralph raised last week or 2 weeks ago, which was, look, we can't have operational, we can't cut 1.7 out of taxes without looking at our operations to cut. We just do. But I think I made the mistake. Maybe we sent the wrong message in saying that, look, in 2 weeks, we want you to come back with a set of cuts, and maybe we have some role in setting ourselves up for this a little bit, but I think we have to take the approach that Tom has laid out there, which is to use the evidence-based funding and really consider those buckets and consider what we need to do, and we need a little time to do that. And personally, as Matt says, I think, while not, a little bit against my thought of having the operational cuts to go with the tax cut, but we can afford a little bit of time because we do have the luxury of the fund balance. And so if we can make a commitment as a board and administration to find that, like in our goals, like where we are, let's find it. But let's not force ourselves to do it in 2 weeks, because then we just end up here, pushing it back on one another. If we're going to work together, we needed time to work together. So, that would be my 2 cents.
All right. Thank
Can
you,
I
everyone.
add one more thing, Sarah?
Sure,
Can I
of
add one more
course.
thing?
Yep.
And just picking back up what Craig said.
We can't hear you,
piece is
Gina.
about can you hear me? My piece is
Yeah.
about
Better.
it's us working together. I just want to piggyback on this idea of working together, because there's the community piece is really, really important here. And we, the call for please make sure we keep everything and please don't raise my taxes. These are two things that can't always go together. Like, I understand about the referendum and all the other ways that this conversation might have to get pushed, but there's no one thing not affecting another thing. What the community is, the information that they're giving us about how they feel, what decisions we know are right as fiduciaries, and the responsibility that we have to the students, which is first and foremost. None of those things are in opposition to each other, and we keep setting it up that way. And I would like us to not set it up that way. I would like for us to understand that somehow there is some level of win in this for the community, but more importantly for the students. And how do we come up with that in a way that doesn't keep tearing us down to, everybody, the decisions that you're making are the worst decisions, the decisions you're making the best decisions. It's not about that. It's about what's best for students. And us getting back to that, let us figure out how we all work together and stop siloing this idea that the board is over here doing this, the district's over here doing this, and the community's over here doing this. And we're just going to keep harassing each other to death until something changes. It's not going to change that way. That's not how it's going to change. It's going to change by us being committed to finding a new way to work together and how to do this, kind of like what Craig was saying. So and everybody has said it, but I just want to double down on that fact that let us come up with a way that actually works. Is it going to be painful? I said this at our last meeting. Likely we're going to have some pain because we're in a pandemic. It's not going to be easy for everyone. So, you know, let us just find a way. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We know this was a discussion item. We were not asking for any action. I believe we've heard the board. We will stick with, I think it was option 3, and we will go back and revisit.
And I'd like to say something. So when we had our employee benefits discussion not long ago, what was it, a month ago? One of the things that came up was that our new broker was able to find different options for us that we think will probably save $500,000 next year. I mean, I didn't hear any discussion about that or other possible savings we're going to have. You know, we could keep administrator salaries flat, right? Like there's a lot of ways that we could come up with some of this money. And I just would like the administration to please be more creative and not at the expense of our community or our kids. I really feel as though this could be done much more thoughtfully. So please, when you come back to us, come back with something more thoughtful.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is
Prom.
the prom contract for 2021.
Yes, I believe Susan Johnson is here to speak to the item. We're just giving you a summary of the changes that have been made. Is Susan still here, or Greg, are you doing it?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. So this is our prom contract for this year. And we've had this, we've brought this to our attorneys and they've gone back and forth on it and vetted it. They've put an impossibility clause in there that would account for any issues should we need to cancel due to COVID. We want to make sure that we book a space and have a space available in the event that we are able to provide a prom this year. My biggest concern is that we get to the point where vaccines are out and somehow we're able to have a prom, and if we don't book a space now, we're not going to be able to get one then. So this is at the Marriott. It's the exact same price as we would have had last year, which was a decrease from our previous prom contracts that we had at the Hyatt. We paid our deposit last year. They forwarded it to our next year. So this year's deposit is forwarded from last year. So we're not putting any more money into it at this time. So if we do have to cancel this year, they've worked in all those caveats in there.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next item is purchase of Telecom Innovations Group remote phone solution. Is this coming forward tonight, Geraldine, or is this one of the ones we were going to move?
This is one we need to bring forward, but we wanted to do the ones where we have guests first.
Oh, okay. Yes, sure.
Right. The ones that we are going to pull the following items, though. We are pulling the Project 1 update presentation, and we are pulling the policies for first read. The other items, because of the process of bringing the item and then asking for approval later, are time sensitive. And so we will need to do those today.
Yeah, and so, and just so that it's clear for the board and the community, the reason those items are being pulled from tonight is only in the interest of time, not because of anything else going on with them.
Correct. So the next item is the equity audit follow-up. Coming forward tonight to make this presentation is Dr. LeVar Ammons. He has with him representatives from B. Young and Associates who will answer any questions that the board has. Our next steps will be to seek board approval at the December 17th regular board meeting at a cost not to exceed $40,400. And this item is in compliance with Strategic Plan Priority 1, Racial Equity, and Board Policy 7:12. Dr. Ammons.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pruitt-Adams. Can everyone see my screen that I'm sharing here? All right.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So good evening, board. And before we go into our conversation tonight, I just wanted to number one, acknowledge from our last meeting on this topic that, I heard your concerns and also the concerns of the community around the proposed equity audit. And I just want us to be mindful not to be misled by language per se, right? When I'm saying this equity audit is a study of our school culture and learning environment, we're certainly moving forward with this audit with the notion of making sure we move our institution into action. That is loud and clear. We certainly understand the frustrations from the board, from the community, from our students, right? Black, brown, and other marginalized groups who want to see change in our institution. And that is the goal and the objective of performing an audit, so we can really understand our systems. This audit isn't, or proposed audit is not about finding out if racism or issues of race exist in our institution. Just by virtue of being in America, of course, we have to navigate race both in explicit forms and implicit. So that understanding is there, but this audit is specifically about our systems design and really understanding our policies, procedures, our equity initiatives, also our practices and how that impacts our ability to move the institution forward to create more equitable outcomes.
Mr. Ammons, we already have had a presentation on this since this is coming back. I'm wondering if perhaps it would be more useful for the board to hear from the vendor. I don't know if board members.
And yeah, I was just setting that up just so we can go ahead and hear from the vendor. So this is a relatively short, for sure, a relatively short presentation, and we'll certainly open it up just for some more questions, but we'll hear from the vendors here in just a few moments. So, of course, just as Dr. Pruitt-Adams mentioned, I do have the team from B. Young Associates. B. Young is here, Mr. Terrence Cephas, as well as Dr. Alexandra Escobar. And of course, we'll look to address the board's concerns as we discussed this a little bit or in length last month, and really just, look at the process itself to get some understanding from the vendors and talk about our deliverables. And of course, the recommendation is to have this hopefully approved at the regular board meeting. So with that, I will turn it over now to Dr. Escobar and Mr. Cephas just to talk through the process a little bit and lead us into some questions.
Sure. Thank you. Hi, everybody. We know you've seen this presentation. We wanted to shed some light on the anonymity and the homogeneous interviews, first with the district and then with the groups. We've set up where we would be talking to the facilitators would represent the groups that we're talking to. And those facilitators, of course, would be Black facilitator like me, who would be talking to Black or African-American folks. Then we have Latinx, a white facilitator talking to all of the white groups that we have. And then we've set it up for the Asian facilitator to talk to the Asian population. We speak to these four groups because the really good part about it is that the facilitator reflects the groups. And so a lot of times you get the information that you probably would normally hear. And this is where the data begins, where that data is used to either find out what's working in your systems, what needs to be improved. And so it's like hearing the voices of people, your stakeholders. And what happens also as we talk about this process is that we look at things, and you'll hear about it. All this data builds up to a lot of the things that you are looking for in your deliverables. And so I'll be very brief and turn it over to Dr. Alexandra. Did you guys?
You are muted, Dr. Escobar.
I apologize. So I think what we wanted to take advantage of this time with you tonight and this evening is to reiterate kind of what sets us apart from maybe other equity consultants is really giving voice to specifically students families and staff in your organization that often don't get heard. And so being able to provide homogeneous settings and facilitators that have shared experiences offers a completely different lens to the conversation, and bringing those conversations to light and to contrast them with all the initiatives and the systems that you do currently have in place really will solidify and affirm the work that you're already doing, but also push you to strengthen some of those systems. And so it's important not only to engage in conversations about the perspectives and unique lived experiences of all your stakeholders, but also looking through your different policies and practices and to what extent they are successful at closing achievement gaps, which is what we're striving for. We're striving for comparable outcomes for all students. And so that's one of the things that sets us apart. And so we wanted to have that opportunity to answer any questions specifically to the process. And I think we also wanted B to highlight how it's a systems approach. And so B, I'll give you a couple minutes and then you can tag me when you're done.
B, you are muted.
Unmute, B.
There we go. Sorry. I honor your long meeting and how tired you must be. So we want to make this as quick as possible. And I know you did see some of these documents from LeVar at the last meeting, but I wanted to just give you an understanding of the process that we use to conduct our equity audit process. And this is what we call our journey. And right now you're in the center of this model where the leadership, the board and the superintendent are making a decision whether to move forward. And that's necessary before we can move around this process. So we begin with the audit, which my colleagues have shared how that operates. And within those audits conducted with those 4 different racial groups at every level of your organization and interviews with the leadership and the teachers and the support staff, we are looking at the systems. Where are the disparities? Where are there barriers? So we focus our questions in ways that we engage the people in the focus groups and interviews, but allows us to then take the responses from all of those various levels of your organization and begin to look at opportunities where we can move to the report, being able to assess your systems. And I know that you're most interested, as are we, what's working and what's not working. I've been an admirer of Oak Park for years. I've been in this field of social justice and racial justice for 5 decades. And Oak Park was always ahead of everyone else in the state. And you are now. You have excellent initiatives, a strategic plan, many things in place, but still gaps in achievement that I know none of you want to continue. So our goal would be to use these in-depth focus groups where people are comfortable and are open and trusting to be able to provide us with the data to come back to you with a report that will talk about what's working and not working in terms of your strategic plan, your many 3 pages of excellent initiatives, so that you have an assurance that things are going to change. This model is what we call a systemic model, because once that data from the focus groups gets built into your systems, you can then begin to implement in very different ways and change the system. And we have done this in a lot of school districts. In fact, we've written a book recently that outlines how this process was used in 2 Illinois districts where we diminished the gap. And Alexander's going to share with you an example taken from our book.
You are muted, Alexandra.
Thank you. If you, LeVar, can you go back just for just a second on the journey? Because I think one of the things we wanted to connect before we talk about the sustainability of this model and the outcome on student achievement is that the importance of integrating, right? Integrating all the feedback that you will receive from this report, from the multiple sources of data, and how to best integrate it within your system so that cultural responsive education is strengthened. And so your strategic plan is furthered through this lens and through this feedback. And so on the next slide, you can see that in the book that was written, we're able to highlight, this was data from 2018 from the Illinois report card. And you'll see that District 202 worked with B. Young and Associates and took on the whole process of engaging in the equity audit and really starting to transform and strengthen systems that were in place and systems that had to be created in order to start closing that achievement gap. And you can see here on this chart, the comparison of how they were able to start closing and continuously closing the achievement gap by race in comparison to other school districts. And so we wanted to be able to highlight that. I know that while we don't have a slide, the other school district that is shared in the book is Berwyn North, which is an elementary school district who had very similar results. And so they have, year after year, they have consecutively closed the achievement gap across racial groups in comparison to their surrounding school districts.
And the fact that they're contiguous to Oak Park, you know, I think has a great link here because it's a community that we're familiar with. And we're concerned not just about Black African-American students, but our Latinx students, and the focus groups will also be with your Asian students and white students. So the comparison gives a great opportunity to see where we can make adjustments. So to summarize, our deliverables basically are, the report will give you an outline of everything that we have done. And then basically we get the strengths and the areas of improvement or the barriers through those focus groups to allow us to use those perspectives to review the systems and practices. But we feel that if we simply use best practices to analyze the initiatives, it's not alive. It's not from the people that you're serving. And that's what our focus group process will do. And of course, then that leads us to the report of the effectiveness of your current systems and the recommendations that we'll make. So that's basically an overview. We are anxious to get your questions to let us know what your reactions are.
Yeah, first I want to say thank you for sticking with us this evening. I know it's quite late for you as well, so we do appreciate that. And I know that I have board members with questions, so who would like to go first?
I'll go first if that's okay.
Sure.
I guess one of the things I want to understand, there's two questions. We'll start with the first one, and just to help me understand, which is what is it that that you as a consultant are bringing to this process that we as a community and school who you know, I think, I'm sure there are, you know, sure there are lots of places where we have our own blind spots, but what is it that we can't do on our own that you're bringing here as a consultant?
Good question. I'll give a quick answer and then see what others, how they want to respond. Well, what you can't do is what we as outsiders who have been in this field for a long time are able to do by gathering these focus groups and having somebody of the same race and ethnicity be in that group and create a climate where people will be willing to talk about what their experiences are and how these systems that you've created are impacting them. And so that has to be done by people who are not part of the system. And you've created excellent initiatives. So I think this gives you that outside perspective, which we've used in numerous school districts to help you decide what's working, where you want to make some changes.
Okay.
You
Okay.
had a second question, right, Craig?
I did have a second question. The second question was, we've been on this journey for a while, and at least I have struggled with lots of things. I'm sure we all have. When you have, you know, you showed us some results which help us understand that we can make a difference, but, you know, given where we are in this journey, would you expect those kinds of improvements from us as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Or you, okay, so you think that even where we are, and you can debate where we are, I could debate that all the time, but you still think looking at it systematically from the outside would really maybe help push us past some challenges.
Do you want to respond?
Sure. I think I wanted to hear both parts of the question,
Yeah.
but I think specifically having been working with Be Young now for the past few years, engaging in these very confidential settings and really listening to these stories. I think it takes a little while for them to even feel comfortable sharing all the experiences that they have, good and bad, because I think there's a level of risk involved of whether or not they will trust that things will not get back. And I think because we don't work for the institution and because there is a shared experience through ethnicity and race, it really allows for things that don't typically get heard to be heard. So I think that's something that is offered and that I don't think you've had in previous partnerships with other consultants. And regardless of how much work, right, has already started and this journey that you have been on, the reality is that equity work does not have a finite destination. I think this is lifelong work. And so wherever you are in that process, I think being able to pause and give voice to the voiceless and those that live in the margins really will strengthen any action plan and any next steps that you have in order to really close and address that academic gap across racial groups.
And I would add to that, Craig, that what we will be providing based on what we hear is measurable, which is how we've been able over the years. You looked at the results at 202. We actually did the audit 5 years previous. So we're looking at how does what we recommend as you implement it, how does it sustain? And that's crucial for you to engage in the process to know that whatever we're going to recommend that will help your system will be sustained. And the fact that we were able to diminish the gaps is one of the things we're most proud of.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Sarah, I'd like to just weigh in if
Please.
that's okay. Thank you all for the presentation, and again, reiterating this late hour and your willingness to hang in there with us. I am going to say that some of the comments that led to this additional presentation and had to do with our starting point. And I appreciate certainly the need for voices to be heard, and certainly understand the power and necessity of affinity groups. And I'll just say that of all the places that I've lived, this community does not have issues with expressing where we are and what we need. I will point you to the documentary that was done. I can point to a report that was done in May 2003, which is on our website, called The Learning Community Performance Gap, Oak Park and River Forest High School, an analysis of African American achievement at Oak Park and River Forest High School. Also, my first year on the board, and I'm bringing this up not to toot a horn, but we did a board town hall on school climate, and all the stakeholders were a part of that. I guess I'm saying all of this, student voice, which has led us to initiatives, has led us to having a racial equity policy. And that policy, the guidance was to be able to evaluate our initiatives. And so while I appreciate your lauding our initiatives as excellent, I think why we're here is we don't know that. We don't know which ones are working and which ones are not. But we do know that our community has cried out saying that changes have to be made. And the information that we've garnered just last night in a CCB meeting, there was a public meeting, so I'm not speaking out of turn, but a community member who's a part of that committee said that I attended this high school 20 years later, and we're talking about the same things. So I say all that to say that and this is directed at our district and our board, and decisions that are courageous that need to be made that have to do with not losing any more time. And we have to be ready to talk about our initiatives that we currently have. That is what is outlined in our racial equity policy. And my feeling is that this proposal as outlined is too many steps behind where we need to be, and not utilizing the community and staff and affinity groups and information that's been garnered in focus groups and surveys that we've already done. I don't know what the miscommunication is, or maybe it's mine, but I feel like we're at a different starting place. And this is what I am reiterating in terms of what I feel our district needs at this time.
Thank you, Jackie. Tom, are you?
Yeah,
planning?
actually, I'd like to go right after Jackie, because I think my comments are going to dovetail on what she just said. And I'll also probably introduce or some of the things. So Gina will probably, to me, it's about action. If this doesn't lead us to action, why are we doing it? And so coming back to what Jackie just said, yeah, we have this prior work from 2003. And we have just a number of places where work has been done, but results haven't been achieved, and maybe the right action. So as I look at the work, and I'm looking at the template, that there's a template document that lists a bunch of things. And as I kind of synthesize it, it looks like every line but the bottom one is just, it's a SWOT analysis of the district from an equity lens, which, I think we'll see elsewhere. And then the last line is recommendation focusing on key initiatives. And I think that's what I believe, Jackie was saying, which is, what are we doing that we shouldn't be doing? What do we need to do more of? And how are we going to look at this prior work? Because if it's been there in front of us, why haven't we been able to do things in those areas? So that's one question or topic area. And let me just throw my other one and then I'll leave. I raise this. One of my other questions I had for the group was, in case someone doesn't remember, we are in a pandemic, and the ability to do focus groups and such is, I imagine these are not going to be in person. Is that correct?
No, it's all on Zoom, and we've been doing it since the pandemic started. And
Okay.
we're having excellent results.
Okay, I guess that I just wanted to hear, because I think just, the level of comfort, the ability to read and see what's really going, because you're really trying to gather not only body language is 93% of a conversation.
Right.
And so how are we going to gather that 93% on a Zoom camera?
Well, we've been doing it for several school districts, and they have been saying at the end that they felt extremely trustful of the situation, and the dialogue between the people on the Zoom call is intense. Of course, either Terrence or Alexandra, who have been doing it every day for the last few weeks. Do you want to add to how you see that?
Yeah, and like I said, technology has, its pros and cons, and I think depending on the climate of the district and kind of the initial conversation, some focus groups take a little longer to kind of get in a groove, but they've been very fruitful. I think in most cases we have more to discuss than the time we're actually allotting for, because there's so much information that's being shared. And so the benefit of being able to use technology is that we do get to record the session so we can be present and engage in these conversations, and then go back and kind of put our reports together to hold everything in confidence, and making sure that whatever data and patterns and trends start arising are not identifiable.
Terrence, could you speak to a couple of the groups you've done lately?
Sure, yeah. Some of the things that I've found out is that the groups are already charged, and the fact that we are virtual and we can see each other, you're not missing much of the nonverbal communication at all. The level of enthusiasm hasn't changed. As a matter of fact, the last couple of focus groups I've done, people have asked, why can't we do it at least every 3 months or every month? They've invited us out to fellowship with them after the pandemic. So we see the excitement from the engagement, and the students have asked me to share with them some of my fraternity steps, and we talk about music and how that relates to diversity and the climate of today. And so we get them very engaged, and we don't lose anything by that at all.
Does that respond to the question?
That addresses the second question, and I guess the first one, which might not have been a question enough, which is related to Jackie's comment, which is how do we, how do we know we're at the right starting point, whether we need to go back and look at historical information or we need to fast forward and get right into programs?
Well, that's what we will have in the report. And every recommendation we make is based on actions, because it doesn't make sense to gather this many focus groups and interviews and really get people to open up without coming back to you with what actions have we heard from that. We build this around the number of audits we've done over the years, but everything we will give you will be based on action, built on where you are now and where you can be, which ultimately will have an impact on the achievement of your students, which has to be one of the most concerning aspects you have about your district. There are so many positives, but the gap between Black and Latina students and white students is extreme. And that we know we can have an impact on.
I'm sorry, I just need to just speak briefly in support, and I am sure you meant no harm, no disrespect, but the way that we are discussing achievement disparities is feeling so much like a deficit model and ascribing a certain ideal to what achievement is, or even what our issues are around achievement. And I'm speaking now as a board member, as a parent of 4 children who have graduated from this high school, all Black children. And achievement in and of itself is not our issue. And I did highlight that in some of my questions. And I'm just going to circle back to, please, as we're discussing this, the onus that is put on our children when we say that they don't compare to our white students is detrimental to everything we ascribe to as a district, why we have a racial equity policy in place. And I'm still hoping that there is a listing of what we consider our racial equity initiatives, which has been a request since the policy was put in place, and how those are going to be looked at to address our issues of belongingness, climate, and certainly achievement. But overall, it is the well-being of our students, and that they feel ownership and love and know that they belong and can come back to this high school feeling as though they matter. And that transcends the way that I feel we're talking about achievement right now. So I feel like I have to speak for my children and all the children in our district that we represent, that how we have tried to change our talk about achievement.
Jackie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I definitely can appreciate that. And one of the things we know about this work is that, I heard somebody say it's a starting point, it feels like a starting point. It's not. It's evolutionary. And a lot of the things that we get out of the focus group addresses just what you're talking about. We're going to hear some things that you personally have addressed. And we've seen those things come to fruition in addition to all the other things. And so we hear you, we respect what you're saying. And I just wanted to say that we are going to be engaging in those areas. And when you get into the focus groups, you witness it, you experience it.
And it's all about valuing all of our students. Because we're talking about achievement, that is one of the goals, but the inclusion, the respect, the ability to hear the voices of all these students, it's all about giving them the greatest respect and honoring them. That's what our work has been about for decades. You created many opportunities and many wonderful graduates. I have friends whose children have graduated from this school for decades. But the reality is there is also that ability for everybody to know that they also can achieve at a higher level, and for everyone. And it's valuing that keeps us doing this work for so many decades and achieving the opportunity to not only have everybody feel welcome and valued and loved, but also know that they can achieve it as high a level as possible.
So
Thank
can
you.
can I ask a question then? Are you saying that what you are going, the metrics that you will be able to provide to us are going to demonstrate how we do that?
Well, not the metrics, but the recommendations that come from what we hear will help guide that, yes.
And what are some of those metrics? What are some of the things that you look at that would help us guide that?
Well, it isn't what we look at, it's the questions we ask in the focus groups that allow us to take that data and then look at the systems that you have in place.
So we have a lot of systems in place right now. So I don't want to, this is not about like, I know your association and that you do great work. So this is more about our system and not you all. So let me just preface that. The questions that I have about our racial equity analysis tool, we have a racial equity policy that actually lays out a framework. I'm not sure how much time you all have spent looking at what we already have in place. Yep. We have a commitment by our board as well as by our administration to continually use an equity lens for everything that we do. This is not and we have a very vocal community. We have a very vocal staff. We have very vocal students who have said, I do not feel like I belong here. This culture doesn't feel welcoming. My teachers have said this, this, and that. These are the things that have happened. And we have done numerous things to address those. We don't have my biggest concern with this, and I said it before and I will say it again, is we don't have a lack of information. Focus groups aren't, I am highly concerned that focus groups are not going to tell us anything new. That the information that you all are going to gather from people is information that they have already told us for at least the past 10 years. And that your recommendations are not going to look much different than the racial equity policy that we already have in place. The racial equity analysis tool that I'm still struggling to understand how that is used, where it's used, when it's used. And I feel like the work that needs to be done is work that we already have access to without having someone else come in and tell us what needs to get done because we already have the information that we need. We have the data, we have the conversations, we have had conversations with I'm not clear on how more focus groups are going to actually provide us with new information. New information feels like a moot point at this point. We have a lot of information. So based on all the things that we already have in place, the questions that I have are based on your work, just about your work. The gap diminishment that you talked about, I'm curious what it looked like in the data there was that you started that work with them in 2005. Did those districts move through your entire full educational equity journey? And are you only presenting us right now with just the first part of what that would be?
Yes.
And we would need, so in order for us to achieve some similar gains, we would potentially need to move through your entire equity journey. Equity, what is it called? The educational equity journey?
Well, our recommendations would give you actions to take you through that journey.
And so with that journey, then would we need to continue to contract with you additionally to move through that journey? Or the recommendations you give us take us all the way through and around that entire loop?
Our goal is to provide you with the information that will allow you to take every step based on the teams you have already in place, the programs you have in place, but they would be put into the perspective of what people are experiencing right now. Yes, at District 202, to reduce that gap to the way we have, it took about 5 years, but we weren't there all the time. Our goal is to identify ways in which you can use your own staff even more effectively based on what we hear.
So if we contracted, so if we do this equity analysis with you all, equity audit, then is this a commitment for you to work with us for 5 years to move us through that process? Or you're just, I'm just trying to understand, like, because what I know for sure is that this is a long game, right? This is definitely a long game. We've already been in the long game, and there are things that I feel that we can already do that we're not doing that, you know, require, you know, more long game work. But I'm trying to understand, if you all come in and do this piece with us, how ongoing is it? Are you giving us some reports at the end of what would be another 8 weeks? And then we have those reports to do with and move through the process as we will. The district has those reports to move through the process as they will.
Well, we're working directly with LeVar. I mean, the goal would be with LeVar in the role he has, that we would put everything in the context of what you're able to accomplish. I guess I'm hearing, and we heard that from your last meeting, and we hoped we were giving you the responses that will help you understand that we know you are not just starting this journey. You've been on this journey a long time. But we also know that there are ways in which getting this rich information at this time, with a new equity director and all the strategies you put in place, your equity policy, this is a way to just bring all that together and create the action to make it so that you have the answers to how is this tool or that tool working for our district.
But if we can't even get, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's, that it kind of, I'm curious how.
Gina, if I could step in and just speak to you, you mentioned the long game, the long-term game, right? As B just mentioned, this process is just at the very beginning of finding out what we'll need going forward as an institution. So an example being when we talked about our long-term.
LeVar, I'm sorry, can I just interrupt you for a second? I'm sorry. We had a number of community people and organizations that are highly skilled in the work of racial equity put together a policy, right? And that was just done in April of 2019. Now, that policy has a lot of pieces in it that we could be implementing. And I don't understand why we're not just, why can't, I'm not clear why we need to do an audit right now when we haven't really fully implemented parts of that policy that could be effective measures that we could be using already. So I'm not seeing the need for us to do an audit at this moment when we have a policy with a lot of pieces in it that a lot of people contributed information, expertise, experience, and time to create, that is not fully implemented. So you're auditing something before we've even really given it a chance to start to work.
Well, I guess what we believe is that with all of that in place, to get the perspective we would get from these focus groups at every level, including the board, including all of the administrators and families and students and the support staff and your teachers, and separated by these 4 different racial groups, we would have so much information that could then begin to answer those questions. Why isn't the action taking place?
I think it's just that our focus group piece, when the racial equity policy was created, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when the racial equity policy was created, there was quite a bit of focus group work done in that. There were like affinity conversations are had in our community. They're had in spaces. So I'm just feeling like we're missing something, and I'm not feeling, although I value and appreciate the work that you do, I'm not feeling like we've done our part on our end yet to get to the place where we can say, now, can you tell us if this system worked? Because we just put the policy in place April of 2019. And I would like to see the racial equity analysis tool. I would like to see the questions that I ask about what equity lens was used to evaluate this piece of material answered. I would like to see some of those things before we move into something else. But thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate you staying late. We're just accustomed to being here till midnight.
Well, I guess bottom line for us is that we look at organizations as systems, and system work is really about shifting the conditions that keep the problems you have in place. So what we're saying through these focus groups, we could help you understand when and where and how to take the action, because you do have the policies in place. But we know there is within your organization at all of these levels, people who are sitting on information that's helpful. It's not it's not just the writing of the policy, but this is the fuel that can help the policy get to work. And that's what we have found when we've done this in other districts, including those that have been on the journey. You've been on it a long time, but it is a journey. And we believe that we could help. And I understand that you feel you don't need what we have to offer, and we understand that.
Ralph
If I could
or
just-
Matt?
Can I, I'm sorry.
Yeah, can I just ask a kind of a follow-up question? So I read through the proposal 3 or 4 times, and how much of your work is going to end up reviewing the actual implementation of program we've put in place, whether or not we are implementing with fidelity, whether or not it is being implemented in accordance with best practice, whether or not it even is best practice? Do you have those aspects as part of your review in your audit? Are you going to literally look at the implementation of program designed to attain more equitable outcomes from a racial standpoint to determine whether or not we are implementing them in accordance with best practice and/or faithfully?
Well, we believe that best practices don't work always in every organization. And so we believe that the people that you serve can give the best answers to that rather than just looking at best practices. So yes, that would be our goal, to develop the questions so we would be able to use that data to give you that kind of information. That's what we have been doing.
And then would you follow that up with, so part of your moving to action, what we're looking for here would be recommendations on how to either move away from programming we've implemented that doesn't seem to be effective in our setting and replacing it with certain other specific types of programming, or ways to tweak what we are doing to make it more effective? Is that part of what you do?
That all of the above, yes. I think there's a perception that focus groups only gather data, which would be a waste of your money. We gather data from these focus groups. When you look at the depth that we're looking, but not only the depth, but the breadth of those who will be asked and invited or volunteer to be in these groups, you're getting the most important information possible to help your school district move forward. I have just seen this work so many times for so many decades. There's not a district that we've worked with that hasn't had the results we're talking about. And it's hard to do unless we took each of your initiatives and laid them out right now to say how we would do that, which we couldn't do. But when we have the data from all of these levels and compare the view of Black students with Latinx students, with white students, with teachers of those different races, that's when you have the most important richness with which to examine whether these strategies and initiatives you've created are really taking the action you want. But if you don't believe that the data from the people that you hired, that you serve, the families who send their children here, if you don't believe that their insights will be the best source you could use to examine equity as we define it in terms of providing everybody with the opportunity to move forward at the greatest speed. That's where your greatest and most important source is, to examine what you've created with all the goodwill and experts that have helped you put them together. Here's the test. Can your people and their experiences help you create the action that you want out of your equity plan? A plan is not the action. We can get you to the action.
Thank you. The hour is growing very late and we still have our probably meatiest agenda item well down the agenda. Matt, did you want to ask any questions at this point?
No, thanks to all for your insights and questions, and thank you for the presentation.
Are there any other burning questions out there? Okay, my understanding is this is coming back at the regular board meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your patience tonight. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
The next item is the FF&E contract memo. Bringing this forward is Mr. Ronald C. Anderson, Executive Director for Facilities and Operations. And I believe joining him are members of FGM Architects. At the conclusion of this presentation, we would ask that this item be moved forward to the regular Board of Education meeting on December 17th. This item is in compliance with Strategic Plan Priority 1, 2, and 4, and Board Policy 2:140, 2:220, and 4:60.
Good evening, Board. During the planning phase of the Project 1, the district budgeted $2,048,700 for the furniture, fixtures, and the design for the FF&E. FGM proposed expense as part of the Project 1 budget and not additional expense. This will begin the design phase of the furniture and fixtures located in the renovated areas and the building addition for the Project 1. This proposal allows FGM to provide design coordination assistance to the district and the furniture vendors during the design, procurement, and the installment phases. We will select the furniture from vendors listed on the state and national purchasing contract in accordance to the Illinois Government Joint Purchasing, awarding to the lowest responsible bidder or the highest ranked offered price. FGM would evaluate the bids and the vendors, and will provide the recommendation to the administration, and we'll bring it to the board for approval. FGM is proposing to charge the district a not to exceed amount of $50,000 at an hourly rate found in Exhibit A of the contract. Do you have any questions about that?
Questions from the board?
No, none for me. Thank you.
Okay, and this will be coming back in a couple of weeks as well, right?
Yes, it'll be next week for approval.
Okay, thank you.
The next item is the room renumbering and wayfaring signage. This too is being brought forward by Mr. Anderson, Executive Director of Operations. At the conclusion, we are asking that this item be brought forward at the December 17th Board of Education meeting for approval. This is in compliance with Strategic Plan Priority 1, 2, and 4, Board Policy 2:140, 2:220, and 4:60.
Based on the Imagine project feedback, the district determined that the room renumbering and wayfair signage project should be undertaken. We feel that it's appropriate to do it at this time because of the completion of the South Cafeteria and the Student Resource Center. Rather than renumbering portions of the building, we're proposing a room renumbering of the entire building with enhanced wayfair signage. We've asked FGM to provide a proposal to develop a comprehensive renumbering plan for the entire building, which would include the new rooms and the wayfair signage for the design. The room renumbering signage that falls outside of the scope of Project 1 will be funded through the building maintenance budget. It was already budgeted. FGM is proposing to charge the district a not to exceed amount of $45,000 at an hourly rate found in Exhibit A as well. Do you have any questions about that?
Yeah,
Yeah, Craig?
yeah. With the architects here, tell me what a room renumbering project is. I mean, what is the architectural work involved with renumbering rooms?
So, good question. and it's a bit of a rare bird actually, because this isn't something that is typically done all that often, but it's something that, as we understand it, was born out of the master plan. The feedback gained by the Imagine committee, particularly from the students that they engaged, was that the building is very difficult to navigate because the existing numbering system really doesn't make sense. And there is a lack of wayfinding signage that certainly doesn't aid in the current building in terms of the numbering system. So what this would do is it would look at the entire building, and we would develop really kind of multiple renumbering options that would be weighed by key stakeholders in the district administration and staff, and then essentially the district would select one of those along with a wayfinding system package to be implemented, and the idea being that this is an ideal time to do it because Project 1 touches approximately 25 to 30% of the rooms, and they will be receiving new room signage. And so the feeling amongst the district administrators that we've been working with on Project 1 was that now would be the best, or now would be an appropriate time to renumber the entire building, because with landing so many new signs in all of the spaces that are affected by Project 1, either being renovated or they're being built new, like the infill classrooms in the northwest corner of the building, South Cafeteria, Student Resource Center, expansion of special education, et cetera, et cetera. If you land new signs on all of those spaces now, and then you move forward in a few years, 5 years, 10 years with the renumbering, you're going to have to put new signs. You would likely be pulling those newer signs off and having to put new signs at that time. So is it something that could wait? Absolutely. But we understood it to be one of the priorities coming out of the master plan.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Josh. You're misunderstanding my question.
Okay.
My question is why, what is it that in the training of an architect is needed to renumber the building? Why do I need to hire an architect?
Sure.
To do renumbering? I understand hours, I understand that, but I'm trying to understand, is there something architecturally from, skill-wise that's required here?
it's not necessarily something that another another design professional couldn't endeavor to do. We do it all the time, because anytime we do a project, particularly a school project, we are providing a room numbering system that is typically used at the outset by the school or by the school district per se. So in this is a case of, instead of, you don't have a new building that we're doing for you, you have an existing building that has an identified problem with its existing numbering system. And so we would be looking at it from a holistic sense and bringing forward options that would improve the student experience in terms of being able to more easily navigate the buildings, but also coupling that with a wayfinding system as well. So is it something that architects are better at than someone else? For instance, if you went to your signage vendor that the district currently uses when you order half a dozen new signs, is it something they could do? I don't know. I've never heard of a signage vendor renumbering an entire building, because one, they typically don't have access to software where they're going to have all their floor plans for your building, and that they could then put forward options in terms of what the district would consider. Obviously we have those tools. Because it's part of what we do on a day in, day out basis.
Okay, I understand. I know this suggestion is the business of the district and not the board.
Mm-hmm.
But, I love this for a crowdsourcing project for a bunch of students in the community. I love this to get groups in the community who are enthused about doing something that it lives along with the school, and bring them in and let them develop options. And then maybe you guys can review it,
mm-hmm.
but save $40,000 and involve the community in doing it. That's my 2 cents. That may be crazy, but I just wanted to throw that out on the table.
Sure.
Not crazy.
Can I piggyback on that too, Craig? Because one of the things is, like, having been a parent recently who travels through the school, and having been a student there 30 years ago who traveled through the school, and trying to figure out where 272 is, or, honestly, I feel like there are a lot of people who would be like, I think that, to Craig's point, I think that there are folks who have been in that building for 30 years who could come up with a numbering scheme and that piece of how it's laid out, that would be thrilled and excited to be engaged in that process. I'm not necessarily one of them. I just would like to be able to find room 272. Thanks.
All right, other questions or thoughts? I will echo Craig's, and in fact, I previously had someone text me this evening saying that they want to do it, who's just a community member, so point made.
I think
Matt?
I think we've
Can I
got
ask a
14 cents, 2 times 7 here, potentially. It seemed enthusiasm. Also, the work that was done by the one or more teachers with the signs for the Husky graduates and also the incoming freshmen. We've got a lot of talent in the building, and I'd love to incorporate as many of the students in this as well. So another resident recommended that to me tonight. So I think that's absolutely the right track to be on.
I had to step away for a moment, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm caught up. Are we talking the design and the wayfaring, and then somebody else making the numbering and posting it? I just wanted to see what I missed.
I don't know that we'd actually gotten that far in our conversation in terms of who does what, but I think the idea of having students or community members work on this as a fun interactive project, and then figuring out how to make the signs would probably be a separate piece.
Thank you.
I just weigh in and say that from my perspective, and Josh, you said this, could this wait? Yes. And I think that given our current conversations, even of this evening, and where we need to prioritize resources, it points, in my opinion, directly to allowing our Craig's suggestion to play out, but it doesn't have to happen, certainly doesn't have to happen right now. And so I would want us to put a pause on an expenditure of this type. And I also had a question, Ron, you said that part of the cost of this would come out of the B&G budget that's been earmarked. Could you elaborate on that? Because I'm unclear what that means.
The maintenance budget, the part that's not in project one, because the 30% of the building that's getting renumbered as part of project one will come out of project one funds, and the remainder balance will come out of the maintenance fund, the maintenance budget.
And about how much would that be?
Well, we won't know until after it goes out to bid.
So when we're saying $40,000, we no more than 40,000. That's only for the new, what's considered under project one. And this kind of reinforces my feeling that if we don't know the cost, and there are certainly some things that we need to attend to, perhaps that money could be maintenance budget might need to go elsewhere at this time. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much. And thank you for your patience in staying so late this evening.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure where we go next. Are we back up on the telecom?
Yes. So
Item
the
C?
next item, I was talking and didn't realize I was muted. I'm sorry. So the next item is the purchase of the Telecom Innovative Group remote phone system. At the conclusion of making this presentation is, oh shoot, I skipped to the wrong item. I'm sorry. Making this presentation is Christopher Thame, Executive Director of Educational Technology, and Cindy Sador, Chief Financial Officer. At the conclusion of this presentation, we will be bringing this forward at the next board meeting for approval. This is in compliance with Strategic Plan Priority 2, District Policy 4:10, and 6:235.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience in letting us get to this agenda item tonight on a very long night. We have been working on this issue for some time, and some of this has bubbled up in information that we have reported out as we were attempting to solve our remote phone functionality problems here in the building, both for faculty and our support staff and administration. There are many areas that this impacts, and essentially we have a cumbersome method by which a staff member or faculty member can reach out through a platform that will place a phone call, and that phone call won't be identifying their personal number. It's not coming from their cell phone. However, it's cumbersome for the faculty, support staff. It's also cumbersome for the families and the students that may be receiving that phone call, because they're not getting a number that they can call back. And then they have to call back into the office number that goes to a voicemail that the staff member, the faculty member then retrieves. You have this game of phone tag back and forth. So we've been looking for an effective, cost-efficient solution to this. And rather than tell you more about it, I'm going to show it to you. So I'm going to switch cameras over here. What you're looking at right here, this is I'm actually in a classroom right now, coming to you from 425A. And this is one of the typical classroom phones. And the Mitel system, if you can remember back to March, we had just entered into a transition in our phone system. The very first week of pandemic was the week that we implemented that system. The company that we went with was able to do that on time and on budget. And so we have a completely new phone system in the school, and this is one of those phones. Along with that, I'm going to show you, this is my, my cell phone. And just like any cell phone, there's an app that goes along with it, either for Android or iPhone. And what that does is it emulates my office phone. So on here, I can dial a number just like I would on any cell phone, but I'm doing it through the app. Because I'm doing it through the app, I'm actually dialing as my office number. So when I dial from my phone here, you see it's ringing in the room and it's coming up as me, as Christine. So that way, the number is in sync. And if I go back the other way, dialing my phone, you can see it ringing there. It's saying that it's coming from this classroom. So on both directions.
I don't understand.
Testing 1, 2. So you can see that that number does go through to the office phone and it's appearing as me. You can place a call. It doesn't have to be inside the network. You can place a call out to any outside number. And it's coming up as if you were calling from your own office. So you have true inbound and outbound operations within this phone app. We're seeing not only with faculty needing to reach out to families, but also in our special ed department, a vast need for this. And beyond COVID, the value is really in, we're seeing more and more requirements for that type of office functionality outside of the office space. Any other solutions that we're looking at, you're talking about a licensing cost per phone that is the same as if you were implementing it the first year, which means you're repaying that cost every year. The cost that you have before you is for the implementation, and it's a $6 charge per phone number that we keep under this licensing for every year thereafter. So it's a considerable savings, especially if you're looking at these numbers as being ones that would be have a cell phone distributed to them. Like if it was the special ed department, they needed that back and forth functionality. They weren't, it's not wise that they're using their own number in those instances. This is a considerable cost savings as we go forward to past COVID. So at that point, I'd like to open it up to any questions you might have on this.
Questions from anyone?
No questions, but thank you, Chris, for the demonstration for this technology challenged person. It made all the difference, as well as your outstanding rationale and recommendation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Chris, this is Craig. What about security concerns, people spoofing from the app or anything like that? How do you manage that?
It's essentially you've got it's a VPN client essentially with it, but it's a phone functionality only. So it's going into our VoIP system. So the secure access is through that app, through the credentials that are specific to that phone. So during the installation process of the app, that's where the security connection goes into place. I don't want to go into more detail in a public forum other than that. But the encryption occurs at that point, the connection occurs at that point, and then it creates a secure tunnel between the app on the phone and the phone system that we're using here at the high school.
So nobody can essentially hack the line and spoof the phone because it's a device-to-device VPN, basically.
Yeah. Honestly, it was easier in the old copper days to hack the line than it is now.
Okay, thank you.
So Christopher, just following up on that question, does the cell phone user need to have Wi-Fi in order to use the app, or can it run over 5G?
Yeah, either Wi-Fi or cellular. The demonstration that I just did, I'm not even on the Wi-Fi right now. Oh, I'm not trying to back. I'm not on the Wi-Fi at the moment. I'm using my cellular network in order to place that call, but it's using internet data services on that line.
And I'm sorry, just I think one last question. We're buying software licenses, no hardware, is that right?
Correct, no hardware. This is all integrated into our current phone system, but it's software licenses and then the labor contract in order to have them do that first blast so that we can get 330 individuals that were identified as needing this.
And are we supplying the cell phones to those individuals, or are they expected to use their personal phones?
This would be something that they could access through their personal phones. But there is a web interface on this. So if they said, I would prefer not to use my own phone, they can use their computer and use the same functionality. So it doesn't require a cell phone in order to be used. It can be used on any mobile device, any Windows, any Macintosh device as well.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just want to say thank you to you, Chris, and your team. And you're like an umpire. People only notice you if things mess up. And I haven't noticed the umpire lately. So thank you very much for all you and your team do.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with Jackie's comment. It was very helpful to watch it in action. So thank you for that. Okay, I think we have another tech contract.
Yes. The next, trying to find it again. The next item is the purchase of technology for hybrid classrooms. Also bringing this forward is Christopher Thame. As a conclusion of the presentation, we would like to move this to the December 17th Board of Education meeting. Mr. Thame.
Thank you. So on this next one, we'll continue on with showcasing a little bit of what we have in this room. In a hybrid environment, you are taking a remote, those who are in remote attendance, those who are physically in attendance, and you are trying to create as seamless as possible an experience between those 2 points. Zoom is designed, as we've seen, if you get 2 computers next to each other, you have interference between the microphones and the speakers. They're really designed for that sort of insulated physical experience. I'm sitting alone in an environment that's enclosed. I'm on my Zoom session. It's picking me up. I'm hearing, etc. In a hybrid environment, we are breaking down some of that insulation. And so because we're changing that method of delivery of instruction, we're needing to look at how we are structuring the supports for that delivery. And that we've been doing a lot of searching, talking to a lot of districts. Of course, D90, D97, we're constantly checking notes between the 3 districts. In addition to that, I reached out through Illinois Educational Technology Leaders Organization, and the districts that are associated with that organization have been knowledge sharing, as well as those that are investigating hybrid, those that are in hybrid. What are they finding are the pain points, and what have they done to kind of mitigate some of those pain points? I also talked to the to technology administrators at Loyola Academy and over at Dominican University, and got their input as well. The other thing that we're up against is the fact that we're all looking at this and their stock limitations, and the cost on some of these systems can be pretty prohibitive. When I worked at Dominican University back in the 90s, we had some of the first teleclasses where we designed classrooms with microphones, speakers, monitors in order to hold classes in conjunction and through the College of DuPage to schools up in Minneapolis and other area universities. And in order to do that, I'm seeing a lot of that experience coming back, even though I'm looking at it considerably some years later. So I'm going to go from that explanation and talk about one of the most important pieces. Is when we think about hybrid, we think about video. But really, one of the most difficult things to navigate, I'm going to zoom out here a little bit, turn this monitor so I'm seeing what you're seeing. And I'm going to pan over to our student stations. I've got 2 student stations here. So both of these stations are in our Zoom session right now. And that's as receiving what's visually on the screen, this is great. So if the teacher is sitting over at the desk, they're doing their presentation through the Zoom session or through the Google Meet session, and I'm seeing that up on the screen, that's great. The moment that I run into trouble is when I am trying to talk, and what you may be hearing at this point is a little bit of an echo. If I go over to my other station and I have my mic unmuted over here too, it exacerbates that. Now, if I go and I'm going to, because what I have on here is my audio turned off. The minute I start to do that, see, that's getting worse. Throw another one in there, and you can hear how very quickly you get that feedback.
Hey, you convinced us, Chris.
So the other problem that you experience if you're dealing with audio on multiple devices in a room, let's say all the kids were in here with a set of headphones. They're going to hear their teacher physically in the room, and then a fraction of a second later hear it in the headphone. Very distracting. Now, if they don't have that way of hearing through the headphones, how are they going to hear the remote students? That's the audio solution that we're looking at right now. And I'm going to pan over here so I can show you the, let's see, in here. This is the audio solution that we're using in this room. So what I'm talking to you through is this little device right here. It's got the speaker and it's got embedded microphones into it. So when you're talking, I'm hearing you very clearly. I can hear you throughout the room. And it's picking up the microphone. Now, I've done some testing in a variety of different rooms, different environments. You have different physical things that come into play. Some, you may have fans that are a bit noisy. What I found is that this does a good job of canceling out the fan. You don't hear it on the other end. It does lower the sensitivity a bit, but it does work in those areas where you have the fans going as well. You have a lot of hard surfaces, so there's a lot of sound bouncing off the walls. In an ideal situation, you're baffling the noise off the hard surfaces. You're changing out the lights so that they are not pooling. There's a whole slew of things that you would do if you were really making this a long-term hybrid solution. But this at least gets the job done. Now I'm over in the far corner of the room. I'm gonna lower my voice so that I'm talking at a more, I'm a student, I don't like talking up, and I'm over at this desk here. I may not really feel comfortable talking louder than this, and yet you're still able to hear what I'm saying. If I'm looking out the window and I'm talking, you can still hear me. Even if I'm whispering, you can hear me. So for what this is, the fact that you've got a single base unit that's picking up the audio, delivering the audio, and especially at the price point that we're looking at for these units, you have a really cost-effective way of getting this job done. And what I'd like to do is go back over here. And this camera has some basic pan tilt zoom functionality. What that means is that I can zoom in, as I'm doing here, and I can pan up, I can go side to side, and I'm going to use that to show you the different components that are included in what you have in those quotes that are in the packet. So there I've got my workstation, and that workstation has one cord plugged into it. It has a power cord that has nothing to do with the equipment. One cord is plugged into this workstation, a new USB. And then everything else that you see here is plugged into it. So when I did the demonstration of the phone app, I was using this document camera here. That's plugged in. It all comes into a hub. So the camera, the speaker and microphone system, the document camera, and then items that we have in-house. We're only looking for supplemental amounts of the document cameras. We do have quite a few of these. We already have monitors. So once they plug that cord in, they get an additional monitor. Teacher gets an additional monitor, they get a mouse, and they get a keyboard. Obviously, we have those components in-house, and we're not looking to purchase additional on that. All of those pieces, plug and play, no additional software. There was no installation that had to be done. I just had to plug that cord in, and automatically Zoom detected the microphone. It detected the document camera and the camera that I'm using to display and show. And also, you know, in the hybrid environment, you've got a limited amount of space on the board that you can walk in front of. But if I was going to use the board to it is good enough that I'm able to see what I'm writing up on the board too. And with an integrated camera, the resolution is spotty at best. And it's really difficult to use. Not to mention, you can't pan up and down or zoom in and out with a camera that's embedded into your device. You have to actually physically lift it up and point it to what you're trying to show. So I hope that that gives some an example, at least if you've gotten some practical insight into what all of that technical jargon is within that proposal that you have in front of you. I'd like to open it up. Any questions on this?
Any questions from anyone?
I have a rudimentary question, Chris, so I apologize if it feels that way. Thank you for all this, and that was way cool. I feel like I got another burst of energy. Given that it's hybrid and that there will be some students remote and some in the classroom, teachers won't be wearing masks, correct? Because then students can't
they
take
will
their
be
mask.
wearing, let me, you know, and I meant to do that, and I apologize. I'm putting a mask on, and I'm gonna do that same audio test. I'm walking over here into the corner. I'm not talking loudly. I'm looking out the window. I am hoping that you are still hearing me okay.
Yes.
Turning back around. Again, I'm whispering using the mask.
Okay, but I do now. But what about? Has this been made clear to our families and students that the experience in the classroom will be one of still different than what returning to the classroom means in terms of teachers?
I would say yes. We try to do that in every presentation, that our teachers will still be wearing masks, and that it will be different, that it won't be like pre-pandemic classrooms. We stress that.
And I guess I'm saying that for the hybrid students as well, that
yes.
The expectation that right now virtual has meant that no one's wearing a mask, but hybrid means teachers will be masked and the sound quality is impeccable. I wonder how we get to if there's a way to ensure that students who have issues with, auditory learning are able to have a way to understand what's going on.
So in our classroom technology integration planning group, one of the members of that group is our assistive technology coordinator, Lisa Vincent. She actually reached out to me on that subject. She's in touch with the person that she relies on most to help students with auditory issues. We did some testing with this unit and she had closed captioning on, and it was able to, at various registers, pick up my voice at various places within the classroom, turn that into closed captioning that was right. The only part it couldn't was when I was doing the whisper test. That was the only time that the closed captioning didn't work. But we're going to continue to work with her and with that group to evaluate the technology in that. And if we need to figure out some enhancements to this, then we'll figure it out. But so far it's looking good.
And Chris, if I might add, I don't know if this kind of hits too on what Dr. Moore is saying. I know, like for our speech and language students, Ms. Francois Blue has bought some of the clear masks so that they can see what the teacher is saying. So that's also an option.
All right, any other questions?
I just had a quick one.
Mhm.
Curious, Chris, to what degree is your focusing on this as the preferred option an outgrowth of what existing schools that have already gone this route before, their experience? Is this partly, based on that?
Yeah, it's very much based on that. In what I'm hearing, and I expected this from what I remember running into, audio is always your biggest issue. Video is actually a lot easier to solve than the audio component of it. And also when I was looking at the price point and what the capabilities of this system were, there are systems that are all built in that have tracking cameras that could follow you up and down as you're walking up and down the whiteboard. But they're really cost prohibitive. They're really, so this is a solution that comes under the price point for all of this that you would spend just for an integrated camera with speaker system embedded into it. So that's why I was leaning in this direction. It had all the functionality and a lower price point on top.
Well, thank you for that explanation. And I think the potential for this post-pandemic, which is an optimistic thing to talk about, for student conferences, all sorts of potential application, right? Associations that meet at the school. So I feel like this is more than a short-term deal.
Yes, definitely.
So thank you.
I would say though that given the sensitivity of the mics, I think teachers should be really explicit with their classes about that, because I could see a lot of hurt feelings because unintended conversations are overheard. Having been in courtrooms with audio, trust me, I've been there. It's embarrassing. All right, any other questions from anybody? Thank you so much, Chris. That was fun. I didn't think I was going to say that at midnight, but
about technology, no less.
it's fun.
So
Right.
we pulled the policies under policies for first read. So now we're at the superintendent search process, and I will turn it over to you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give everyone an update, the community as much as the board. So we are issuing an RFP for a search firm that I think is going out tomorrow, and bids close mid-December. Am I getting that timeline right, Gail? So over winter break, so to speak, not that we board members really have that, but we will have the opportunity to review the applications from the search firms, from the bids that are submitted. And we will then rank them and determine who we want to interview. Gail had sent out a doodle for, I think, January 10th and 11th. And those are the nights that we anticipate doing the interviews. We don't know that it would take 2 days. It sort of depends on how many people submit, how many folks submit bids, if there are any, clear outliers that we can sort of cull early on. We're hopeful it'll be one night, and we're thinking, 30-minute interviews, 20-minute presentations, 10 minutes for questions from the board. And optimistically, we would like to actually make our decision that same night. I think that that's realistic, but again, we have that second night sort of held in abeyance if we feel that we need it. That would then put our timeline for the actual search, the meat of the search project, so to speak, would be in February. And hopefully we would have applicants to start interviewing by, March, to be able to make our selection in April, late March or April. Gail, can you please fact check me? Did I get that correct?
Yes, you did, Sarah.
Okay. So I don't know if anyone has questions. This was really just meant to be an update about the RFP process. But if anyone has questions, I'm happy to try to answer them. And fortunately, Gail's here too.
Think you
I
said
just had a request for, could we see will we be able to see the RFP that's going out?
So there's all kinds of rules around RFPs. It is going out in the morning. Are you saying you would like to see it before it goes out?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know what, if there are rules that prohibit that, I can just, I guess, look at it on.
Yeah, so honestly, Gail, I don't know. I'm used to the Cook County's RFP process, which is very much like non-disclosure agreements. I don't know if that's the case for our RFPs necessarily. I do have a copy of it and I have reviewed it if that helps anyone their level of confidence. But if we can share it, I'm more than happy to. I do know that it's sent to sort of like go out automatically tomorrow. So I don't know that we can pull it back at this point if there are revisions since it's so close in time.
It wasn't a question of confidence. It was, but I do think, given that the board is the employer of the contract, that it would be helpful for all of us to be on the same page.
Gail, would you mind finding out from Carolyn, since she's sort of the keeper of the RFP, if that's something that we can do?
I'll send an email right now.
Okay, I don't know if she's awake, but if she is, hopefully we can facilitate that. All right, if there are no more questions, I think that's our last item for this part of our evening, other than future agenda items. I can think of some. I don't know if anyone has anything that they want to bring up right now. After this, we will be taking a break because it's been over 2 hours since our last break. It's been 3 hours actually. All right.
I would like, as a future agenda item, to be able to revisit and perhaps educate ourselves and the public about the public versus private aspects of being a board member, and what it means to talk about and have the trainings that we've had, and as a board what we ascribe to. I would really, the incidents of the last week and a half or so, and Matt's public comment this evening just leads me to believe that it would be helpful for me to be able to talk as a board.
Understood. That is a topic that I have discussed briefly with Dr. Pruitt-Adams and with Gail, in trying to schedule some conversation for next board meeting, since it's so hard to get us together in between times. But December 17th would be the target date.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? All right, so I move to adjourn, knowing that we are coming back, but I'm going to move to adjourn and then suggest we come back at 12:15 a.m. on December 4th to hopefully get through the next bit. So you should have, no, we're coming back to the same Zoom link, so you can just turn your cameras off, take a break and come back, and we will have to, reinitiate our meeting. But so I move to adjourn committee of the whole. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, let's come back at 12:15 and I'll see you shortly. Okay, as folks start coming back, if you wouldn't mind turning your cameras on or otherwise signaling that you're here.
I'm here.
Thank you, Jackie. Gail, I assume you're here? We need her. Okay.
Sorry, I was here.
I'm back. Are we back? Sorry.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and start because I think we have at least a quorum and others will come on in. So it's December 4th, the wee hours, it's 12:17 a.m. I would like to call to order the special board meeting of the Oak Park River Forest High School Board of Education. As permitted by Pritzker's executive orders, we are currently virtual. Due to the public health concerns, I have, as head of the public body, have determined that it's not practical or prudent to hold an in-person meeting of the Board of Education at this time. So we are currently streaming on both our website and on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. And Gail, if you could please call the roll.
Mr. Kovsky?
Here.
Dr. Moore?
Here.
Mr. Guerin?
Here.
Mr. Isley?
Yep.
Mr. Martieri?
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
And Ms. Dixon-Spivey.
Here. All right. And we are going to, Mr. Yamashita, I'm sorry, we're going to go into closed session. So thank you so much for being here. It's going to be a minute though. All right, so I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity, and collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. Is there a second?
Second.
Could we please have a roll call, Gail?
Mr. Isley?
Yes.
Mr. Martieri?
Yep.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kovsky?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon-Spivey.
Yes. All right, everyone. So you should have the closed session. Oh, Dr. Boyd Adams.
I just want to remind those of the executive cabinet who are not a part of closed session that we still have to come back into open session and do the reimagine plan. And so we will text you when we're coming out of closed session.
All right, and so everyone should have in their emails the closed session link. If you don't, please let Gail know and she can resend that to you.
Gail, I need that link.
Okay.
I got the link. I'm good. Oh, see you there. How do we get out of here?
Okay, we're back. We're all getting so much better at doing this. We're still waiting for Ralph. Maybe we'll give him another few seconds. No, I will attempt to find him as we proceed. All right, so Gail, our next item is public comments. Are there any public comments for this meeting?
No.
I'm pleased to hear that. Okay, our action item this evening is the Reimagine Education Plan. Dr. Pruitt-Adams?
Yes, I'm trying to see who has the control of the PowerPoint at this point. I'm not quite sure. Chris, do you have control of the PowerPoint?
I
I
do
can
have,
click it if you bring it up and turn it over to me, I can click it.
yeah, I've got, let me make sure that sharing is enabled.
My
Sharing is-
question, say it again, Chris.
Sharing is enabled.
Okay, I just need the PowerPoint. I don't have, or I can go into the board docs. Okay, I'm sorry.
I could bring that up if you like.
No, I have to bring it up to be on my screen, right? I'm in board docs.
Gotcha.
Can everyone see my screen? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I do have a question of the board before we get started, because the timeliness, the timing of the night. We've presented this full presentation to the board before. My question to the board is if you want us to do the full presentation again tonight, or to really focus mainly on those key changes that have been made since the last presentation. We can do it either way you choose.
I have
Personally,
key changes.
The changes.
Key changes.
Okay, so then that will allow me to skip through the first couple of slides. And since our last presentation, I'll go straight to that. But I do want to add, I do want to hit some of the other stuff. As you know, since last July, we have really been working to prepare for the plan. I do want to stress that everything we do will be designed to bring our students in the best safe and healthy environment as we can. We've been asked by our advisory committee, so I'm going to stress this, and he told me every time I speak that I want to stress to everyone the need to wear your mask when outside your household, to wash your hands no less than 20 seconds, and to please maintain a social distance. And if you have to hug, give an air hug. And it is going to take every single one of us in order to make this happen. So I do want to share some of the changes that have been made since our last time presenting. We made a change to the afternoon schedule. We added that we are working on the dashboard. Oh, I didn't pull up the right presentation. I am so sorry. I really apologize for that.
Jerlyn, I have the most
have it up
recent
if you want.
version up. Would you like me to share my screen?
Please, because I pulled up the one from board docs and
Right.
that doesn't have all the changes. So I'm no longer sharing.
How does that work for everybody?
We don't see it yet. There you go.
Okay.
If you could put it in presentation mode. Okay. So what we've done since the last presentation, and if you will bear with us, we want to give credit to some of the places where these changes came from. So we made a change to the afternoon schedule, and I'm not going to elaborate on that right now because when Greg gets to his portion, he will elaborate and go through what that schedule looks like. We are adding, currently working on adding a dashboard to our website. And that suggestion came from the advisory committee. Mr. Yamashita, who's in this room today with us, was a real proponent of making sure that we had a dashboard as long with our other advisory members so that people can go in and understand. Our teachers also asked to have a dashboard so that they know where we are at any point in time that they could go into. We have defined the 5 cases that are not considered an outbreak. When we made the first presentation, we talked about 5 cases being an outbreak, and that was based up on the IDPH guidance. And I believe it was one of our advisory committee members, Mr. Olson, who asked the question to clarify, as well as I think it was Mr. Isley. 5 cases have to be epidemiologically connected. And so you can have 5 different students in the building who have COVID or 5 different adults. If there is not a connection based upon contact, that is not considered an outbreak, but if it is, that is considered an outbreak. The other thing we added that we heard from our advisory committee was, and from our ADA administrative team, was that we needed to have an abbreviated freshman-only rotation because our freshmen have never been into this building. The only relationships they have right now are through the virtual mode. And so we will have the first week that we are able to go into a hybrid will be for freshmen only. We were asked to clarify the non-compliance with mask wearing as a result of consequences. And I believe that came from Mr. Isley's comment. And so parents and students will sign an understanding of consequences as we move forward, should there be a consistent non-compliance with mask wearing. We were also asked to note that face shields will not substitute for masks unless they are approved. And I do know that we have some teachers who will be wearing masks, particularly our speech and language teachers, who will be working, speech pathologists, who will be working with our students who need that. One of the other changes we made in the plan is we clarified that on-site students suspected of being ill with COVID-19 must be picked up by a parent and or a guardian. We also added the procedures for visiting our health services office, which came from our advisory committee as well. And we updated the information about individual classroom ventilation. We learned, I'm way off my script. When we talk about the ventilation, and when we initially made the presentation, we talked about MERV 13 ventilation systems. In addition to putting in HEPA filters, we realized that there is another piece that is more efficient than putting the HEPA filters in the rooms. I think I covered everything. That's the major change. We'll go to the next slide. Karen, do you want to talk about the metrics, please?
Yeah, so we've kept in general, the metrics are the same as you saw last time. We did clarify, there seemed to be confusion around the number of cases in the school. Some people thought it was just students, some folks thought it was combined. That was always meant to be the combined employee and student count. So, so we've included that clarification there on the graphic, but the rest of it is what you saw last time.
We'll go to the next slide. Greg, you want to talk about the schedule?
Yeah, so just very quickly, 3 changes I'll highlight. Number 1, the tutoring that we had talked about before has been simplified in verbiage, and it has been moved from the 220 to 311 slot to the 120 to 220 slot. This basically will mean that all of our teachers who don't have study halls during periods 1 through 8 will be assigned to in-person content tutoring on either their A or their B day, which will result in approximately 72 teachers on each day being assigned to in-person content tutoring. That will cover the gamut of our divisions. And so we're really happy about that. shift. That puts that content tutoring most adjacent to the lunch period. So right, as close as we can get it to the end of the academic periods. Also, we have extended the counseling activities and social work groups to the entire time there in the afternoon, 1:20 to 3:11. That's the second change. The third change is that where office hours are currently placed, you can see them from 2:20 to 3:11 down here. Well, on Wednesdays, every single week, we have our teacher flexible collaboration time for the important TCT work and for our care teams to continue throughout second semester. So those are the changes to that schedule. The overall time is still the same, just changed how we've kind of piecemealed and adjusted the work with inside that timeline.
Okay, would you go to the next slide? And Greg, would you speak specifically, because we get a lot of questions about the opt-in, opt-out, and whether or not people can fluctuate back and forth, and about the cohort groups of siblings.
Okay, first, as far as opting out and what type of flexibility and choice remains there, once we have the survey out there for families to make their choice. At any point during the spring semester, any family could choose to opt out of in-person, the hybrid experience. But the chance to opt in is in this window that we have right now. And that is because we need those numbers to figure out how our cohorts are going to function. We have partnered with as I alluded to when we were first presenting this, we have partnered with a programmer to assist us in determining how we are going to break down our student population into 4 25% groups throughout the school day. And I would be happy to go into more detail about how that's going to go. But once we have those numbers into, for right now, I'll just stop with saying, once we have those, the numbers of families that we know who are going to come into the school for hybrid, we'll be able to use those numbers to determine our cohorts and make sure our master schedule can work the way we need it to as soon as we transition into hybrid. Jolene, if there's anything else you want me to add there, I mean, there's more weeds that I can get into, but I'm trying to be.
Did you mention siblings?
Oh yes, thank you. That was a very important shift. I appreciate that. Yeah. So we absolutely do know that we will schedule those cohorts such that siblings will be in the same one. Siblings will be with each other.
Okay. Would you go to the health and safety protocols, Karen? Thank you. Wanted to pick just a couple of things. We are with the symptom screening via the app. We're about there with having the app done, but that will help us. We're still working through the process of getting kids in and out of the building, but I really want to go to the weekly saliva screening. We've looked at 2 different screeners. We've been asked why that part is not in the plan. We did not put it in the plan because we've said repeatedly that we, first of all, had to negotiate the impact as a part of our meeting with our faculty and staff, and that includes all of our faculty and staff members, but we are close to having it done. For students, it will be mandated. We've looked at 2 different screeners. We've looked at the shield screening, and we've looked at the safeguard screening, but there will be screening in place. We were also asked why the screening was not a part of the metrics. In our recent meeting with the advisory committee, we talked about the most important thing is to have the screener. The screener is like another piece of that Swiss cheese that helps to protect the district and kind of help us from having more cases within the building, but it does not preclude it. Neither one of the screeners yields a high false negative rate. But once we get all of the details worked out for the screener, that will be shared with the public. And so people will know how that works, but it is not in the plan. The other reason it is not a part of the metrics is once a person is screened through our system, if they test that they may possibly be prone to having COVID, they have to go and have diagnostic tests for COVID-19. To put them in the metrics could lead to a possible dual counting of students and or adults. And so those individuals, until it is confirmed that they are positive or probable cases. And so we don't want to throw off our metrics by including that as a part of our metrics at this point. I'm going to ask Ron very quickly, if you would, speak to the new filters, the ionized units for all classrooms, please. I know I put you on the spot, but if you could explain that.
So for all of the classrooms, mostly have MERV 13 filters, but the 35 classrooms that don't, we're putting in bipolar ionization that will increase the current MERV 8 4 to 5 levels, so that'll be one to like a MERV 13 or MERV 14, and they're not only going to be in those areas, eventually they'll be all over the entire building. So it's something that'll be ongoing even after COVID. It'll be throughout the building to improve the air quality. It was something that we were in the process of implementing no matter what, but we had to speed up the process because of COVID-19. And this would also save us on having portable HEPA filters in the classrooms, which will be noisy to instruction, because these will be inside of the actual ventilation systems, where you won't have any kind of noise because it'll be in the existing system.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to get into any real technical details.
Thank you so much. Would you go to the next slide? So our next steps are to receive the opt-in, opt-out commitments from families. We extended the deadline to the 14th. It was originally on the 7th. And we also gave parents the opportunity for an FAQ, which they should receive the responses for tomorrow. The other thing we've done is we're monitoring on-site student groupings and staff. We're working to determine, as Greg said, who's in each cohort. We monitor our metrics daily. And then the next step is to determine when we can really go into a hybrid. We've been very clear that when we return from winter break, that first week, at least, school starts on the 11th, will be remote. When we will not go into the hybrid any earlier than January the 19th. And that is to allow those parents and students who may have traveled the opportunity to self-quarantine. Once we are able to go into a hybrid, we will have freshmen first, and we have committed to notifying our staff so that they can be ready to receive our kids. So they will also be notified in advance of the date for hybrid. That concludes the changes we've made to the presentation. In the board item, it is asking approval of the plan tonight. We are asking approval of the plan so that we can move forward with getting schedules done and trying to make sure that we have all of our teachers assigned to the appropriate slots. We are open for any questions that the board may have at this time.
Tom, I know you have some questions, I think.
I have some, me?
Yes, I think you have questions, right?
Questions, and you mentioned them, but thank you for the work that you did and for kind of incorporating things we discussed last time. My main area of focus remains on the testing. And I've asked them, but I'll ask again. One, do we know what the cost of testing will be?
Mm-hmm. The cost for tests, I'm trying to pull up the total response that I gave yesterday.
Yeah.
The cost for tests, if we do Safeguard, which is the one through Loyola and Dr. Campbell, is $11 per test. We have approximately 3,300 kids. I'm just trying to pull that from my memory. And then if we and approximately 400 faculty and staff. And so the way we figured it is we would be doing staff once a week. We would be screening some students almost every day, at least 3 days a week. On the O students, the R students, the OP, the R, and the F. So at least 3 days a week, we would be screening students. It's gonna cost us, I'm trying to remember. Greg, can you pull up those numbers,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah,
But,
I just found it and I'll pull it up right here. Do you want me to speak to it or?
please, because I don't have it in front of me and I don't want to misquote.
Yeah.
And while he's doing
Second
that,
scroll. Okay.
the Shield screening is $20 per student. And there's a meeting with Shield on Tuesday.
Okay.
I think it's Tuesday.
So in a nutshell, we figure that with our hybrid model here, with our kids rotating into the school, we're talking about 2,900 tests that we would have to do on a regular 5-day work week within the school. That includes faculty and staff and students. That comes to a cost of $11 a test to about $31,900 a week, okay? And that is assuming that we have 100% of the cohorts in the school, right? The full 25% of our student population. So it's a maximum of $32,000 basically a week. So then you can work that number from there. That's completely contingent on two factors. How our student population and our faculty and staff population will decrease, will lower that number. And then the total number of weeks that we are going to have a hybrid model in place, depending on what our metrics will dictate for us, will affect how much, what the multiplier is to give us our total line for the semester. The maximum cost that we anticipate with this, if we are talking about 17 weeks with our overall population in place, would be approximately $370,000 for this, but we anticipate being, quite a bit less of that because of the factors I just described. So hope that was somewhat better than clear as mud.
Now those prices are for Safeguard. Shield would be almost double that because it's $20 versus 11.
And when is a decision going to be made as to which of those two we choose?
Well, we already have a contract that our legal has looked at for Safeguard. That is the surveillance screener. But I wanted to be true to the process, and I reached out to Shield, as has Mr. Yamashita, to see what they had to offer. It is our hope that once we have the conversation on Tuesday with Shield, my hope is to bring a recommendation to the board on the December 17th Board of Education meeting.
Okay. And then the next question related is, which I still can't grasp, which is with this will be the one measure we have where it is for the specific population of students and adults that are in our building. And my understanding is it is not in our metrics. And can you again say the rationale? And there was some, and I know, I've been studying what other districts are doing and, et cetera, where they're kind of leveraging it more. So
yeah, I think it will help us. I referenced the Swiss cheese. There are levels of protection, wearing your mask, social distancing, washing your hands, and screening. Those are the things that will help us have a more safe and healthy, secure environment. The reason screening is not a part of the metrics is because until a person tests positive, if they do the screening with us and we get the signal that they are leaning or probable to possibly having COVID, they then have to go out and have an actual COVID-19 test. Until they have been diagnosed positively as having COVID, they are a probable case. Once they are diagnosed as having COVID, they then go into our cases on site or cases on campus metrics. In our conversation Tuesday with the medical professionals, particularly the infectious disease specialists, what we heard was it's important to have the screener, but you don't want to run the risk of double counting cases by putting the screener into the metrics. And we agreed that the screener is a precaution for us, but should not be a part of the metrics. Mr. Yamasha, did you want to add to that? You were in that meeting, or Karen, you were in that meeting.
Yeah, I guess I would just maybe amplify why they're not included in the metrics. We could on our dashboard add something presumed positives, you know, based on the positive tests that come up from our screening. But again, that's just a screening. That's not an actual diagnostic, you know, PCR test. So the danger is, you know, the identities are not being shared. So we get, you know, let's say we have 10 kids on a Monday who screen positive. If we put those in our metrics and then we get, you know, and then I'm informed that there's a positive case to add to the metrics, I'm not going to know the identity of the student. And was that a presumed positive? Was it a new positive? There's just a lot of potential for those statistics to get muddied. So it seems cleaner to do the presumed positive as a separate metric, not included on the charts, but something to keep in the dashboard.
Right. We also don't want to count it as a metrics and have it cause us to go into an adaptive pause unnecessarily, or to go full remote unnecessarily, because we factored the probable cases into our other metrics.
Dr. Prout-Adams. So I agree that mixing the two data streams is probably not appropriate. The reported positives that you're utilizing right now in the metrics are coming from either the Village of Oak Park Department of Public Health or Cook County Public Health for River Forest. These positives will have come from other diagnostic centers, whether it's a physician's office or one of the county-based testing sites, and they will have been done with PCR. The two different tests have different characteristics. There is at least some sentiment on the medical advisory board to favor the more sensitive test, the University of Illinois test. It is currently being considered at the FDA for emergency use authorization as a diagnostic test. It is sensitive enough. It is also handled by a CLIA-based lab, so that's one of the criteria they would use. University of Illinois is trying to get that designation so that they in fact have one-stop shopping where they screen the students and then in fact now have a diagnostic test. So treating these separately makes some sense because there is a delay in getting the reported positives from the health departments. If we look at our own test data, we would have immediate information that would actually aid our case find or contact tracing. So it's much more efficient, as some of the other, one of the other districts is doing. They are keeping their direct test results separate. They are keeping them in a metric on their dashboard. So that gives you an idea of what exactly they're seeing right at the front door.
And that can be, the probable cases can be on our dashboard, but not factored into our metrics.
One addition, if in fact they get the authorization from the FDA, that will in fact now be a diagnostic test. So I'm trying to get Shield, Illinois to give us an update on that when we meet with them on Tuesday.
May I ask a question that on this? and maybe Dave, if you could maybe opine, but it seems to me that the high school being the place with the biggest number of people or among the biggest in our community going in and out on a regular basis, if we are able to do this well, we could help reduce the overall community spread by being able to be more vigilant in screening the students and the faculty and so on. And then that could then percolate throughout the community. I mean, I think we have a huge opportunity here to be part of a great, whatever that cycle is called, was the opposite of vicious. Is that,
Matt,
am
I
I on the
think
right
that
track?
is a wonderful, in fact, very, very accurate characterization. I've been asking the public health department since the beginning of this pandemic to consider some sort of initiatives to at least run some clinics where we actually get more tests immediately in the Oak Park area, rather than having people run up to the site up near Harlem Irving Park. Getting a sampling of individuals in the immediate area certainly gives us a better handle on the disease in our local community. So I think your idea is great, because if we do screening with students, we are catching, we're basically contributing another 3,000 tests per week.
Tom, did you have more questions or
No,
were you?
I think that those are answered my questions, and I guess I just would leave it with a comment, because it sounds like, obviously we are still in a state of flux. We haven't decided on what tests, and it sounds like in terms of what goes on the dashboard, we still need to define. So as we define that, and then as we gather data, I guess the question is, as we gather data, are we then subject to continue to refine what our metrics are based on what we learn? Or is it going to be inked in and we're not going to change it for the full semester?
Okay, so I'm going to try to answer all of yours. I am prepared to make a recommendation for the screener, but I want to be true, as I said, to the process and look at all of them. I'm also keeping cost factor in mind when that recommendation is made. So I need to say that. The other thing, the metrics we have are not etched in stone. They are what leads to the start of the conversation. And so as we look, there's always a refinement. It's because the metrics change. But science is what will guide us. And I think I lost the last part of your question. I'm sorry.
That's science will guide us is all I need to hear. That's a good ending.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from other board members?
Sarah, I just had another quick one. I noticed the reference to lunch period, and I just wanted to get clarity on, are we actually having people eating in the building, and how are we handling that?
We are having people eat in the building. Now, it won't be the entire population, and by entire population, I mean the entire 25% cohort won't be eating lunch. Some of those students will be leaving, perhaps the bulk of them on any given day. But for the students who are going to stay for that academic tutoring or the counseling groups, social work groups, and so on and so forth, we need to feed them, and we need to feed them in-house. And so we are very confident that Mike Pekarsky has set up some very safe protocols to make that happen. And we also have learned from our schools around the area. I've heard from folks in the West Suburban Conference. Dr. Pruitt Adams has heard from superintendents in the area that they have not found that eating lunch has been a spreading event, right? They've been able to manage that very, very effectively. So we feel very comfortable with those protocols, Matt.
Okay, thanks. Is there an anticipation of what's the max number of students that would be eating on a given day? I know it's still unknowns, but it's a smaller percentage of the overall student body coming in.
Yeah, there's no great way right now for me to let you know I can tell you, 25% is roughly 850, 2/3 of that is roughly 500 some. That's the maximum students that are going to be in the building on any given day. Now it's going to be a subset of that stays to eat lunch. And so that gives you like the math that we're starting from. But what do we anticipate? A half, maybe 3/4 of the students might stay for that. And we know that we can fit, 50 students in a space. We have various places for them to eat lunch. So we're going to be able to make that work. But we won't know the numbers until we go through it. There's just no way to know.
And even then, I think the early numbers will be high because people don't want to lose their chance to be on site. And if they opt out now, they're done. They're remote for the full semester. So I anticipate we're going to see, a fair number of folks maybe sign up for hybrid, and then when we actually launch, they'll go remote.
Other questions?
This is an item for approval.
Yeah. All right. Well, so Mr. Yamashita, thank you so much for staying for so long. Your work on this project has been greatly appreciated. You put in a lot of hours, not just in meetings, but outside of meetings, talking to board members who have questions and conversing with the medical professionals on the advisory committee. So thank you so much for all of that. It was really invaluable, especially you understand this stuff way better than we do. So thank you. All right, I move to approve the Reimagine Education PRF 2020-2021 hybrid plan. Is there a second?
Second, Martiri.
Can we have a roll call, please, Gail?
Mr. Martiri,
Yes.
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Isley,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kowski,
Yes.
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
and Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes.
I know it's late, but if I can make a comment, please.
Sure.
I just want to thank all the members of the steering committee who put in endless hours. I want to thank the members of the advisory committee who put in insurmountable hours. But I also want to thank Mr. Yamashita, who served also as the liaison to the steering committee, and as a member of the advisory committee who was assigned to facilities, but also sat in on many of the medical professional meetings, and who actually set up our meeting for Tuesday with Shield. So I just wanted to thank him personally as well.
Same for me. Thank you.
Yes, Citizen of
Thank
the
you.
Year award.
All right, you guys, we did it.
Is it time to adjourn?
move.
Motion, so move.
So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
What room do we go to next?
Your bedroom. That's where you go.
Kitchen.
All right, guys, have a great night. Thank you for
Good night,
all the hard
everyone.
work.
Oh.